Han Fei had already made arrangements to take the child named Wang Hai to the Forbidden Island. Han Fei believed that the golden boy might be interested in this child. However, would Zhao Tong carry out his orders? Han Fei didn't know. Opportunities depended on luck. After that, Han Fei stepped into the void and stopped watching the game. Han Fei went straight to the Firestone Island. However, there were not many people on the Firestone Island at this moment, and many of them were injured. They were all Han Fei's subordinates. Perhaps they weren't his subordinates. He just temporarily directed them. Before Han Fei left, he asked them to hunt for more resources. Now, he couldn't fulfill his promise. In his current state, since everyone thought he was dead, let it be. This way, he would be remembered better. The power of faith was what he needed. His spiritual energy could be disassembled by 81%, which was all thanks to the tremendous power of faith. Han Fei estimated that it would take him decades to deduce it even if Forge the universe existed. Han Fei couldn't accept the long wait. After all, he was not an ascetic, but a person who liked to explore the unknown. Without any hesitation, Han Fei left the territory of the Immortal City. Han Fei felt that smart people should know when to leave. There was no point in staying in the Immortal City anymore. At this moment, it couldn't be said that he had completely resolved the crisis in the Immortal City. However, he had at least reorganized the relationships in the cage. The Black Blood City had nearly 100 venerables die. If they still came out to attack other forces, there must be something wrong with their head. Leaving the outer sea of the battle line of the Immortal City, Han Fei felt the feeling of a dragon returning to the sea again. At least, this feeling was comfortable than watching the lives of countless people. About 1,000,000 kilometers away from the Immortal City, Han Fei discovered that someone was hunting sea creatures. Yes, the battle strategy of the Immortal City seemed to have changed. As the battle line of sea demons was abandoned, the space that humans could expand was getting bigger and bigger. This was certainly a good thing. Han Fei killed several explorers. When the void lines absorbed the souls of those creatures, Han Fei discovered that with his strength as an intermediate peak-level venerable, it was actually possible to absorb their soul power. However, the amount he absorbed was not much. After all, these sea demons were too low-leveled. An explorer-level creature fed Han Fei about 10 to 30 points of soul power. Therefore, it didn't seem necessary to attack them again. After all, he had to kill nearly 100 of them to get 1,000 points. And reaching this 1,000 points meant that Han Fei would have to run around the sea all day, which would alert the enemy. Looking at Han Fei's helpless look, the old turtle said, "Actually, it's not that. The soul power they feed you is getting less and less. It's just that the quality of their soul is too poor compared to the quality of your soul. Therefore, the soul power you can use is very little. If there are tens of thousands of explorers, you can kill them however you want. In fact, even without going to the forest of horrors, you can make up for your soul power." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "According to this soul feedback speed, how many explorer-level creatures do I have to kill? Even if there are so many explorer-level creatures that I can hunt, their death will add too much pressure to this cage. And if they live, they can constantly digest and devour the energy and spiritual energy in the cage." Of course, Han Fei wanted to hunt. He just didn't want to spoil the ship for a halfpenny worth of tar. Of course, as long as he was willing, as long as he hunted a few more times, he might be able to attract a venerable to quickly restore his soul power. However, once too many strong masters died in the cage, the pressure on the heaven and earth array, and the consequences would be much more severe than killing thousands of explorers or a few venerables. There were at least 1 million explorers trapped in the cage. If they were outside, the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world would definitely suffer. On the contrary, if a big explosion occurred in the cage, everyone inside would probably be annihilated. Therefore, neither result was what Han Fei wanted. 3 days later, Han Fei came to an abandoned sea demon city. This place was full of void turbulence, with saber beams, sword marks, rod shadows, and fist auras everywhere. Broken walls were everywhere. It could be seen that this city had experienced a devastating blow. All kinds of buildings had basically collapsed. Even so, there were still many Tao seekers and a few sea spirit creatures exploring this city in groups. The place where the strong fought became a haven for adventurers. There might be opportunities everywhere here. Many sea demon venerables had died. Some venerables lived in these cities, so the resources they left behind couldn't be too poor. In fact, there was. Han Fei saw that there was an array in a corner of the city. Han Fei summoned Little Black and Little White. Little White's perception indicated that there was nothing good. Yes, Little Black and Little White were already intermediate explorers, so they were very picky. After walking for another half a day, Han Fei saw 3 cities like the one he had just seen. It could be seen that during the battle in the Immortal City last year, the Black Blood City must have been attacked by the venerable experts of the Demon Beast Union. Many cities had been abandoned. Passing by a few abandoned cities, Han Fei also found some new sea demon cities. Many low-level sea demons were coming and going, looking very busy. The old turtle asked, "Shall we go to these cities? Maybe we can get some good stuff." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Am I so easily satisfied now? What good stuff can there be in these newly built cities? The real good stuff is in the Black Blood City." The old turtle was lost for words. "You want to go to the Black Blood City in your current situation? Do you think your bones are not shining enough, or do you think you don't have enough death energy?" Han Fei was lost for words. Although his golden body was shining, he had the Twin God technique. If he launched a sneak attack with his black mist body, even the Black Conch King might not be able to find him. However, whether or not he entered the Black Blood City, Han Fei had to at least take a look and see where the Black Blood City was. Black Blood City. Different from the White Shell Royal City that Han Fei had seen. There was also a large array surrounding the Black Blood City, which couldn't be entered easily. However, this couldn't stop Han Fei. Han Fei stuck to the back of a great demon in the half-venerable realm and floated in. As soon as he entered the Black Blood City, Han Fei found that screw-shaped buildings were everywhere. Here, there were Tao-seeking conchs everywhere. Han Fei was lost for words. How much did the Black Evil Conch King like his own kind? Why were conchs everywhere here? Because conchs might like to eat algae. There were 2 kinds of algae in the Black Blood City. The first was luminous algae, which was for viewing and lighting. After all, bright space was better than darkness. The fish had their own pursuits. Apart from that, it was the kind of algae with thick leaves that could be eaten by sea conches. The area of this entire Black Blood City was actually not much larger than the White Shell City. It was only 1,000 kilometers in radius. In this 1,000-mile area, there were only real towns in the radius of more than 300 kilometers. Other places were like the outskirts of the city. Some explorers lived here. The sea demons, as well as some explorer-realm marine creatures, were also here. Occasionally, they could see the two sides fighting, but they weren't fighting fiercely. Here, Hanfei didn't use his perception anymore, but let the old turtle inform him. The old turtle said, "There are 92 venerables in the city. It seems that they have completely let go of the battle line on the immortal city." Hanfei sneered. "It's just for the time being. This is the characteristic of sea demons. They just want to recuperate for a while. Once they recover, they will press on the battle line again. However, I hope that by then, they won't be killed by me." Hanfei quietly swam into the Black Blood City. Because it didn't affect the water currents or cause any spatial fluctuations, no one would find him for the time being. Even if it was the Black Evil Conch King, he wouldn't sweep his house every day. A moment later, Hanfei came to a building that looked like an ancient castle. Standing at the peak of the Black Blood City. There were buildings halfway up the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. The people living inside were all venerables. The whole mountain was filled with demonic chi. It must be a demonic mine. Seeing the demonic mine, Hanfei's first thought was, "Can I blow it up?" However, this crazy thought was soon ruled out by Hanfei. He had more important things to do. Even if others could ignore this in the cage, he couldn't. As if he were used to being bold, Hanfei quietly crept over. Suddenly, Hanfei sensed that a figure was rushing crazily behind him. Without using his perception, he saw that it was a big conch. With a bang, it knocked away Hanfei's shadow. Fortunately, he was in the mist form, which was pure black, and the big conch was black too. Got bumped by it, Hanfei attached himself to the big conch. The old turtle reminded Hanfei, "You're really lucky. This is a half-king." Because the speed was too fast, Hanfei heard someone say, "Conch soul, don't rush over so rashly every time. Those who don't know might think that someone is attacking our Black Blood City." The speed of Conch soul slowed down, and he said with a hum, "Yu Tianai. Don't cause trouble. I need to talk to the king." Yu Tianai sneered. "Don't you know that the king is recuperating? Why do you have to ask him for help? Because of the matter in the Forest of Terror?" At this moment, in the castle at the top, a voice said, "Shut up, what's the fuss? You two, come here." Hanfei didn't expect that he would meet an old acquaintance the moment he came to the Black Blood City. In the ancient castle of Black Blood City, the palace where the Black Evil Conch King was. It was an ancient castle made of the shell of the Black Evil Conch King and Silkworm Slough. Hanfei could feel the gravity here and the looming array pat term. The sea demons probably preferred their original forms. When at home, Black Evil Conch King appeared as a giant conch, like a small mountain. Conch Soul and Yu Tianai stood under the huge black conch. The Black Evil Conch King asked, "Conch Soul, what the hell is going on with the vibration in the Forest of Terror?" Conch Soul said angrily, "King, I think the Forest of Terror must have become arrogant after we were greatly weakened. When I went to ask about the anomaly in the space, I was blocked outside and they said that it was just a problem appearing when they offered up a sacrifice. Humph, they're obviously Lying. Who are they going to make offerings to? King, I think they must be hiding something big from us. The black evil conch king frowned. Is the forest of terror so disrespectful? To us now? Conch soul nodded. Yes. I think if our black blood city hadn't remained so powerful, I wouldn't have been able to return. Black evil conch king, what do you mean? Conch soul, I feel that those guys are even crazier. Han Fei heard the conversation between Black Evil Conch King and Conch Soul. There seemed to be something wrong with the Forest of Terror. That was why Black Evil Conch King asked Conch Soul to inquire about it. However, it was obvious that the people in the Forest of Terror ignored this big conch. You Tin, I said, Conch Soul, is it because you were too aggressive? This is not the first time. The big black conch roared angrily, what are you talking about? Do you think I will be aggressive to them in their territory? One just find it strange. The relationship between us and the Forest of Terror has always been good. However, in the past year, our relationship has plummeted. This is definitely not a good thing. The Black Evil Conch King said leisurely, what we can be sure of is that the relationship between the Forest of Terror and the Demon Beast Union is definitely not better than our relationship. According to the personalities of the Demon Beasts and the Demon Beast Union, they won't befriend the Forest of Terror. Then, the Forest of Terror won't be too hostile to us. At least, it won't become our enemy. But no matter what, this alliance cannot be broken. You Tianai, go to the Forest of Terror again. Our relationship with the Forest of Terror cannot be severed. After all, the Demon Beast Union and human beings have already formed an alliance. Yu Tianai immediately said, yes, my king. Han Fei sneered in his heart. This was a good opportunity. Yu Tianai, right? Now that his strength had improved greatly, he could try to kill a half-king. If he killed Yu Tianai, would it cause a hostile relationship between the Black Blood City and the Forest of Terror? However, as soon as Han Fei thought of this, he heard the old turtle say, Are you not considering the stability of this cage? Han Fei's heart sank. He forgot about it again. However, it was still challenging to kill a half-king. Unfortunately, the old turtle was right. Although it was tempting to kill a half-king, Han Fei decided to give up this plan for the sake of the big picture. Or rather, why did he have to kill Yu Tianai? He could pretend to be a demon plant from the Forest of Terror. After all, the entire Thousand Mountain ancient realm was in his hands, but he hadn't used it yet. What a waste. Conch Soul snorted and looked at Yu Tianai. T'd like to see what you can find out. Conch Soul and Yu Tianai seemed to be at odds. However, the two of them didn't start a fight in front of Black Evil Conch King, who suddenly exclaimed. He scanned the entire Black Blood City with his perception. He asked, Conch Soul, did anything else happen on your way back? Conch Soul was puzzled. No. No obstacles on the way. The Black Evil Conch King nodded slightly, thinking that maybe he was overthinking. He said, okay, Yu Tianai, go to the Forest of Horrors again. Conch Soul, try again, seeing if there's any chance of saving the cracks in the cage. Humph. Han Fei is dead. We can consider entering the Yinyang world again. Conch Soul said in surprise, my king, aren't there a lot of strong masters in the Yinyang world? If we go there, will the power of the Black Blood City be exhausted? Black Evil Conch King, it's okay. Recently, the energy turbulence in the cage has been getting more and more violent, and the void cracks have increased several times. This is not a good thing. We'd better be prepared in advance. Han Fei frowned. Does the Black Blood City control other cage cracks? The Black Evil Conch King was not a real king after all, so he didn't discover Han Fei. It was like when Han Fei was still a junior explorer, Ming Ling didn't discover him at all. Anyway, he didn't intend to kill Yu Tianai now. Han Fei simply attached himself to the shell of Conch's soul and left the city. On the way, Conch's soul grunted. Leave the cage? Humph, how can it be so easy? We finally found a way, but it collapsed. Now that damn place is filled with void storms, how can we still find a way out? Han Fei listened to the complaints of Conch's soul. Led by Conch's soul, they found the so-called void storm place. In the void, a fissure more than 300 feet long looked like an eye. In all directions, billowing energy and spiritual energy filled this place. Han Fei's first reaction was to wonder if this thing was the sage realm that the Black Evil Conch King created in the Yin-Yang world. But there was a big difference in size and shape. This place seemed to have just been formed. In the dark void fissure, dense void cracks were opening and closing. Every time they opened and closed, a void crack swallowed a lot of energy and spiritual energy. Then, new void cracks appeared again. Hiss. Han Fei asked in shock, Old Yuan, is the cage leaking energy to the outside world in this way? The old turtle said, this method won't last long. Because this cage is too sturdy, it has been supplied with endless energy. There shouldn't be many places that can have void cracks. With this speed of energy leaking, it's almost negligible compared to the two huge array eyes. There were venerables guarding the crack. When he saw Conch's soul, he immediately said, Master Conch's soul. Conch's soul nodded. Okay. I'll take care of this place. You can go elsewhere. Yes, my lord. After the venerable left, the Conch soul sat down in a place full of energy and spiritual energy. His big shell began to shine, and energy and spiritual energy quickly gathered. Han Fei was lost for words. You're already AF sharp king half king. Why do you still want to cultivate? If you continue to cultivate, won't you face a king's tribulation? Huh. Conch's soul suddenly sensed something. It had absorbed a lot of energy, so it scanned the area. Only then did Han Fei quietly peel off Conch's soul and leave quietly. He was just passing by the Black Blood City, so it was quite important for him to roughly understand their situation. Since they couldn't go to Yin-Yang world, he should tease Yu Tianai. As soon as he left the Black Blood City, Han Fei's speed naturally became faster. Han Fei tracked Yu Tianai's location with the vast ocean navigator, only to find that he was still in the Black Blood City. Of course, Han Fei didn't panic. Very slowly, Han Fei came to a place about 1,000,000 kilometers away, the Forest of Terror. In fact, some greasy algae had already appeared here. Because they were very greasy and sticky and stuck to the bottom of the sea, it looked like a carpet. At the bottom of the sea, Han Fei was sure that these algae were unconscious, so he stayed here and waited for Yu Tianai. 1 day. 2 days. It wasn't until the 3rd day that Yu Tianai finally arrived. Besides, Yu Tianai looked like he was here for a vacation. The old turtle had long sensed Yu Tianai's arrival, so he had informed Han Fei. From a distance, Yu Tian'ai saw a hydra grass that was more than 300 feet tall. On the way, when Yu Tian'ai scanned it with her perception, the hydra grass began to shrink. Soon, it turned into a young man with 9 snake heads. Halt! Han Fei wasn't worried at all that Yu Tian'ai would see through him. With his current strength, he didn't need to be afraid of him. Besides, it was the old turtle who helped him disguise himself. With the power of an emperor, it was easy to enchant a half-king. Yu Tian'ai narrowed his eyes and said, "Half-king realm? I never knew that." There was a half-king realm hydra grass in the Forest of Terror. Besides, isn't it said that you are a land demon plant? Humph. Don't compare me to the hydra grass. I'm a dark hydra. You're Yu Tian'ai, right? Why are you here when Conch Soul just left? Yu Tian'ai asked, "Did you talk to Conch Soul?" Han Fei sneered. "I don't know that Conch Soul. However, I'm here under orders. No one from the Black Blood City shall enter." Yu Tian'ai sneered. "Can you represent the Forest of Terror?" On Han Fei's head, 9 snake tongues stretched out and flicked. "Why? Do you have a problem with it?" Yu Tian'ai sneered. "I haven't seen you before, so I don't want to talk to you. You can call over Zi Luo or Jianlong to talk to me." "Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? You think you can meet whoever you want? How can you be disrespectful to me, Dark King of Destruction? You guys have suffered 2 major defeats in the Life and Death Gorge and the Immortal City. Why, do you still want to challenge the Forest of Terror?" Han Fei was very happy to challenge a half-king again, which would let him know his current strength. However, Yu Tian'ai didn't intend to fight Han Fei. They were both in the half-king realm. Although Han Fei had left the range of the Forest of Terror and blocked his way, this made Yu Tian'ai realize the attitude of the Forest of Terror even more clearly. Yu Tian'ai felt that it must be the fake king of the Forest of Terror who transferred the strong masters who were familiar with the Black Blood City away. He even specially arranged for a half-king who never showed up in the Black Blood City. However, now Yu Tian'ai was even more certain that something must have happened in the Forest of Terror. Also, it must be something so big that they even refused to meet the Black Blood City. This was not a good sign. Just as Han Fei said, the Black Blood City didn't gain any benefits from either side of the Life and Death Gorge and the Immortal City. Hundreds of their venerables had died. Under such circumstances, they couldn't afford to offend the Forest of Terror. Yu Tian'ai smiled faintly. "Since you've made it so clear, then I won't ask any more. However, I have to say that the Black Blood City is much more powerful than you think." Seeing that Yu Tian'ai didn't want to fight him, Han Fei didn't provoke him anymore. Otherwise, it would seem strange. He didn't know what secrets were hidden in the Forest of Terror. However, what Han Fei could be sure of was that he intensified the stalemate between them and the Black Blood City. Seeing Yu Tian'ai leave quickly, Han Fei asked, "Is this guy really gone?" "Old turtle, yes." Han Fei curled his lips, but didn't leave in a hurry. He took out the 9 palace luck ruler and calculated. Then he got a flat divination result. This meant that there shouldn't be any special surprises today. For the time being, Han Fei didn't intend to kill anyone. Therefore, this infiltration was just a simple infiltration. The purpose was to find the other Tai Chi Eye of the Heaven and Earth Array. Then, he would take the dragon head, swallow the dragon's soul, and become an intermediate venerable. Half a day later. When Han Fei saw a wall of algae, he narrowed his eyes. The algae wall here was much bigger than the seaweed wall in the level 3 fishery. The most obvious difference was that the one in the level 3 fishery was a seaweed wall. In the Seaweed City wall, the main plants were various kinds of seaweed. But the main plants in the wall of algae were algae, followed by seaweed. At a glance, Han Fei found that there were dozens of kinds of algae. This algae wall was at least 1,000,000 kilometers wide. Above the algae wall was the seaborne prairie. Similarly, the seaborne prairie here was much more terrifying than the one in the level 3 fishery. That one was full of poisonous barriers. On this seaborne prairie, there were all kinds of mouths. Some looked like straws, some like man-eating flowers, and some like furry tentacles. Above the seaborne prairie, small vortexes of spiritual energy were swirling. Han Fei exclaimed, "Old Yuan, these algae are really big eaters." According to this eating speed, these algae will absorb much more energy than the so-called void storm in the Black Blood City. The old turtle asked in confusion, "It can't be that simple. How many experts will be created in such a huge area? Try going in." In the past, Han Fei could pass the Algae City wall by force. However, in this place, it was obviously impossible for low-level cultivators to enter like this. Here, even some ordinary seaweed were in high realms. Name: poison-tooth sea algae. Introduction: this is a mutant algae that has been contaminated by impure energy for a long time. The poison-tooth sea algae have a consciousness and a brain. It can release poisons according to the flow of water and trigger a range of poisons, agitating and reminding other algae that there are intruders. Level greater than 68. Quality rare, mutated. Spiritual energy greater than 9,883 points. Edible effect: inedible. Collectible: poison teeth. Han Fei glanced at the algae and found that there were dozens more kinds of algae that were almost at the same level as the poison-tooth sea algae. Some released poison, some paralyzed nerves, some created illusions, some corroded souls, and some parasites. In short, there were all kinds of fatal algae here. Among them, there was an explosive algae whose leaves were like small hammers. Once they found an enemy, they would explode, and their strength was not weak. These were the demonic plant creatures that Han Fei observed with the naked eye at the periphery. Once he entered it, there would probably be countless creatures like divine seaweed octopus. After all, it was easy to hide a few aquatic creatures in such a terrifying wall of algae. Of course, nothing could stop Han Fei. After all, under the effect of the twin God techniques, Han Fei was like a mist or water and was a mass of pure darkness. As long as he didn't make a sound, they wouldn't be able to find him. Even if he passed by the algae. Han Fei discovered the reason why there were so many mouths on the sea. There were also void cracks in the algae wall. Once a void crack appeared, a large area of algae would be minced. To make new algae grow, a lot of spiritual energy was needed. 3 days later. In order not to make any noise, Han Fei quietly passed by the wall of algae. For 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, Han Fei could enter Forge the universe to rest. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Han Fei to perfectly pass the dense algae obstacles even in the twin divine technique state. In the Algae City wall, although the old turtle sensed powerful creatures, they were not on Han Fei's way, so Han Fei simply ignored them. However, when Han Fei was about to leave the area of the algae wall, he encountered a venerable level creature guarding it. Han Fei took a deep breath. The area of the algae city wall was so large. Why? Did he encounter a venerable level creature? Perhaps, for plants, nothing was impossible. After all, Han Fei had been with the water immortal for so long and knew that most demon plants were different and of distinct characteristics. At this moment, the weird demon plant that Han Fei saw was called the Void Vine. Only part of this demon plant was exposed to the algae wall, and most of it was in the void. It looked extremely weird with the naked eye, like a vine that had been cut off from somewhere. At least, ordinary cultivators who didn't know the concept of the void would think that this thing was broken in half. Maybe, they would think that it was dying and could be their chance. Fortunately, Han Fei could read its information. Name Void Vine. Introduction: a vine born in a void rift. It can grow freely in reality and the void. It's good at void exchange techniques, void lost Dao, and other means. Due to mutation, its vines contain poison. Level greater than 84. Quality legendary, mutated. Great Dao unreadable. Edible effect inedible. Collectible void fluid. Unabsorbable. As soon as Han Fei read the information, he heard the old turtle say, "This is a void vine, a rare demon plant that can use part of the great Dao of space. This kind of creature doesn't have a body shape. Maybe one of its tentacles grows here, and the other one grows thousands of kilometers away. That's why it's difficult to hunt void vines. If you can kill this thing, you'd better kill it as soon as possible. Once it grows up, it will be a headache." Han Fei was lost for words. How can I kill them? As you said, their body parts can be tens of thousands of kilometers away from each other. No matter how fast I am, I can't cross tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. The old turtle sneered. There is a way to kill them. Huh? The old turtle said, I'll teach you later. Anyway, you can't kill them now. So it's useless to learn it. Go there slowly. The void vine is extremely sensitive to spatial changes. This thing might sense your dark body. Han Fei secretly chuckled. Fine. Keep it to yourself. Anyway, I want this technique. If I can't cross tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant, after I learn it, I'm gonna. His black mist body quietly passed the void vine. Just as Han Fei was about to cross over, a large part of the void vine's tentacles suddenly drilled out. Han Fei immediately dispersed, turning into tiny particles. Han Fei's speed changed from fast to slow like a mayfly. He floated with the seawater and moved extremely slowly. Han Fei wondered if this thing had detected him. After a full hour, the void vine finally retracted its vines, and Han Fei was hundreds of kilometers away. Han Fei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Phew. An intermediate, venerable level demonic plant almost discovered my existence? The old turtle said, the way demonic plants observe the world is different from other creatures. The so-called five senses of you humans and some feelings that you humans can't sense are all owned by demonic plants. Han Fei said, I think you'd better pray that I'm lucky. Crossing the algae wall, Han Fei saw a creepy, dark green world. Han Fei saw a strange demon plant that resembled the twisted jungle on the Scattered Stars Island. These demon plants spread out in all directions, forming a forest. The dense palm-sized dark green leaves fell occasionally and then split into dozens. Han Fei felt that it would be more beautiful if they turned into peach petals. It seemed that there weren't many moving demon plants in this forest. After all, unlike humans, demonic plants were plants. Just like the dark green trees Han Fei saw, each of them was at the explorer level, and each of them was actually a treasure. Han Fei was swimming in the middle of the forest. Suddenly, the seawater trembled. Han Fei asked the old turtle, "Old Yuan, what's wrong?" Energy. Bang. In the next moment, an energy tide sent Han Fei flying. F***ck. There's so much energy, but it's extremely chaotic. I can even feel death energy. What is this? The old turtle, someone is coming. Han Fei stopped asking. However, after a minute, Han Fei saw a giant tree above his head. However, what shocked Han Fei was that it didn't look like a tree, but more like a big octopus with bark. Han Fei could even see the suckers clearly. This giant tree was no more than 500 meters tall, and its vines, or rather, its tentacles were 30,000 meters long. Wow, what a big guy. Han Fei took a closer look, and information popped up in his eyes. Name: Dragon Octopus. Introduction: This is a mutated dragon octopus tree. It has a trace of dragon bloodline. Because it absorbs impure energy all year round, it's half alive and half dead. This state can allow them to live long. The dragon octopus trees are good at dragon stings, and their suckers have sharp teeth, so they can kill strong masters several times stronger than them. Level: greater than 86. Quality: legendary, mutated. Great Tao: unreadable. Edible effect: inedible. Collectible: dragon octopus wood. Unabsorbable. Han Fei said in surprise, another venerables. Huh? He seems to be on his way. Translator ***, Henyi Translations Editor ***. Henyi Translations. The dragon octopus tree caused a lot of noise, rolling in all directions, and rising tides. Han Fei took advantage of the opportunity and got a ride. In this energy tide, the dragon octopus tree suddenly appeared, and it seemed to be walking rather anxiously. If Han Fei had been slower, he would have almost missed the ride. Buzz. Although this dragon octopus tree was huge and seemed stupid, its speed was extremely fast. Its octopus head was like a missile, breaking through the water and emerging from the void in the next moment. After a minute, someone said, "Dragon octopus, keep a low profile. Those who don't know better might think that the Demon Beast League is coming." It was a weird python. However, this python body was a vine, only in the shape of a python. On its head, there was a curved horn that extended to its back. This python was 1,000 feet long and appeared beside the dragon octopus. The dragon octopus quickly shrank until it was about 300 meters long. Then he said, "Oh, big snake vine, long time no see." Han Fei was lost for words. F***ck, you're in the same forest, long time no see? Why do you sound you are so distant from each other? Besides, the name Big Snake sounds a bit lame. The big snake vine hissed and laughed. Dragon tree. Your memory is really bad. We have seen each other 6 times this year. Such a powerful energy tide has erupted 6 times this year. Regular energy tides can't wake me up at all. Only your loud noise woke me up. Dragon octopus tree, oh? Really? I feel boundless energy. The big snake vine smiled and said, "There are 6 gatherings in a year. The sacred altar should be crowded. Shall we turn into human beings?" The dragon octopus tree said slowly, don't change. We'll eat slowly if we take human form. Hearing their conversation, Hanfei was puzzled. It was just an energy tide. What was wrong with 6 times a year? Buzz. The old turtle said, it comes again. The next moment, the energy tide came again. At that moment, the 9 tentacles of the dragon octopus tree spread out like a big net. The countless suckers on the tentacles opened and exposed the sharp teeth inside. A tremendous amount of energy was sucked into the tree by these suckers. This was the first time Hanfei had seen such a way of swallowing energy. With such a big mouthful, wouldn't the energy eaten be beyond the tolerance limit of this thing? The old turtle said, they are spiritual plants that can absorb a lot of energy. If they have excess energy, they can use it to grow. Therefore, they grow quite fast. By the way, these demon plants consume a lot of energy when cultivating. Hanfei said leisurely, yes. The mouth of the python is like a black hole. Along the way, Hanfei discovered that all the plants he saw when he passed through the dark green forest spread out as much as possible to absorb energy. The energy ripples would probably be eaten up after passing through the wall of algae. Along the way, Hanfei saw sea bamboo people, poisonous dragon sea urchins, 7-colored sponges. These strange mutated venerables were all rushing along. Hanfei was surprised to find that the plants here were all mutant creatures. This mutation made them completely monsters. They became weirdos that didn't look like plants or animals. However, the strength of these creatures couldn't be underestimated. In short, Hanfei had already encountered more than 10 venerable level demon plants along the way. At this moment, Hanfei, who had been attached to the dragon octopus tree, was listening to a group of demonic plants chatting. The big snake vine said, everyone, since the frequency of the outbreak in the holy Altardville cave is so high, this time, we might as well stay here and cultivate. A 7-colored sponge that had no eyes or mouth replied, many people have done that a long time ago. A humanoid old man carrying bamboo and wearing a straw hat said, cultivating outside the altar is not necessarily a good thing. The initial violent energy is too impure, which can easily stimulate the mutation and make you lose yourself. A woman with a purple flower ring on her head sat on the dragon octopus tree and smiled. It's not far away anyway. Besides, most of the time, the blood king is cultivating there. Who wants to see him every day? Listening to these people's conversation, Hanfei immediately understood that this holy altar devil cave was where the energy tide erupted. However, Hanfei still felt that the energy tide was too chaotic. It was like garbage that was thrown out after extracting pure energy. It would be strange if these demonic plants didn't mutate if they cultivated under this energy every day. A moment later, when Hanfei followed the dragon octopus tree and other demon plants to the so-called holy altar devil cave, he was dumbfounded. Hanfei and the old turtle exclaimed in their hearts, another array eye? Hanfei was stunned for a long time. He had searched high and low only to find it here. Hanfei had planned to search with the vast ocean navigator. Who could have known that he would reach the other eye of the heaven and earth array the moment he entered the forest of terror? This huge array eye was exposed in the forest of terror, about 10,000 kilometers in diameter. Hanfei knew that the real array eye was definitely much bigger than this one. What he saw was just the outer part of the array eye. The old turtle said, you have to be careful. There are 58 venerables near the array eye, and 4 of them are in the half-venerable realm. This doesn't include the other demon plant experts. Buzz. As soon as the old turtle finished speaking, Han Fei saw that a tremendous amount of impurities energy was spewing out of this so-called holy altar devil. Fei. Han Fei could even see aurora-like clouds. Han Fei immediately frowned and said, "Old Yuan, it seems that our previous judgment has a problem. The place that absorbs energy should be the eye of the Forbidden Island. And this eye of the array seems to be used to expel impurities. Look what strange things these demon plants are." The old turtle said, "No matter how impure the energy is, it's still energy. Although energy seems to be spat out here, why is it the most violent this year? Besides, according to them, this is the 6th time." Han Fei said, "It means that the one on the Forbidden Island ate too much energy, so the array has to poop and some impurities have to be discharged." The old turtle was lost for words. "You're disgusting, Han Fei." Han Fei was speechless. What is this old turtle thinking? Han Fei snorted. "What I want to say is, why did Zhao Shenglong put the dragon head here? If he wants to punish the dragon head, he should have put the dragon head and tail both on the Forbidden Island. What's the use of putting the dragon head here, besides being impacted by impurities?" The old turtle said, "We have to go down and take a look." Phew. Han Fei calculated in his heart. Since he could come out from under the Forbidden Island, he could definitely come out from here too. However, when he came out of the Forbidden Island, he met Zhao Shenglong, who was his old acquaintance and looked after him. However, it might not be the case to come out of here. Han Fei said, "At this moment, energy is erupting. I can't go in with my strength. I have to wait for the energy tide to stop. Old Yuan, I'm going into forge the universe." Wait a minute. Suddenly, the old turtle's action puzzled Han Fei. What did old Yuan find? The old turtle said, "I seem to sense an acquaintance." Huh? An acquaintance? Han Fei burst into laughter. Cut the crap. What era are you from? The age of gods. You have an acquaintance here? If you do, we'll all be doomed. However, the old turtle shook his head and said, "No, he's someone you know." Huh? This time, Han Fei couldn't laugh anymore. Someone he knew? Someone he knew was in this forest of terror? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out who it was. At this moment, a large number of red roots, intertwined like blood threads, blocked the sky. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose at this moment, not once or twice, but several thousand degrees. However, Han Fei had forgotten the temperature. When he saw the roots, Han Fei was shocked. Are these the roots of the big red trunk? I once dug up the big red trunk. However, although these roots looked similar to those of the big red trunk, in terms of quality, they were obviously much stronger. At this moment, they saw a young man wearing a black robe. The lower half of his body was roots, and the upper half was a human. At this moment, he was standing on the roots. Blood King. Many venerables bowed respectfully to the young man. If Han Fei guessed right, this must be the fake king of the Forest of Terror. The young man nodded slightly and chuckled. Everyone, the energy tides in the Holy Altar Devil Cave are getting more and more frequent. It seems that my efforts have finally paid off. My efforts have finally shaken the cage. Now, I've confirmed that the cage is connected to the outside world. It can be opened within 100 years, or even sooner. Hua. Around the array many venerables exclaimed. What? The energy tide was caused by the blood kin. At this moment, with the fake king around, only this sound could be heard. However, Han Fei could clearly tell that the others didn't seem to believe him. The blood king didn't seem to mind. Instead, he said casually, "Today, I can send some of the venerables away from the cage. Of course, they'll have to share the risk of the void channel, which is necessary. Does anyone want to come?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When the Blood King said that he was the one who triggered the energy tide, Han Fei didn't believe him anymore. Did this guy lie to his own people just to strengthen his dominance? But when he heard that, he realized that something was wrong. The Blood King could send people out? There were only Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world in the outside world, and there had never been any powerful demon plants in Yin-Yang world. The three major powers in the Waterwood world were very strong. How could they accommodate these demon plants? Han Fei couldn't help thinking, if the Blood King really had the ability to send people out, why didn't he go out? And judging from the reactions of the other demon plants here, they clearly didn't believe this guy. The demon plants in the venerable realm couldn't be fools. Someone said, "Lord Blood King, since the channel can be opened in 100 years, we're not in a hurry. Wouldn't it be much more convenient if we go together?" Someone echoed, "Yes. Anyway, our lives are long. It's just 100 years. Immediately, a few powerful demon plants echoed. Han Fei was stunned. This was the least respected fake king he had ever seen. "You're already a fake king. Why don't you show some kingliness?" The young man seemed to be used to this scene. He smiled casually. "I won't force you. You can wait for 100 years. The strong anomalies in the holy altar devil cave indicate that a great horror is coming. Today, I'm just here to tell you that if no one goes out, I'll go out myself." Huh? Many people were alarmed. The Blood King was leaving the cage? Today? Immediately, the big snake vine, the dragon octopus tree, and the others all moved. The fake king was going to break out of the cage and leave. This was definitely not a small matter. The people who doubted him were also stunned. Could they really leave? The Blood King said, "I'm here today because I want to invite all of you to watch how I break free from the cage." Buzz. The Blood King's voice, accompanied by the tide of energy, sounded particularly intimidating. Immediately, Han Fei saw a withered vine wrapped with many small snakes said leisurely, "Since Lord Blood King is leaving, we should go to watch the ceremony." For a time, the energy tide didn't seem to be fragrant anymore. Compared to swallowing energy, breaking out of the cage stirred their hearts more. Han Fei felt that if it were him, compared with fighting the Demon Beast Union every day, he would definitely not let go of the opportunity to leave. Especially those super strong masters who had reached the half-king realm. If they couldn't become kings in the cage, they might be able to do so outside the cage. In fact, if they really went to the Waterwood world, as long as the three kings didn't take action, they might really be able to transcend the tribulation and become kings. Therefore, many people immediately followed the Blood King to attend the ceremony. Slap. On the back of the dragon octopus tree, the purple-haired girl said, "Dragon octopus tree, follow him. I want to see how he can break out of the cage." Great. Han Fei glanced at the holy altar devil cave. Although his goal was this devil cave, he had already found it and the energy tide was still erupting. He might as well follow it. The Blood King was obviously lying, but he was about to get out of the cage. Even Hanfei was puzzled. The Forest of Terror was called the Forest of Terror because the demon plants here were too big. There were 7 or 8 creatures as big as the dragon octopus tree here, and some of the plants had covered up their real forms. After traveling about 1,000,000 kilometers, the Venerables came to a place that was burned by flames. It was a kind of sea fire that looked like blood, covering a radius of 100,000 kilometers. On this land, Hanfei discovered the big red trunk in shock. His first reaction was that the Blood King was a big red trunk demon. This explained why he was so hot. Only an exotic creature like the big red trunk could burn at the bottom of the sea all day long. Speaking of the big red trunk, Hanfei couldn't help but think of the Blood Sea Divinewood City in the Waterwood world. If the Blood King was the big red trunk, what was his relationship with the Blood Sea Divinewood City? The old turtle suddenly said, "That's right. This familiar aura is that king's." Hanfei was shocked. "You mean, the mysterious king of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City?" The old turtle said, "Probably. I'm an emperor. How can I not know such a trivial matter? Although the king never showed up, I'm already used to his aura after staying outside the Blood Sea Divinewood City for so long." Hanfei asked, "Are you saying that the Blood King is related to the Blood Sea Divinewood City? Has he been in contact with the king in the Blood Sea Divinewood City?" Hanfei was shocked. If the two had something to do with each other, if the Blood Sea Divinewood City could summon so many venerable level powerhouses at the same time, its strength would probably soar to become the strongest in the Waterwood world. If all the demon plants in the Forest of Terror went over, this power would be enough to sweep across the Waterwood world. The Cloud Sea Divine Tree and the White Shell City combined wouldn't be able to defeat the Blood Sea Divinewood City. At this moment, a group of people had already entered the Blood King's territory. Although they didn't like flames, they were venerables. It wasn't a big deal for them to endure it for a while. However, there were still complaints, such as the purple-haired girl on the back of the dragon octopus tree. "I hate fire. It makes me want to fight." The withered vine said, "Zi Luo, bear with it. After all, the Blood King is going to break out of the cage. This is a big thing." Heh. Hanfei's heart did a flip. Looking at the woman who smiled disdainfully, he remembered that Yu Tianai wanted to see this woman. The venerables ran and soon came to the center of the wood. Then, they saw hundreds of cracks that stretched out into the ocean. The cracks varied in size from a few feet to 100 feet. In these cracks, slimy vines of varying thicknesses jutted out into the sea. Because there were too many of them, the slimy vines had penetrated dozens of kilometers. Hanfei had never seen this kind of vine. It didn't look like a vine of the big red trunk. It might be the original body of the Blood King. The Blood King stood in midair and looked at the cracks. Because of the energy tide in the Holy Altar Devil Cave, I forcefully opened a void and touched the outside world. You may not believe it, but I can show you the outside world. Buzz. Upon hearing the Blood King's words, someone immediately asked, "Lord Blood King, what's the outside world like?" "Blood King, please show me." "Blood King, don't keep us guessing." Hanfei also looked at the Blood King curiously. endless vines suddenly extended from the lower half of his body and plunged into the ground. Immediately afterward, the slimy vines that drilled into the void began to swell. In the sky full of cracks, a crack that was more than 300 feet long at the center was forcibly opened. With cracking sounds, like glass cracking, everybody could see that weird energy was repairing the cage. Energy surged from the Blood King, attracting the tide that had just swept over to gather around the Blood King. When the crack grew wider and wider, everybody saw that red fish were swimming in a fuzzy area on the other side of the crack. Puff! A hook pierced a big fish in an instant. As the slippery tentacle quickly retracted, the cage was quickly closed. Kaya. With a cry, Han Fei saw that a Millennium Snapper had been caught and appeared here. Then he realized that there was no Millennium Snapper on the big red trunk here. Han Fei felt that something was wrong, and the dragon octopus tree, even Z. Luo, seemed shocked. The big snake vine exclaimed, "This creature is only in the sea demon realm. It seems that the environment outside is much safer than the cage." The sea bamboo man couldn't help but ask, "Lord Blood King, can you show us the outside world for a while longer? We didn't see it clearly." Someone echoed, "That's right. Lord Blood King, didn't you send some people to the outside world? Why don't you ask them back to describe the outside world to us?" The Blood King said grumpily, "Do you really think I'm a god? You've seen how difficult it is to open this passage. Furthermore, due to the chaotic void, the place I open is not fixed, so I can't find them back to talk to you. Today, I'm preparing to go out by myself. I can consume 30% of my cultivation and forcefully open the passage in a short period of time, but it won't last more than 3 seconds. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. That's all I have to say. Let's see how you choose." When the Blood King said this, Han Fei and the old turtle said at the same time, "It's fake." The two of them were quite synchronized. Han Fei sneered in his heart, "You're making it sound like you're so selfless. The Blood Sea Divine Wood City is right outside, guarded by a king. If they go there, they'll either be enslaved or die. Even if the Blood King goes there himself, he won't have a good time there." The old turtle said, "No. The Blood King must have gone out long ago. Otherwise, where do you think the big red trunk came from? He's just luring these demonic plants to go out." Han Fei said in surprise, "That's true, but what's his purpose? Does he need to recruit a large number of demonic plant experts for the Blood Sea Divine Wood?" The old turtle said leisurely, "What if the Blood King is the same person as the king of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City?" Han Fei. Translator ***, Henyi Translations Editor ***. Henyi Translations. Han Fei was shocked by the old turtle's idea. He was stunned for a long time. Shoot. Han Fei couldn't help being horrified. It seemed possible. Well, maybe it was very likely. This was the only fake king he had seen who could open the cage barrier with his own strength. However, did the fake king have the ability to open the cage of the heaven and earth array? Obviously not. If possible, the fake kings of the Demon Beast Union, the Black Blood City, and the Immortal City were not weak either. It was said that the king of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City had never left the city. However, he had once fought Queen Life and the White Armor Emperor alone. Therefore, the Blood Sea Divine Wood City had a relatively high status in the Waterwood world and became one of the 3 major factions. However, who said that he would definitely be a king if he could fight too? Kings alone? Demon plants were usually very powerful in their own territory. If the Blood King was the mysterious king of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, why would he trap these demon plants? These people could be his henchmen. The old turtle said, "Did you not figure it out? But if you think from another perspective, what if the one in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City is his reincarnation? Han Fei. Shoot." Han Fei was horrified again. This means that the guy in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City is actually not a fake king but a half-king. He hasn't transcended the king's tribulation yet. Then, if he really take these demon plants out, he might not be able to suppress them. Therefore, the Blood King's real purpose is not to take them out, but to kill them? The old turtle said, or rather, he swallowed them, or enslaved them. But in any case, he should be preparing to transcend the tribulation. Han Fei was puzzled. Why? The old turtle said, if the one in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City is really the Blood King's reincarnation, why did he call the Blood King over? After all, the reincarnation body and the original body are two different people. Han Fei thought for a moment. However, the two are equivalent to the same person. Then, can the Blood King resist the lightning tribulation? The old turtle said, theoretically, it's possible as long as their source is the same. But in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, it might be safer if the two fuse in the end. Han Fei was confused. I still don't think it's necessary for him to kill the demonic plants unless it can help him with his tribulation. The old turtle said, we'll find out when you can really sneak into the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Now, no one knows what the situation is like on the other side. Anyway, if these demon plants really choose to go there, they will definitely die. However, these demon plants are all sea plants, intimate with sea demons, and not at peace with you humans. It doesn't matter if they die or not. Han Fei said, but we can't let the Blood King successfully transcend the tribulation. What if our guess is right? This guy can challenge 2 king level experts without being defeated even though he's only a half-king. What if he becomes a king? At this moment, no matter what, Han Fei couldn't let the Blood King successfully lure so many people away. Even the Blood King himself couldn't leave. He had promised Queen Life that he would help her conquer the Blood Sea Divine Wood City and the White Shell Royal City in the future. If the Blood King could even challenge an emperor, how could he kill him? Han Fei sighed. Old Yuan, help me destroy this exit. The old turtle was lost for words. I only have strong soul power now. You want me to destroy this exit in front of so many people? Are you looking for death? Since the exit couldn't be destroyed, he could only cause trouble. On the dragon octopus tree, a cloud of dust was escaping. What did they talk about next? It didn't matter. The Blood King's goal was to fool those people. And these people didn't seem to believe in the Blood King, which could be used. Buzz. The energy tide was still erupting. Every time it burst out, it was like a shock wave that swept across the entire forest of terror. Under this kind of turbulence, Han Fei could run easily, without worrying about being discovered. 20,000 kilometers away. Even a peak-level venerable could sense the commotion here, let alone half kings. Han Fei simply threw out a large number of ultra-quality demonic stones and detonated them. Rumble. Just as many people were tempted by the Blood King, they heard a violent Explosion tens of thousands of kilometers away, instantly attracting the attention of most people. The Blood King was taken aback as he looked 20,000 kilometers away. However, dozens of demon trees were blown to smithereens. The faces of the others changed greatly. This was because seawater gathered into words in the explosion, which read, "The Blood King lied and wanted to kill you." Han Fei's operation was so simple and violent. Many people had doubts about the Blood King. Now, someone had pointed out the truth. Who could easily risk their lives to accompany the Blood King to the outside world? Humph! Who is slandering me? The Blood King's speed was so fast that Han Fei didn't dare to imagine it. In less than a second, a vine drilled out of the ground and appeared in the place of the explosion. At the moment of the explosion, Han Fei had already escaped 3,000 kilometers away with the waves. Han Fei could stick to the bottom of the sea and turn into dust without being discovered. Unless the Blood King swept through every blade of grass and every grain of dust within 10,000 kilometers. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to find him. This was the power of the twin divine technique. Immediately after the Blood King, 3 people appeared in the explosion. Ziluo said leisurely, "Lord Blood King, what do you have to say?" The Blood King glanced at Ziluo coldly. "Why? Are you suspecting me?" Ziluo chuckled and looked at the other 2. "I dare not." "But what do Qianlong and Sea Bamboo think?" The Sea Bamboo man smiled. "Lord Blood King, why don't you ask the venerables who went out to talk to us? Otherwise, I think we'd better wait for the cage to break." Qianlong said, "I think I can still live tens of thousands of years. If I cultivate a reincarnation body, it shouldn't be a problem for me to live another 50,000 years. I can wait for a mere 100 years. Following that, a group of people quickly arrived. Although they didn't speak, they all had their own thoughts. The Blood King snorted. "Are you intimidated by a mere nobody? It seems that I overestimated you. I just don't want you to continue to be caged. Since you don't believe me, you can stay here." Under the watch of everyone, the Blood King still said proudly, "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so long ago. There's no need to wait until now. I'm leaving. If you want to follow me, you can come." Han Fei wanted to follow him, but the old turtle reminded him, "Don't move. It's full of vines underground. He's looking for you." Han Fei stayed in the dust form and didn't dare to move. Only the old turtle could see the situation in the distance with his perception. About half an hour later, the old turtle said, "That guy has opened the void. But the vines and tentacles underground haven't completely left. He's still looking for you." After more than 20 seconds, the old turtle said, "He went into the void rift. However, those slimy vine tentacles are still stuffed in the spatial rift. There are some remnants of vines underground." Heh, he didn't really leave. He must have left a clone behind. It should be a half-king. Han Fei was puzzled. "Has he left?" The old turtle said, "The space he passed through has closed. There are only several dozen feet of cracks left. Obviously, most of his body has passed." Han Fei was puzzled. He just passed by it this time? He didn't even absorb much of the tide that erupted in the Holy Altar Devil Cave? The old turtle said, "His half-king clone is still here, hidden in dozens of vines. You can come out now." As the dust floated, Han Fei quietly moved forward. When Han Fei came thousands of kilometers away from those people, he found that the temperature here began to drop rapidly. Many big red trunks began to wither, gradually turning into powder. Ziluo and the others were also puzzled. She said, "It seems that he has really left." "I didn't find any clones left." Qianlong nodded. "His roots have all been removed, and these trees have withered. However, these void cracks are still there, and there are still roots inside. I'm not sure if he has completely gone out." The sea bamboo man said, "This guy has never done what a king should do. He spends all his time thinking about how to get out of this cage." Someone smiled and said, "It's good that he's gone. Anyway, I don't really believe him. In the past tens of thousands of years, he sent more than 50 people out. I don't believe that none of them were trying to help us open the passage from outside. But none of these people appeared." Someone agreed. "That's right. The Blood King is not credible. However, we do have to take the problem he mentioned seriously. This year, it was indeed abnormal. The tide has erupted 6 times in a row. It's a good thing, but it feels strange." Chi La. Suddenly, a vine emerged from the void. There were more and more vines, and a moment later, a twisted face appeared. It was the void vine that Han Fei saw. The void vine said, "I feel that someone broke into the forest of terror. However, the spatial fluctuations are extremely small and difficult to detect. I immediately sealed that area, but didn't find it." The sea bamboo man said, "That person reminded us. I don't know why. Maybe he's also a mutant demon plant. He just doesn't want to show up." Ziluo said, "I don't think he is a demon plant, but we still have to be careful. Recently, a lot of things have happened. The Demon Beast Union, the Black Blood City, and the Immortal City have all participated in the battle. Only our Forest of Terror is safe. Anyway, the Blood King doesn't care about anything. It doesn't matter if he leaves or not. However, the news of his departure can't be released. I suggest sealing the forest." Qianlong, "I agree." Sea Bamboo Man, "I agree." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei didn't care if these people wanted to seal the Forest of Terror. Anyway, it didn't matter to him whether to seal it or not. At this moment, although he had exposed a cheat, Han Fei was not happy. In fact, the Blood King didn't really leave, and his clone was still lurking here. Therefore, all of this was just a self-directed trap. Now that the trap had exploded, the Blood King probably hadn't achieved his goal. Otherwise, there was no need to leave a clone behind. He could just go out to transcend the tribulation and become a king. In fact, regardless of whether Han Fei came or not, the Blood King was prepared to do this. However, Han Fei happened to arrive and ruined his plan. From the mouths of these venerables, Han Fei could clearly sense that they didn't like the Blood King at all and didn't care if this person existed or not. The Blood King had just left, so they didn't investigate this area carefully. After all, even the Blood King hadn't found anything. What could they find? The group of people hurried to the Holy Altar Devil Cave. Only the Void Vine stayed there for a long time. Its vines crawled out from here and there as if trying to find something. Half a day later, Han Fei returned to the Holy Altar Devil Cave too. In his heart, Han Fei cursed, "Old Yuan, is there any effective way to kill this void vine? This thing is too annoying." The old turtle said, "This void vine is not strong enough, much weaker than you. If there weren't so many demonic plants here, you could have killed it at any time. Han Fei was speechless. Of course. If it weren't for these demon plant venerables, I would have killed this guy long ago. 2 days passed. The energy tide finally stopped erupting. Half of the demon plant venerables near the altar had dispersed. Those demon plants that were at the peak of the venerable realm wouldn't stay here to wait for the energy tide to descend again. There were only a few demon plant venerables below the advanced venerable level left here. When the energy tide disappeared, Han Fei dove into it. Unlike the other side, the energy here poured out. The power produced in an instant was terrifying. If it was during the eruption, Han Fei wouldn't have been able to get through at all. Fortunately, the energy was no longer erupting, so Han Fei could find a way to get in. This holy altar devil cave was originally a bottomless hole. Han Fei entered the endless darkness and let his body fall. After only half an hour, Han Fei felt a suction force. Huh? Is there also a suction force inside? At this moment, it was dark in all directions, and the old turtle couldn't find a way out. Han Fei felt as if trapped in the array again. However, as soon as he entered this place, Han Fei felt that the energy here was too impure. It was much more impure than the energy on the other side. When all kinds of strange powers wanted to enter Han Fei's body, Han Fei naturally rejected them. He set up an array and took out the 9 palace luck ruler. The scale began to float and soon stopped on the greatly ominous. Seeing this divination, Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Old Yuan, it seems that the dragon head is much more powerful than the dragon tail." The old turtle asked, "Do you need to make some preparations?" Han Fei shook his head. "No. No matter what I do now, my body will absorb energy. Even if I extract the chaos chi, there will be a steady stream of energy pouring into my body. If this goes on, my body will explode greatly." Ominous, as long as it's not an impasse, everything is fine. At this moment, Han Fei had already fused his twin bodies and turned into his real body. His indestructible golden body carried his flesh and blood on his back and controlled the vast ocean navigator to find the array. Sure enough, just like last time, the vast ocean navigator began to spin crazily as if it had malfunctioned. Based on the spinning ability, Han Fei controlled a puppet to walk in the opposite direction to calculate the perimeter, take the center point and find the array. Since this move was applicable on the other side, it was also applicable here. Sure enough, although the distance calculated was a little deviated, it only took Han Fei 2 days to find the array. This time, what Han Fei saw was a white circular array. On the bright white slices, Han Fei saw an extremely strange monster, but no dragon head. Han Fei looked at the thing that was more than 2,000 meters long and looked like a pile of rottenwood roots. He was puzzled. Was the dragon head replaced? Wait a minute. Han Fei found that the huge rotten wood was somewhat similar to a dragon head. However, there were too many long whiskers or vines on the dragon head. Also, it had 8 dragon horns, which seemed to be made of strange red flowers. Han Fei was silent for a moment. Old Yuan, was the dragon head we saw possessed by a demon plant? The old turtle said, "I don't know if it's possessed or not. However, it seems that it's mutated by impure energy." Han Fei wanted to go closer and see if the demon purification pot would show any message. However, once he approached it, it would mean the beginning of a battle. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, let me try it first." Buzz. Han Fei activated the twin god technique and descended with his white mist body. Roar. The moment Han Fei approached the white platform, a dragon roar sounded, and tens of thousands of void spikes appeared. Han Fei's reaction was quite fast. He stomped on the soul-controlling array, launched the 100-beast soul-devouring, and activated the heavenly god. Stab. Crack. Bang. 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 The soul-controlling array was broken too fast. Although many soul spikes around Han Fei were shattered by Han Fei, many still fell on him. The heavenly god stab bought Han Fei some time to rebuild the soul-controlling array. In a head-on clash, Han Fei didn't gain anything or suffer any losses. But in the next moment, weird shadow vines began to grow on this platform. Han Fei kept flashing in the void for a short distance. Infinity water gathered around him and fought a large number of shadow vines. Roar. Another dragon roar. This time, accompanied by the stink of dragon breath, there was poison in the wind. Han Fei protected his body with spiritual energy, which was corroded in an instant. Before he could fight back, a giant vine slapped him away. The force of that blow almost split Han Fei into two. At the moment he flew through the air, countless void soul spikes pierced through him. However, at this moment, not far away, Han Fei's indestructible golden body appeared. And on the field, what was pierced was only Han Fei's afterimage. His white mist body had already fused his black mist body. Huff. Han Fei said, "He's very strong. He's in the half-king realm. With the twin divine technique, I'm no match for him." The old turtle said, "The combat power of a half-king. This is not good news. At least, from the battle just now, the soul in this body might not be a new soul body, but a mutated one." Han Fei added, "Besides, this dragon head has already turned into a demon plant. Will one turn into a demon plant if he stays in this array for too long?" Whoosh. At this moment, Han Fei saw that a lot of energy was flowing towards the dragon head from all directions. That guy had just fought Han Fei and was absorbing energy. The old turtle, "It seems that you guessed wrong." Blue soul fire danced in Han Fei's eyes. Yes, he guessed wrong. This dragon head could absorb energy from all directions. It seemed that other demon plants in the venerable realm had entered but were swallowed by it. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "I see. The array under the Forbidden Island absorbs energy, and the place where the energy gathers is the purest. On the contrary, the array of this place is constantly emitting energy. Just now, when we came in, there was a suction force because its tide storm had just passed, producing a suction force. Usually, the energy released in this array is relatively slow. Therefore, when the energy gathers to a certain extent, an energy tide will erupt." The old turtle nodded. Yes, this dragon head must have swallowed more than one demon plant venerable that entered this place, causing it to mutate. Han Fei said, "I'm afraid that their souls have been fused. Just now, in addition to the dragon roar, it had other soul attack means. I have to try again." In the second experiment, Han Fei used the twin divine technique. However, this time, he attacked with his black mist body. After sneaking past, Han Fei suddenly launched a heavenly god stab and the 100-beast soul devouring. The dragon head had never encountered an opponent like Han Fei. It was attacked before it even noticed Han Fei. Pfft. The heavenly god stab pierced his soul. With a dragon roar, the dragon head was not attacking Han Fei, but roaring in pain. The effect of the 100-beast soul devouring shouldn't be too great, because the dragon head didn't stop long because of the 100-beast soul devouring, only about half a second. Immediately afterward, a semi-curved light shield made of soul power enveloped the entire platform. Not good. It's a great Dao domain. In this great Dao domain, he's the absolute master. In an instant, Han Fei saw countless tentacles extending out of the void and grabbing at him. Of course, Han Fei couldn't let him do that. He launched a storm of golden fist marks. Infinity water turned into Blade Inferno, intending to kill the dragon head from the periphery. A large number of void cracks appeared, and those fist marks were absorbed by the space cracks in the end, disappearing without a trace. Roar. Then, another new skill appeared. The billowing sound waves of different frequencies stunned Han Fei. Buzz. The twin bodies fused again. Han Fei stood on the periphery, quietly looking at the dragon head, soul fire dancing in his eyes. Interesting. It did swallow more than one demon plant venerable. Han Fei's 2 attempts failed. It turned out that this dragon head had already possessed consciousness and had taken the initiative to swallow many demon plant venerables. In addition, it had swallowed too much chaotic power, resulting in an inexplicable mutation. Now, this dragon head could no longer be called a real dragon head, but a freak. Han Fei's heart sank. In this case, it was unlikely that he could get ownerless souls from the dragon head. Han Fei thought that he might suffer a loss this time. The old turtle suddenly said, "Look, it's twisting." Huh? Han Fei looked at the platform and found that after the dragon had fought him, the vines, sound waves, shadow stings, dragon roars, domains, all these messy energy still existed and were sweeping each other. Han Fei was stunned. What's going on? The old turtle said leisurely, "It seems that this dragon head can't completely control these abilities. Or rather, the original owners of these abilities. Their consciousness hasn't been completely wiped out. Therefore, this dragon head only used its powerful soul power to forcibly suppress the will of these demon plant venerables." Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei's eyes glittered. In that case, I just need to keep provoking the dragon head, so that the powers inside it will fight each other when it can't hold back anymore? The old turtle grunted. That's very likely. However, a sneak attack shouldn't be of much use. Your clone alone won't be able to resist the dragon head. You can't shake it, and it can swallow energy from the void at any time. How long do you think it will take for you to mess it up? The soul fire in Han Fei's eyes jumped, and he suddenly remembered the trigram of greatly ominous. The old turtle was right. He could only fight the dragon head with his black or white mist body that could only burst of great strength in an instant and could barely resist the dragon head. Once he used it, he wouldn't be able to resist the attack of the dragon head. However, Han Fei had even tried the divination result of impasse. How could he be afraid of a greatly ominous one? Although there was no more chaos chi to change his luck now, Han Fei's strength was no longer what it used to be. Earlier, when Han Fei fought a half-king in his strongest state, he could hold out for at most 5 seconds. But now, Han Fei's pure strength had reached 9,000 waves, exceeding the upper limit of an advanced venerable. Even in the peak-level venerable realm, he wasn't weak. With the power of his great Tao, in terms of strength, even Li Santong, a power-type half-king in the Black Blood Royal City, was no match for him. There was no turning back for him now. He had to fight this battle. Han Fei recuperated for a day and then continued to attack with the twin divine technique. This time, his black mist body and white mist body entered the platform at the same time. This time, the domain barrier immediately enveloped Han Fei. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. The power of this dragon head's domain could only find his black mist body. In terms of combat, the dragon head's strength was limited. After all, it couldn't break out of this cage. Therefore, its limit of strength wouldn't be much higher than his. He would be in danger at most. Sure enough, the dragon head used a barrier, and Han Fei used Blade Inferno. The dragon head pounced at his soul, and Han Fei activated the soul controlling array. A dragon roar erupted from the dragon head, and Han Fei launched 100 beast soul devouring back. Han Fei's 5 senses were sealed, so he couldn't hear the sound wave at all. However, the air was compressed by the sound wave, so Han Fei had to fight back with the invincible fist mark. This was a contest of strength, but in fact, Han Fei was no weaker than the dragon head. After 10 seconds, Han Fei's twin bodies fused. At this moment, the soul fire in Han Fei's eyes was beating fiercely, and his aura surged. The dragon head opened its mouth slightly and began to absorb the energy in the array eye. Han Fei roared, all laws forbidden in this space. All of a sudden, the devouring power of the dragon head came to an end. The soul fire in Han Fei's eyes flickered as he rushed to the dragon head and punched it. Boom boom boom. In an instant, thousands of punches were thrown at the dragon head. Han Fei was waiting for this moment. He crazily consumed the dragon head's energy from the very beginning. He would fight it head-on when the dragon head needed to swallow energy. The vines whipped at him one after another. Although the huge force was not as powerful as Li Santong's attacks, Han Fei estimated that it was at least 15,000 waves. However, at this moment, Han Fei had unleashed a terrifying force of 20,000 waves. Chi La dash. Crack. One dragon tentacle after another was torn apart by Han Fei. Wherever the fist shadow passed, vines withered and dragon blood splashed. After 100 seconds, there was no more monster here. It was torn by Han Fei into a mangled bald dragon head. The weird vines, tentacles, and horns were all removed by Han Fei. Unlike the dragon head, Han Fei's infinity water wouldn't be restricted by the law ban. Infinity water had its own characteristics and was just a weapon. Therefore, the vines and flesh that Han Fei tore off were easily minced. Roar. At the moment when the law ban was over, Han Fei attacked first, followed by the 100 beast soul devouring and the heavenly god stab. Wherever Snowmorn slashed, frost spread. Soul fire jumped in Han Fei's eyes. He was as strong as this dragon head, so there was no greatly ominous sign. Then, the only possibility of a greatly ominous situation was a soul fight. However, Han Fei knew that he had the demon purification pot. Therefore, there was no reason for him to lose in a soul battle. When the void lines were attached to the dragon head, in an instant, several kinds of chaotic soul power attacked Han Fei's soul. Han Fei's soul power was not weak. He quickly read from those souls for a moment and found a pure, bloody soul of slaughter. This soul didn't have the memories of the dragon race, but it was filled with darkness and swallowing. At the moment the souls collided, Han Fei could feel its coldness and killing intent. However, the old turtle said, the original dragon's soul failed to hold on and was swallowed by this new soul body. However, this new soul body was too bloodthirsty and crazily swallowed other demon plant venerables, causing it to go crazy and go to the extreme. Han Fei launched the heavenly god stab crazily. Golden blood oozed out of the meatball, which was the result of the soul collision. "I'm gonna kill you." While Han Fei and the dragon head soul were fighting for control, a cold message was transmitted to Han Fei. In the next moment, the void exploded and a storm formed. Han Fei's indestructible golden body couldn't help but roar. It turned out that this dragon head soul had detonated a venerable soul that it had swallowed. In such a narrow space, the soul explosion was definitely a move that would both hurt the enemy and the dragon head itself. However, the dragon head soul didn't care. This was the first time that it was attacked, so it had to kill this person no matter what. Han Fei's soul was damaged and lost 1,000 points of soul power. Han Fei immediately knew that he couldn't go on like this. It wasn't easy for him to accumulate some soul power. He couldn't waste it on fighting the dragon head. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. This time, Han Fei directly offered 1,000 years of vitality and performed the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. The Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique at this moment was completely different from the one Han Fei launched when he was still an explorer. At this moment, Han Fei's 1,000-year vitality was enough to repair the foundation damage of dozens of venerables. A pillar of light suddenly descended from somewhere. With loud roars and slapping sounds, a large amount of filthy energy seemed to be burning as it emerged from the dragon head. It was like a scene of a vampire basking in the sun and turning into smoke. Roar. Boom. Boom. Under such circumstances, Han Fei grabbed a holy light with his hand and used the light as a knife. With continuous popping sounds, Han Fei wanted to cut off the dragon's head. Clang. After the violent collision sound, Han Fei was dumbfounded. Although this dragon head had mutated many times, it was once in the king realm. In terms of the hardness of flesh and blood, it was not something he could cut. The vines that grew out later were fine, but as for the dragon bone, Han Fei's full blow only cut some flesh. Since it couldn't be killed, Han Fei could only control the soul of the dragon head. Now, this was the only way. After about 10 seconds, the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique disappeared. Han Fei could clearly feel that the dragon head was no longer as powerful as before. At this moment, Han Fei continued to control the dragon head's soul. Everything seemed to be going well. Another 10 minutes later, something unexpected happened. Although it was heavily wounded by the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, it was still a king-level soul. At the moment when the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique disappeared, when Han Fei thought that he could subdue it, the dragon's soul jumped directly from the dragon head to the center of Han Fei's brows, intending to possess him. F***ck. Han Fei couldn't move anymore. Is this dragon soul trying to control my body? At that moment, Han Fei wanted to use the Twin Divine Technique, but his mind was beyond his control. This dragon soul was trying to stop him from thinking. At that moment, Han Fei was horrified. If he was controlled, he would become a puppet, an extremely powerful one. Puff. Han Fei sneered, and a small green vine slowly stretched out from between Han Fei's eyebrows. The vines buckled, and the dragon roar rang ceaselessly. This dragon soul probably didn't expect to encounter such great danger when it tried to possess Han Fei. After being captured by Soul, the dragon had stopped fighting. The other souls, without the control of the main soul body, were in a mess, biting each other. As the demon purification pot rolled its vines, a soul tide was raised on the entire platform. A large amount of faint blue soul fire scattered in the void. Han Fei saw with his own eyes that a small dragon-like soul was dragged into the demon purification pot and disappeared. At this moment, Han Fei knew that the dragon head couldn't escape. Wasn't this the moment he bet on? The greatly ominous sign definitely referred to his soul's weakness. However, he had the demon purification pot. What did the dragon head have? At first, Han Fei was worried that he might not be able to get any ownerless souls. However, when Han Fei took a closer look, he found that the demon purification pot had left a large number of ownerless souls of various sizes. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. The soul of the dragon head was extracted by the demon purification pot. Han Fei had already guessed it. How could he become a king without taking some risks? For a lunatic who loved adventure, Han Fei felt that he was much calmer in the face of danger. The old turtle's soul was also suppressed in the depths of his consciousness. However, the dragon head's soul was absorbed by the demon purification pot. Not only was the soul absorbed, but the demon purification pot also extended. 2 small vines. As the vines rolled, Han Fei saw, 1, 2, a total of 27, souls or something was swallowed by the demon purification pot. The old turtle was trembling. These are the great Daos of the demon plant. Venerables who haven't been completely absorbed and assimilated by the dragon soul. Although the great Daos of these venerables are only average, they were ruthlessly stripped away. The old turtle didn't continue, fearing that it would piss off the demon purification pot. At this moment, soul fire was burning in Han Fei's eyes, and he laughed. I don't care. Anyway, these are all deformed creatures, and have already died. Even if they aren't eaten by my calabash, they will be digested by the dragon head soul in the end. It's better to provide nutrition for my calabash. The battle came to an end because of the demon purification pot. As early as when the dragon soul was about to possess Han Fei, it was destined to die. Even the old turtle, an emperor, was imprisoned by the demon purification pot. For possession. The soul of this dragon head was just a wisp of the soul of the azure dragon. How could it be comparable to the old turtle? As for the rest, they were all messy ownerless souls. Han Fei's skeleton body trembled as if it was laughing. In the next moment, the soul fire between his eyebrows spread out to prevent these souls from dissipating in the array eye. After collecting the ownerless souls for 3 hours, Han Fei discovered that there were more ownerless souls than he expected. Although he had guessed that there would be more souls sealed in the dragon head than the dragon tail, Han Fei didn't expect so many. At this moment, Han Fei checked the information repeatedly. His soul power had increased from 61,646 to 110,683 points. He had obtained nearly 50,000 points of soul power so easily. Han Fei sighed. After all the ups and downs in his cultivation, his soul power finally restored. Besides, after his soul power broke through 9,999 points, it didn't seem to be restricted by the realm at all. Han Fei hurriedly asked, "Old Yuan, the power of my soul has exceeded the limits of my previous soul. It seems to have surpassed the realm of an Intermediate peak level venerable. The old turtle said leisurely, the realm is decided by humans. In fact, as long as your body, spiritual heritage, bones, race, and bloodline are strong enough, you will be stronger than others. Becoming a king is insignificant compared to those ancient. Seeing that the old turtle didn't continue, Han Fei asked, ancient what? The old turtle sighed slightly. Ancient divine beasts and prehistoric. Ferocious beasts are born peerless powerhouses. From bloodline to spiritual heritage, they can be said to be the favored children of the heavens. I admit that you are indeed lucky and powerful. However, in terms of level, you are at most similar to me. After all, your spiritual heritage is built with my great Tao. Therefore, your limit will be higher than others. Now you think you are strong enough, but that's only relative to people at your level. If you were at a different level, you would know what the difference is. The soul fire in Han Fei's eyes trembled. What's the difference? The old turtle thought for a moment and said, for example, if your emperor Sparrow grows to your level, it shouldn't be a problem for him to beat 2 or 3 of you combined. Heh. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. What? Are you kidding me? However, Han Fei knew that the old turtle wouldn't lie to him about such things. According to what the old turtle said, because he was a human being, his bloodline wasn't strong enough, nor was his spiritual heritage strong enough. As if afraid of hurting Han Fei's self-esteem, the old turtle also said, however, I won't lie to you. With your potential, it's more than enough for you to become a king. In the king realm, you may be able to rank among the top 1,000. Han Fei was speechless. I'm only among the top 100? The old turtle said, I mean thousands, not hundred. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 87, Advanced Venerable. Chaotic Chi, none. Spiritual Power, 114,371. Perception Range, 42,000 kilometers. Strength, 9,806 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, unknown. Second Spiritual Heritage, unknown. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, level 75. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 59. Main Art, Sky Stealing Technique, level 6 of Void Fishing, Venerable level. Divine Quality. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. He had finally reached the advanced venerable realm. His spiritual power had also increased by more than 3,000 points, but it only grew naturally with the breakthrough. His strength increased by 806 waves. Han Fei knew that, because too much power was squeezed in his body, his strength had soared. Generally speaking, the limit of a peak-level venerable was about 10,000 waves. As for the half-kings, they were definitely at least 10,000 waves. This was the reason why the venerables became way stronger with each step in this realm. There was no way to compare an explorer to a venerable. In the eyes of a venerable, an explorer was no different from a kid. There was no shortage of venerables who regarded those below the venerable realm as ants. Naturally, the kings thought the same of venerables. This was a normal chain of contempt. After the breakthrough, Han Fei's body slowly dispersed. In the end, his flesh and blood covered Han Fei's indestructible body. Han Fei immediately felt that his 5 senses had returned. The feeling of being able to see and hear was really great. Crack. Puff. However, as soon as the flesh was attached to him, Han Fei made a few random movements, and a crack appeared on the flesh. Some flesh and blood were torn apart. The old turtle reminded him, although you made a breakthrough, your bones are still growing. Therefore, you still have to continue cultivating your body. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei really didn't know what level his indestructible body was at. Ever since he experienced the heavenly tribulation, there was something wrong with his indestructible body. Han Fei cursed, "It's all that old B** starred Ren Tianfei's fault. What kind of technique is this? I finally mastered the golden body, but now my flesh and blood have something wrong." Of course, the root of the problem was not Ren Tianfei, but the heavenly tribulation. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, logically speaking, I have transcended a heavenly tribulation. Has my body also transcended a heavenly tribulation? Why is it that only my indestructible body is so much stronger than before?" The old turtle was lost for words. "What do you mean by your flesh and blood haven't become stronger? In the past, your bones were stronger than your flesh and blood. Now, it's just that the heavenly tribulation exacerbated your problem. Do you remember that after the third lightning tribulation, you had to use the heaven enlightenment divine technique to recall your flesh and blood? However, your indestructible body has completely weathered the heavenly tribulation from beginning to end. Do you think the lightning tribulation modified your bones more or your flesh and blood more?" Han Fei sighed. He had thought that when he broke through to the advanced venerable realm, he would return to his strongest state. But now, he still couldn't. Although this body could attach to the bones again, there were more and more cracks. Obviously, it still couldn't withstand it. When Han Fei practiced the indestructible overlord body, he had fused the power of his soul into his bones. However, from now on, Han Fei made up his mind that if he had ownerless souls again, he would definitely stuff them into his flesh and blood. He wouldn't stop until his flesh and blood reached the same level as his bones. In Forge the Universe. A month later, Han Fei managed to maintain his current state. Although his flesh and blood were full of cracks, making him look like a porcelain doll that was full of cracks and would collapse at the slightest touch, this was already Han Fei's best state. Hoop, hoop, hoop. Han Fei was practicing the dragon swallowing technique and absorbing a dragon bone. At the same time, his recovered body was absorbing the energy in Forge the Universe, cleansing his body, and modifying his body. His body automatically absorbed energy. This was the power of the Grand Desolate Body Technique. The Grand Desolate Body Technique was an ancient technique from the primordial age, and it was the path of great acupoints merging. Besides, unlike the Desolate God Body, the Grand Desolate Body Technique was to refine the entire body into a major acupuncture point. It was like a holeless body, where energy could only enter but couldn't leave unless the owner let it. Han Fei practiced both arts to strengthen his body. Han Fei had discovered the benefits of the dragon swallowing technique. With his disassembling speed, with the concentration of energy in Forge the Universe, he could easily absorb 5 or even 6 wisps of chaos chi in a year. However, it only took Han Fei half a month to absorb the first wisp of chaotic chi from the dragon bone. This speed was 4 or 5 times faster than directly absorbing chaotic chi from spiritual energy. Han Fei happily practiced the dragon swallowing technique crazily. However, because of the dragon swallowing technique, in addition to swallowing chaos energy, could also swallow dragon energy, dragon chi, and dragon luck. Dragon energy could strengthen the body, dragon chi could temper the body, and dragon luck. Han Fei didn't seem to feel it yet. In short, he could get too many benefits from this azure dragon. It was exactly because Han Fei had been practicing the dragon swallowing technique that he could stabilize his realm so quickly. Otherwise, it would take at least 1 or 2 years for a venerable to stabilize his realm after the breakthrough, but Han Fei only used a month. Spiritual power, 115,401. Perception range, 43,000 kilometers. Strength, 2,001 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unknown. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 76. Second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 59. Main art, sky stealing technique, level 6 of void fishing, venerable level. Divine quality. Hiss. Han Fei immediately shouted, Old Yuan, Old Yuan. I made a breakthrough. Did you see that? The old turtle, I'm not dead. I know. Han Fei exclaimed, I made a breakthrough in 4 years. Old Yuan, I didn't borrow any power but cultivated on my own. Isn't this speed fast? The old turtle said unhurriedly, do you know how much spiritual energy and energy you consumed? Half of the spiritual spring and ultra-quality demonic stones in your calabash world are gone. According to this cultivation speed and consumption, even if all the resources here are added up, they won't be enough for you to improve. Han Fei looked at his spiritual spring and ultra-quality demonic stones, and was a little horrified. He didn't expect to consume so many resources when he reached the advanced venerable realm. Han Fei immediately thought of Tang Yin. Other people might not know that there were hundreds of billions of ultra-quality demonic stones under the Empyrean waterfall, but he did. However, he was unmoved. At this moment, Han Fei roughly understood Tang Yin. He was only an advanced venerable. After bitter cultivation, he had still consumed a lot of resources. When he became a peak-level venerable or even a half-king, how many resources would he need? The old turtle said, you should know by now. In order to become a king, the energy accumulation in the early stages alone is an astronomical number. In the battle in the immortal city, hundreds of venerables and hundreds of explorers died. If the energy is transformed into resources, it will be enough for 1 or even 2 people to transcend the tribulation and become a king. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth and grinned. Resources. It's not a big problem. There are many places for me to take resources. Han Fei thought of the Zhang family. He was now an advanced venerable. If he snuck into the Zhang family again, who could find him? At that time, he would directly confiscate the Zhang family's treasury, then go to the Chu sect, and then go door to door. Han Fei smiled contemptuously. Resources are not a problem. I'm very good at absorbing the chaos chi. I'm going to continue to cultivate until my resources are exhausted. Then, it's time for me to go out. Han Fei raised his hand and looked at the cracks on his body. His mastery of great desolate body art made his body much stronger. However, his bones were also getting stronger. However, the power of the indestructible golden body should have reached a point where it was difficult for him to improve further, but there was still a lot of room for his flesh and blood to grow. Therefore, at this moment, the cracks on Han Fei's body weren't as large as before. Earlier, his flesh and blood looked like they were pasted on his body. But now, they just cracked. Han Fei thought that as long as he absorbed the dragon bones for another 2 years, hunted some venerables, got some ownerless souls, and melted them into his flesh and blood, when he became a peak-level advanced venerable, he should be able to fuse his flesh and blood with his bones. Suddenly, the old turtle reminded him, I know that you can continue to trade with the calabash. You can continue to modify the time flow here. However, don't forget that the dragon bones are limited. These are your fastest source of chaotic chi. Once it's exhausted, it won't be easy to get them again. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei actually wanted to say that he still had a complete dragon corpse. However, Han Fei, who had recognized the strength of dragon bodies, felt that he was too short-sighted about the deal he made with the Azure Dragon. When he had time, he would bargain with the Azure Dragon. That way, it wouldn't be counted as violating his oath. 2 years passed. Han Fei had accumulated 709 wisps of chaos chi. Although Han Fei wanted to stay for another 2 years so that he might be able to accumulate more than 1,000 wisps of chaotic chi, he had used up all the spiritual spring and ultra-quality demonic stones in Forge the Universe. The energy that filled Forge the Universe had been mostly consumed. At the same time, this energy was improving Han Fei's physique. Having run out of resources, Han Fei had to leave Forge the Universe. It had been almost 4 months outside. Buzz. When Han Fei appeared in the outside world, he was surprised to find that the thousands of arrays he had set up had been destroyed. There wasn't much energy left in the array eye. Huff. Han Fei opened his mouth, and a large amount of impure energy was absorbed into his body. Then, the energy circulated in his body, and in a moment, 90% of it was spat out by Han Fei again. This was the unique ability of the Grand Desolate Body technique. It could swallow demonic energy, savage murderous aura, and poison, and transform it into a power that nurtured the body. It was said that whoever mastered it would be immune to all poisons. However, this energy was too impure. Even the Grand Desolate Body art could only transform 10% of the energy. If it were someone else, they would definitely become a monster too. At this moment, what Han Fei needed was not just a little energy, but a lot of resources. Although cultivating in this array, I could provide sufficient energy and spiritual energy, cultivation wasn't just about accumulating energy in the body. After strengthening his body, he still needed to go through actual combat. However, before going out, Han Fei still needed to make some preparations. What if there were still many demon plant venerables waiting outside? What if there were multiple half-kings guarding outside? In that case, he would definitely be in trouble. Therefore, after preparing some fish skin array maps for himself, Han Fei took out the 9 palace luck ruler and calculated his luck. Han Fei was slightly relieved when the marker fell on the flat. A moment later, when Han Fei activated the Supreme Yin-Yang wheel and was rolling outside, he seemed to trigger the array eye. Looking at the energy surging from all directions, Han Fei was speechless. Not good. I triggered an energy tide. Different from the array eye under the Forbidden Island that was absorbing energy, this array I was releasing energy, so they had to go the opposite way. Han Fei's Supreme Yin-Yang wheel couldn't directly spin him out, but gathered endless energy from all directions. Only when the array I was filled with enough energy would an energy tide erupt and send him out, Fortunately, Han Fei had the grand desolate body technique that could transform energy. Otherwise, he would inevitably mutate in the impure energy. During this process, energy and spiritual energy were replenished at any time. The supreme yin-yang wheel spun for half an hour. Han Fei felt that he might be crippled if he kept spinning. At this moment, the energy surging in the eye of the array spurted out like a volcano. Bang! When Han Fei rushed out of the array eye with the energy tide, he was already prepared for battle. After all, it took him more than half an hour to get out. To Han Fei's surprise, there was no one here at all. Huh? Where are they? Wasn't it said that the holy altar fiend cave was in turmoil and the energy tide was ceaseless, so some demon plant venerables had already stayed here? But now, it was quiet and there wasn't even a ghost. Did something happen? Han Fei immediately took out the vast ocean navigator. It turned several rounds and pointed in one direction. Oh? Where is the Blood King? Han Fei immediately activated the Twin Divine technique and quickly rushed towards the place where the Blood King was. Half a day later, Han Fei didn't reach the place where the Blood King left. When he was more than 100,000 kilometers away, he found that many demon plants had withered and died. After he traveled another 50,000 kilometers, some demon plant venerables were fighting here. Bam! Bam! Rumble! Crack! Huge creatures were fighting an even larger supergiant. There were many roots, vines, and branches on the supergiant creature, which were as thick as dragons. When Han Fei saw this thing, he suddenly exclaimed, "Blood Sea Divine Wood Branch?" Han Fei had seen this thing before. Earlier, Yang Ruoyun took a piece of the Blood Sea Divine Wood and refined it into a treasure, killing several of her teammates. At this moment, the branch Han Fei saw was billions of times larger than the one Yang Ruoyun used. The old turtle said, "This is from the outside world. It's the Blood Sea Divine Wood in the King realm. It's absorbing the power of the ground veins in the entire forest." Absorb the power of the ground veins? Is he trying to destroy the forest of horrors? The old turtle sighed. I don't know. However, it's certain that this branch has the power of a king. Although it's only part of the root, it's still a king-level creature. This is not something ordinary venerables or explorers can resist. In the field, the 7-color light twisted, and the 7-color sponge roared, "No, his growth speed is too fast. He can continuously obtain energy from the ground veins unless cut off his absorption of energy." A big snake complained, "It's F***king useless. We destroyed the ground veins just now, but this B***** found a new place on his own to absorb energy." The sea bamboo man said, "This creature is at least at the level of a fake king. Is he the Blood King?" Someone was lost for words. How can the Blood King be capable of that? Besides, there's no need for the Blood King to swallow the Forest of Terror. If he really wanted to, why didn't he swallow it before? A weirdly shaped giant fish with spines all over its body cursed, regardless of whether it has anything to do with him or not, this thing is from the outside world. It wants to swallow the power of the ground veins of our forest. With such terrifying power, its strength far exceeds all of us. The power this demon plant has already exceeded the Blood King. Ziluo said, "The problem is, how can we deal with this thing now? It won't fight us. It will only fight back when we try to kill it. And these days, everyone has already tried many times. Under our combined efforts, it can still slowly swallow the ground veins. Unless we call all the venerables on the front line back. Otherwise, how can we resist this demon plant? Most people looked solemn. Someone mumbled, "Are the demon plants outside so terrifying?" I suspect that the Blood King has been killed. Many people nodded. Although the Blood King isn't weak, he's not good at fighting. It's impossible for him to survive such a creature. Someone felt lucky. Fortunately, I didn't go with him to the outside world a few months ago. Otherwise, we would have died. While these people were discussing, Hanfei also said solemnly, "Old Yuan. This matter probably has something to do with the fake king of the Blood Sea. Divine Wood City. Is he going to transcend the tribulation?" The old turtle nodded. Obviously. Although the Forest of Terror is not a good place, the power of the ground veins in this entire demon plant territory is huge. It's more than enough to help a person survive the king's tribulation. Hanfei snorted coldly. It seems that he failed to lure these demon plants out last time. Now, he took the initiative to get back at them. However, how can it be so easy for him to transcend the tribulation? Hanfei ignored the demonic plants that were fighting the Blood Sea Divine Wood. Instead, he followed the direction of the vast ocean navigator to the Blood King clone. It must be the Blood King's clone that caused this mess. Hanfei didn't want the Blood Sea Divine Wood to break the cage now. With his current strength, he couldn't resist the chaos of the cage. The Blood Sea Divine Wood drilled holes everywhere in the seabed. Hanfei crept into one of the holes with his black mist body. Hanfei crawled through the holes like dirty dust. 2 hours passed. Hanfei easily reached the roots of the Blood Sea Divine Wood, the center of the explosion. Then, Hanfei saw a young man whose lower body was roots standing among the roots. Under the young man's body, his roots drilled into a green liquid. Seeing this scene, the old turtle immediately said, "Kill him." What he absorbed was the earth vein spring water, a treasure comparable to life spring water. Hiss! Hanfei exclaimed, "What did you say?" "That thing is comparable to life spring water? How many drops are there?" The old turtle shook his head. "You can't measure it this way. 1 drop of it is certainly not as good as life spring water. However, 100 kilograms of earth vein spring water will be equivalent to a drop of life spring water. This place will probably have tens of thousands of years of vitality." Hanfei was shocked. If he stuffed it into the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm, wouldn't he be able to revive it easily? Although the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm had always been in his hands, Hanfei could at most throw some energy and spiritual energy into it. However, the death energy there was heavy and the vitality was weak. With Hanfei's ability, he could only slowly revive them. However, if he had the earth vein spring water, the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm would probably be revived immediately. Immediately, Hanfei quietly approached. He must kill this Blood King clone. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The Blood King was feeling very calm but extremely confident. He had prepared for this day for more than 30,000 years. The corners of his mouth curled up subconsciously. Although someone caused trouble a few days ago and he failed to lure the demon plants over, it didn't matter. He couldn't wait anymore. He had suspected that something was wrong with the cage a long time ago, which could be seen from the anomaly in the Holy Altar Devil Cave. Therefore, he had to take the opportunity to free himself. As for the others, they were just his nutrition. Swish! Suddenly, the Blood King's soul trembled. A spear light pierced through time and space without giving him any time to react. The Blood King didn't even have a chance to be shocked. He didn't even have a chance to open his eyes before half of his body exploded because of this stab. But he used the death replacement art at the critical time. Otherwise, the power of the spear would have blown him up. In the next moment, a sea demon that looked like a shrimp soldier stood above the spring. As the shrimp soldier extended his hand into the water, a large area of the spring disappeared. The moment Han Fei appeared, the Blood Sea Divine would moved. However, Han Fei didn't just do nothing. He also attacked. The Blade Inferno had been established, and anything that could turn into a blade had become a blade. Seeing that his sneak attack failed to kill the Blood King, Han Fei certainly wouldn't stop. He threw out the Heavenly God stab and activated the 100 beast soul devouring. The Blood King had just come back to himself. He glanced at Han Fei and vomited blood, seriously injured. The Blood King's clone was horrified. What kind of person was this? His attacks were too fast. Furthermore, every attack was a top killer move. Judging from his strength, this person was at least a half-king. However, there were only a few half-kings in the Black Blood City who he had all seen. But he didn't know this person. Shocked, the Blood King summoned thousands of vines, and a tree spear was condensing in his hand. However, halfway through, the Blood King discovered, to his shock, that his great Tao had been sealed. This guy actually had such a heaven-defying technique? In an instant, the Blood King pressed his hand against the Blood Sea Divine wood. Countless roots appeared out of nowhere and protected him. Han Fei sneered. The Blood Sea Divine wood was a super tree after all. Even if it was a king-level tree, could its roots not be broken? Buzz. Han Fei turned into a large cloud of white mist. In fact, in the white mist, there was still his black mist body. A hole was bitten through the Blood Sea Divine tree instantly. The Blood King said indifferently, "You ruined my plan last time." "Who are you?" At the moment when the Blood King cried, most of his body was swallowed by Han Fei. At the last moment, Han Fei's soul sounded. "Guess, if I'm gonna tell you." The Blood King. The Blood King clone was eaten by Han Fei. In such a situation, he didn't have the ability to use the death replacement art again. When Han Fei got close, he discovered, to his shock, he had already had no chance to fight back after Han Fei used the knock on the heavenly gate. With Han Fei's current strength, who in the half-king realm could resist his sneak attack? In fact, it wasn't that the Blood King wasn't powerful. Even if it was just a clone, how could a powerhouse who could open the cage be ordinary? However, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't resist Han Fei's sneak attack. Han Fei took a batch of earth vein spring water and weighed it. It was about 30,000 caddies. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. "Old Yuan, did I get 30,000 years of vitality?" The old turtle said leisurely, "Probably. Your luck is really..." The old turtle was very depressed. He didn't understand why Han Fei picked up such a treasure so casually. God knew, how long had the Blood King clone been accumulating here? He must have been accumulating spiritual energy since the Blood Sea Divine wood grew here. It wasn't easy for him to steal so much of the spring from the ground veins of the Forest of Terror. Did he just give it all to Han Fei? Han Fei certainly knew how important 30,000 years of vitality was. Even if he could increase his lifespan by absorbing the power of vitality type spiritual fruits, it would cost him 60 or 70,000 vitality type spiritual fruits, and others might even need tens of thousands of ones. This was decided by their respective great Daos. His great Tao was the great Tao of heaven enlightenment. However, Han Fei was excited for a while and immediately said, "Old Yuan. Don't tell me, this earth vein spring can only replenish vitality. It must have other uses, right?" In his own knife array, Han Fei asked while controlling the million knives to fight the blood sea divine wood. The old turtle said, "Well, if there's another usage for the spring of earth veins, it's the luck of the earth veins. If you scatter them within a certain range of the earth and refine them, as time goes by, new earth veins will be formed. At that time you can obtain endless power in this area. You won't be fighting alone, but relying on the earth veins." At this point, Han Fei had already figured it out. He sighed. Therefore, the Blood King has been setting it up since a long time ago. He could fight too. Kings alone, probably because of the power of the ground veins under the blood sea divine wood city. So, he has already stolen the spring of ground veins in the forest of terror for a long time. The old turtle said, "I'm afraid so. Because the energy supply and replenishment in the cage are too fast, and the power of the earth veins in the forest of terror is recovering very quickly, it's difficult for others to find anything when he slowly steals." Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. This man was really cunning. Han Fei felt that this person was comparable to Old Han or Tang Yen. The Blood King acted as a king on both sides, but in fact, he was not even a true king. Buzz. Bang. 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 Even though the Blood Sea Divine would only had some roots, they were all king level roots. In just 3 or 5 seconds, Han Fei's blade inferno was minced by those vines. However, at the last moment, Han Fei stomped and a teleportation array appeared. Then, Han Fei disappeared without a trace. At the moment Han Fei disappeared, in the Blood God Divine Wood City, a young man who was lying on a branch of the Blood Sea Divine Wood opened his eyes slightly. He sat up slightly and looked into the depths of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, grinning, "Interesting. The clone you left down there was killed. Although the Blood Sea Divine Wood can continue to steal the earth vein spring water, it won't fall into our hands. It's meaningless to keep stealing." Next to the young man was another young man who looked exactly the same as him. The young man said with a solemn expression, "My clone is in the Half-King realm. Can he kill my clone wrapped in the Blood Sea Divine Wood? This person is at least in the Half-King realm. There are no more than 3 people in the entire forest who can do this." The lazy young man chuckled. "Forget it. Anyway, I've taken a lot of earth vein spring water. Since the Blood Sea Divine Wood has penetrated the cage, let's see how many people we can catch." The Blood King looked at the young man and frowned slightly. "Shui Fan, I haven't finished speaking. None of the 3 people I mentioned had a chance to attack. Remember what I told you a few months ago? Someone secretly betrayed me. Now that I think about it, it might not be someone from the Forest of Fear." The young man named Shui Fan smiled disdainfully. "So what? Does he dare to come up? Now that everything is ready, the earth vein spring water is barely enough. I've swallowed a lot of souls, and you're back. Plus, the Blood Sea divine wood that I parasitized has corroded his mind. Now, I'm already the strongest in the world. As long as I survive the king tribulation, the white shell royal city, and the sea cloud divine tree. They're all mine. In Forge the Universe, the old turtle was lost for words. Hanfei was truly cunning. He pretended to escape from a teleportation array although he actually entered his calabash space. If it were a human being, they might wonder why Hanfei teleportation array was activated so fast. However, the Blood Sea Divine Wood was a tree after all, so it didn't know much about human beings. Besides, it was just a root that broke through the seal. It didn't mean that a lot of consciousness followed over. If his consciousness came too early and was killed, it would be a huge loss for the Blood Sea Divine Wood. In Forge the Universe, Hanfei's first words were, "Old Yuan, I found that the Blood Sea Sacred Wood couldn't find me." The old turtle said leisurely, "Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Those roots clearly don't have much consciousness. Or maybe, his consciousness isn't paying attention to you at all." Hanfei created a pit in Forge the Universe that was used to store the spring of the earth veins. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp and the others all rushed over. Boom! Boom! Hanfei kicked them away and said, "Let me warn you. If there is one drop of the spring water missing, I will skin you alive." After teaching the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and the others a lesson, Hanfei took a day off. Hanfei grabbed the 9-palace luck ruler and got an ominous divination. Result: Hanfei didn't take it seriously. It meant that it would be slightly dangerous and couldn't trouble him. He had to get up quickly and act according to the situation. Editor, Henyi Translations. Hanfei didn't know the features of the demon plants in the King realm. 4. Example, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree had a space like the Grand Void Illusionary realm, allowing people living on it to enter the realm to cultivate. Logically speaking, this Blood Sea Divine Wood should have its own characteristics too. However, at least for now, Hanfei hadn't found anything special about it. It didn't even look like a king-level demonic plant. Swish. Hanfei appeared outside again. Hanfei had already made up his mind that once the Blood Sea Divine Wood discovered him, he would rush out immediately. Even if he couldn't break out. As long as he held on for a few seconds, he could create a teleportation array. However, when Hanfei appeared in the outside world, the old turtle set in. Surprise, this Blood Sea Divine Wood is shrinking. Its coverage is less than 30,000 kilometers. Huh? Hanfei asked in surprise, "It doesn't even want the spring water?" The old turtle, "Didn't you snatch it?" Hanfei raised his eyebrows. "He's a king-level demonic plant. If he really eats the spring water, how can I snatch it from him?" The old turtle said, "You can't say that. Although this Blood Sea Divine Wood can directly absorb the ground veins, don't forget, it doesn't want these spring veins for its own cultivation. If this spring does enter the body of a king, it will immediately be refined." Hanfei sneered. "So, I got it. Now, this guy is shrinking. Is he going to abandon this place? This is not a good thing." If the Blood King gave up on obtaining the resources in the cage, it meant that the resources he could obtain were enough. He could already transcend the King's tribulation. Once the Blood King transcended the tribulation, who knew how strong he would be? Hanfei would definitely not allow that to happen. A moment later, Hanfei came to the edge of the Blood Sea Divine Wood with his black mist body. Han Fei saw an acquaintance, the sea bamboo man, who didn't attack the blood sea divine would. Every time the blood sea divine would retreat at a distance, he would follow up. The old turtle said, except for the demon plant venerables fighting outside. All the other venerables should be here. After a while, the roots seemed to be extracted and moved faster and faster. In less than 3 hours, they were 10,000 kilometers closer to the center. After another 3 hours, when the blood sea divine wood's roots could only cover a radius of 100 meters, the openings in the void rifts were getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, all the demon plant venerables gathered. Someone asked, "What's going on? Why isn't this thing expanding?" Someone exclaimed, "The contraction is too fast. Has he given up on our place?" The void vine appeared and pointed at the void crack. "Look, I feel that the void is opening." Hiss. Everybody gasped. Did it mean that the cage was being opened? The sea bamboo man said, "Don't take it lightly. These roots are extremely powerful. First, it expands the territory and absorbs the power of the ground veins. Now, it's tearing apart the void. What's its purpose?" Ziluo agreed. "That's right. The power of this demon plant has exceeded that of the so-called half-king realm. Even if we attack with all our strength, we won't be able to defeat it. Even if the channel is open, it'll be a problem whether we can be safe after we get out." A half-king realm fish, covered in stings and tree warts said, "The Blood King just left, and this thing came. Is there a relationship between the two?" At this moment, the blood sea divine wood didn't take action, neither did the demon plant venerables. Han Fei turned into dust and watched the battle. Ka ka ka. The crack on the cage grew bigger and bigger until it was 1,000 feet long. Suddenly, a human face appeared in the void opposite the crack. Instantly, the Blood King's big face appeared in front of everyone. He said, "Oh, so you're all here." Ziluo and the others were also dumbfounded. The Blood King wasn't dead? The sea bamboo man asked in surprise, "Lord Blood King, what level is this demon plant at?" The Blood King said indifferently, "The true king realm." Huh? This time, all the demon plant venerables, who heard the Blood King's answer, were dumbfounded. A true king? There was a true king in this world? The Blood King said, "Let me make a long story short. The situation outside is dangerous. There are 8 million kilometers in this sea area, and 3 kings are standing side by side. The 3 major powers are the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, the White Shell Royal City, and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Where I am now. We haven't completely left the cage, but are locked in a larger area. I couldn't leave in the end, but I can become a king here." As he spoke, the Blood King's face disappeared, replaced by a strange creature that looked like a sea urchin. The big fish that was full of stings and tree warts said, "Million poison. Urchin? Are you still alive?" The sea urchin said, "I'm still alive. I heard that you want to meet those people outside? I can only tell you that the environment here is much better than the cage. However, there are still battles here. There aren't many venerables in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. I usually fight outside. I'm only here to meet you." The next moment, the Blood King's projection appeared. He said, "I don't care if you believe it or not, but I have to remind you that the Forest of Terror has been invaded by a super powerhouse who is at least in the half-king realm and can hide himself. Do you think the divine tree is absorbing the ground Veins? It's actually not. While hunting that person, the divine tree absorbed some of the power of the ground veins to open the cage. Unfortunately, that person escaped in the end. The void vine suddenly said, as I said, I felt that there was a problem with the void fluctuation several times, but I couldn't find the problem. You all know it. But no one came to ask about it. The others perked up. Judging from the current situation, they could indeed go to the outside world. However, the outside world was probably no better than a cage. After all, as plants, they didn't want to leave their homeland. However, to the venerables, the outside world had a fatal attraction: they could become kings outside. When they fought the Blood Sea Divine Wood, they felt that this thing was too strong. They had so many people, but they couldn't defeat it. Even if one part of it was cut off, it could regenerate immediately. No matter how much these people didn't believe in the Blood King. When the million poison urchin appeared, they were tempted. Perhaps there would be battles in the outside world, but it was better than the Forest of Terror. Besides, one couldn't become a king here. The Sea Bamboo Man said, Lord Blood King, if we go there, what about the people on the periphery of the Forest of Terror? The Blood King said leisurely, I've long said, perhaps in 100 years. This cage will inevitably open. Even if it can't be opened by then, since I can open the passage now, I'll definitely be able to open it in the future. You all think I researched cages all day long and didn't help you fight, so you don't have a good relationship with me. Therefore, you don't believe me. However, if I really want to trick you, I'm a fake king. Would I really be afraid of you? The Blood King was still fooling the demon plant venerable. It seemed that it was going to work. Han Fei's heart sank. This B** starred actually retreated for the sake of advancement. If he caused trouble now, it would cause negative effects. After all, these demon plant venerables didn't believe him now. The old turtle said, you can't expose him now. At this moment, several perceptions are sweeping the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. They are waiting for you to take action in secret. Once you take action, it will confirm your identity as an invader. Han Fei's heart sank, and he continued to turn into dust, motionless. A moment later, what Han Fei was worried about finally happened. At this moment, more than half of the demonic plants chose to believe in the Blood King. The big fish that was covered in tree warts chose to believe in the Blood King first. Perhaps because of their high vigilance, Zi Luo and the Sea Bamboo Man thought that they could wait another 100 years. In fact, they also wanted the big fish to stay. After all, it was just a matter of 1,000 years. They were all in the half-king realm and had plenty of time to wait. However, they couldn't convince them at this moment. It seemed that the Blood King had no reason to trick them. For a moment, 36 venerables followed the tree wart fish. Taking advantage of the dust raised by their movement, Han Fei quietly attached himself to the big snake vine. The reason why he chose the big snake vine was that it was only an advanced venerable. He could easily kill it. Besides, it didn't have the ability to discover his existence. The Blood King said, Zi Luo, Sea Bamboo Man, I know you have concerns. Since you don't want to come, inform Qianlong and the others. Send someone to keep an eye on this place. After this time, when the time is right, I will open the cage again. Poisonous dragon urchin, as a half-king, when you come over, some void cracks will appear. You are not weak. You can help other people hold up the cracks and bring them over. Million poison urchin, poisonous dragon urchin? Han Fei's heart stirred. Could it be that this big fish was actually a sea urchin? The Blood King's purpose was to fool these people with million poison urchin to make them believe. By saying this before leaving, the others would naturally be relieved and lower their guard. Not only that, but he also encouraged the venerables on the border to go over. Han Fei thought to himself, this Blood King is really cunning and patient. I killed his clone, but he still tricked 36 demon plant venerables to follow him out of the cage. Han Fei thought for a moment. According to the 9 Palace Luck ruler, it was ominous for him today. Indeed, he wasn't very lucky. However, he still had to follow them. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei dared to go to the Blood Sea Divine Wood City at this moment, because he believed in the 9 Palace Luck ruler. He had experienced ominous divination results before. When had it ever killed him? Although Han Fei was also worried that the Blood Sea Divine would discover him, it didn't react when he dug into the roots of the Blood Sea Divine Wood and killed the Blood King's clone. In the venerable realm, even plants could move fast. These venerables had previously suspected the Blood King because they suspected that the venerables who had left but didn't return with any news had died. Besides, without a half-king leading the team, they didn't have the courage to go over. After all, the outside world seemed dangerous. Now, with a half-king leading the way and seeing a venerable who had gone out return, most people were willing to believe the Blood King. After all, who was willing to be trapped in the cage? Watching the poisonous dragon urchin enter the void crack, the sea bamboo man couldn't help but glance at Zi Luo. Little Z, why don't you go up there? It seems that the outside world is quite attractive. The corners of Zi Luo's mouth curled up. I'm still young. I can still live for a long time. Besides, I can cultivate a reincarnation body. There's no rush. Just as the Blood King said, he can already tear the cage apart. Then, I'm afraid it won't last long. Huh? Why don't you follow him? The bamboo branch on the sea bamboo man's body trembled. The Blood King is from the same era as me. I've seen him fight a few times in my life. The last time was when he fought a half-king. Zi Luo shook her head. I haven't seen it. I heard that it happened more than 30,000 years ago. The sea bamboo man nodded slightly. I was there and watched that battle with my own eyes. At that time, the Blood King was still in the half-king realm. When he fought the wolf beast man, he killed his enemy with one blow. That battle established his position as the strongest. After that, he accumulated thousands of years and wanted to become a king. However, as you know, although he failed, he didn't die. Zi Luo nodded. I know. From then on, he stopped participating in the battle and focused on studying the seal of the cage until he finally left. The sea bamboo man nodded slightly. Yes, this person is very good at enduring. Once he decides to do something, he must have been 80% sure. I vaguely remember that during the tribulation, he was extremely conceited and passed 8 lightning strikes in a row. Everyone thought that he would be the first in the cage to become a king. However, the last lightning didn't come. Huh? Zi Luo asked in shock, it didn't come? The sea bamboo man, few people know about this. But it's exactly because of this that many demonic plants understand that it's impossible to become a king in the cage. Therefore, when the Blood King was studying the cage, no one ever disturbed him. Ziluo said in shock, so now? Huh? Do you mean that he is going to become a king? The sea bamboo man said leisurely, that's what I'm confused about. If there is a king in the outside world, would he really share the world with him? Besides, the appearance of the million poison urchin was too abrupt and he didn't speak much. I think there must be something wrong about it. On the other side, Han Fei attached himself to the big snake vine and the 36 venerables passed through the void. This void channel was actually not short. Tens of millions of void cracks swept across, and all venerable unleashed their powers. The power of their great Daos was almost fully unleashed, and they were almost burning their vitalities. In the end, when their strength was almost exhausted, the crack on the opposite side finally opened. Buzz! 36 venerables instantly shot out of the crack at the same time. Haha, are we finally out? Have we finally left the cage? Where is this? No. This is not the outside world we saw. Why are there so many undying souls here? Damn it. What the hell is this place? Why is there no spiritual energy and energy at all? Not good. The Blood King tricked us. Go back. However, when they looked back, they found nothing. The poisonous dragon urchin immediately roared, Blood King, what's the meaning of this? Although we don't know each other well, there's no need for you to set us up. Let's be honest. Heh. A bunch of idiots. Red leaves fluttered in the void, and a handsome man stood proudly in the void with a mocking expression. If you had come out with me immediately, I might have chosen a few subordinates. However, you have a deep grudge against me. I don't trust you. Why don't you all become my tribulation? Nutritions? Swish. 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 Crack. The void shattered as a large number of blood sea divine would extended out of the void and buckled at these people. After the tearing of the endless void crack, everyone's strength plummeted at this moment. In an instant, 5 people were pierced. The 5 venerables intended to blow themselves up and revive themselves with blood rebirth. But at that moment, the Blood King's lips curled. Parasitic technique. 5 masses of blood mist enshrouded the 5 of them, immediately afterwards. Their bodies exploded. However, it was just an explosion, not a self-destruction. None of them succeeded in self-destruction. The poisonous dragon urchin roared in horror, no, it's those space cracks. There's something wrong with those space cracks. Did you cause them? The Blood King smiled. Oh, you finally found it? It's too late. Parasitic abilities are just the most basic ability of our demon plants. However, the more basic the thing is, the less people want to study it. You don't know how to think at all and don't pursue the true essence behind simple things. TSK. TSK. But I do. So, let me show you what a real parasitic technique is. Let me show you how terrifying this path is. Ha ha ha. The Blood King laughed aloud. The temperature of the entire space began to rise rapidly. The sky began to bum and red leaves flew all over the sky. Even the poisonous dragon urchin, a dignified half-king, blushed red. The Blood King laughed crazily. Let me show you that wherever there is Temperature, there is a parasite. The temperature can breed everything. Han Fei wanted to leave the big snake fine and let the dust scatter to the sea. However, like others, he was also possessed. Han Fei felt that a strange vitality was erupting in his black mist body, and a power was corrupting his power and soul. Yes, corruption, or the parasitism that the Blood King mentioned. However, maybe he wasn't targeting Han Fei, or maybe he underestimated Han Fei. The moment the power invaded the black mist, it was immediately swallowed by Little Black. Little Black and Little White's characteristics were that they could swallow everything. Therefore, the weird power was immediately swallowed by Han Fei the moment it penetrated the black mist. Huh? When all the venerables were possessed and their bodies collapsed uncontrollably, the Blood King suddenly looked at where the big snake vine was. Swish. A whip shadow lashed out, and the void collapsed. Seeing that the Blood King was attacking him, the big snake vine immediately drilled into the void. Old B** starred, just like I guessed, you're up to no good. Bang. Even advanced venerables were shattered by the Blood King's whip. Before the flesh and blood of big snake vine entered the void, the roots chased over and pulled out a soul from the flesh. The Blood King chuckled. Everyone, now you can choose to surrender to me, or die. At the moment when the Blood King laughed, poisonous dragon urchin burst out. And the tree warts on his body exploded. The dark green liquid drilled through the void. With a swish, wherever the venom flowed, the roots were melted. The Blood King's parasitic ability seemed to be broken. The Blood King didn't pay attention to poisonous dragon urchin. Instead, he said disdainfully, "It's nothing." The Blood King looked at poisonous dragon urchin, and his eyes flashed red. With a bang, the head of poisonous dragon urchin exploded. His flesh and blood were blurred, and a lot of red roots spurted out of his body. Immediately afterward, a void whip returned with a wisp of soul. Han Fei could even see the ferocious face and howling of poisonous dragon urchin. Under Han Fei's shocked gaze, the old turtle said, "These people aren't dead. Their souls are still there. However, they lost the ability to revive with blood. Otherwise, in such a short time, the sky would have cried." As the old turtle spoke, a soul voice echoed in the void. Poisonous dragon urchin roared, "Blood King, you can corrode souls. Don't you know that I can corrode souls too? Submit my body to the million poison mystic spell." Bang! At that moment, within 1,000 kilometers, the void was full of holes, and a large area of poisonous mist seeped out. The Blood King snorted. "You're asking for it. Fool, can't I parasitize your poison?" Immediately afterward, billions of roots descended in the poisonous mist. As the roots withered, the poisonous mist was quickly dissipating. After only a minute, there were no poisons left. Boom! In the sky, the great Tao rumbled, and a rain of blood poured down. Clearly, the first person to die among these venerables was the strongest one. Among these demon plant venerables, a powerful half-king was like a cripple in the hands of the Blood King. At that moment, these demon plants realized how powerful the Blood King was. Sure enough, they had no right to doubt a powerhouse who could become a fake king. Immediately, someone shouted, "Blood King, I'm willing to surrender." As soon as one of them surrendered, the others immediately rushed forward. "King, I surrender. Lord Blood King, I'm always convinced by you." The Blood King's handsome face revealed an evil glint. Only Han Fei saw it clearly. These people were stupid. He said you could surrender, but he didn't say he would let you go. The souls of the people just now had been extracted by this guy. Why didn't you resist? Did you want to be possessed? As expected, the Blood King looked down at everyone. After pondering for 3 or 5 seconds, he suddenly grinned and said, "Oh. Then surrender your souls." Immediately, a peak-level venerable roared, "Blood King, you scum. I'd rather die than surrender." Ha ha ha. The Blood King laughed like a lunatic and took a deep breath. "I.e.? Do you think you can die without my permission?" The Venerables. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Before, Hanfei didn't know that a fake king could be so powerful. Although Hanfei had never confronted a fake king, he had interacted with the Golden Boy and watched their battles. Hanfei was dumbfounded by the Blood King's combat power. The Black Evil Conch King, the Golden Boy, and the guy from the Demon Beast Union were nothing in front of him. However, Hanfei was very sure that this person, the Blood King who appeared here, wasn't a king. The old turtle couldn't help but say, "This person is very talented and very strong. Not only is he good at parasitism, but he also seems to know a thing or two about space." Hanfei thought to himself, "This is the first fake king I've seen who can defeat 36 venerables alone. He killed a half-king in 2 blows." The old turtle said, "You don't have to overestimate him. After all, he had planned early. These venerables' combat power was all consumed on breaking through the cage. This person waited for his enemy to come and set up a trap in advance, so these people had no way out. Because of the delay, half of the venerables on the field were completely possessed. Those who could still resist were whipped by the void roots and couldn't resist for long. Click, click, click. The Blood King extended his hand, and a golden black umbrella appeared in his hand. The big umbrella opened with a swish, and there were actually 3 layers inside and outside the umbrella. Each layer had 33 ribs, totaling 99 ribs. At the end of each rib hung a small bell. At this moment, these small bells were all shining. Swish! 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 The big black umbrella began to spin, and the venerable level souls enslaved by the Blood King were sucked into the umbrella. Whoosh! The black umbrella closed, and the Blood King held the umbrella's handle. He looked at the world proudly with a smile. The roots dragged the demon plant bodies whose souls were taken away into the void. The Blood King smiled faintly. "Although I don't know who you are, you can easily sever my parasitic ability. I didn't expect you to come, but since you're here, I'm not an unreasonable person. I'll give you a choice. Hand over the earth vein spring water, and I'll allow you to be the first general under me." Hanfei felt like slapping this guy's face. What the hell? I'm the 9th Heavenly Lord, a high-level existence who controls the yin-yang world. Become your subordinate? Are you out of your mind? The old turtle reminded him, "Don't be stupid. He's waiting for you to get out. This is his little world. Don't fight him head-on." Hanfei said, "Don't worry. I'm not an idiot." The Blood King's perception swept across the world again and again. However, with his ability, he couldn't examine every grain of sand in this world in such a short time. Therefore, after trying a dozen times but failing, the Blood King gave up. He said, "I have to admit that your stealth ability is extraordinary. However, it doesn't matter. There is no energy or spiritual energy here. I won't leave any of the corpses of these demon plant venerables to you. Since you don't want to come out, just stay in this world." With that said, a large number of roots extended out of the void behind the Blood King and dragged him out. Han Fei was relieved when the old turtle said that there was no threat. However, Han Fei immediately went to forge the universe. Forge the universe. Shoot. Old Yuan, are demonic plants so powerful? The old turtle said leisurely, "What do you think? They are one of the rare races that can live many times longer than the turtle race. In the age of the gods, there has never been a shortage of them. Very few of them can be the strongest, but they are definitely not weak. There are even some places where demonic plants become unparalleled existences. Even the kings of the heavens have to treat them well." Gulp. Han Fei remembered the first lesson that the water immortal taught him, which was to never underestimate any demonic plant. Han Fei sweated. He had never paid attention to this problem before. Even when he saw the Sea of Clouds divine tree with his own eyes, he felt that they were just unusually tall. In fact, they couldn't transform into humans, so they shouldn't be so powerful. But now it seemed that he was completely wrong. Han Fei, the umbrella he used, swallowed so many venerable souls. It must be a powerful treasure. The old turtle said, "Actually, I've seen such treasures." On? The old turtle said unhurriedly, "Although they're different and have different effects, at least one of them is certain. Every umbrella type treasure has extremely strong defense power. The strongest king I've ever seen is called the Umbrella King. With an umbrella, he can cross the sea. That umbrella has many functions. It can block souls, defense power, break the great Tao of space, the great Tao of time, the great Tao of gravity. I have no chance of winning against him." Han Fei. Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei was frustrated. However, the umbrella did look extraordinary. Otherwise, how could it casually collect so many souls? Han Fei snorted. The Blood King is extremely arrogant. I've destroyed one of his clones. How dare he not take me seriously? Son of a *tch. Han Fei stayed and forged the universe for half a month, which was equivalent to a day in the outside world. Han Fei's purpose was to wait for the ruler to recover. However, he couldn't just waste his time and forge the universe. Therefore, Han Fei deduced the grand desolate body technique that he had mastered. However, the deduction results surprised Han Fei. Ancient desolate war body, venerable level, divine quality. Remarks: this is an ancient technique that was once popular in the primordial age. It can draw the murderous aura of the heavens and earth and absorb other people's fighting intent, ruthless chi, and murderous aura. It can grow in battle, make a breakthrough in battle, and be perfect in battle. If you practice this technique, you should have an invincible and fearless heart. This technique can nurture battle intent and help you make a breakthrough when your fighting intent is the strongest. Disadvantage: the user will be crazy in battle. Deduction technique, unknown. Deduction cost, 10 wisps of chaos energy. This deduction cost a lot, much more than the grand desolate body technique. Han Fei had finally deduced an ultimate technique since he got the 108 spirit absorbing war bodies. Although Han Fei didn't finish deducing this body refining technique, the structure of this body refining technique had changed. It had changed from a pure body refining technique to a battle technique. Han Fei studied it for half a month and found that the most powerful part of this technique was to nurture battle intent. If he could replenish his fighting will, his combat power would double, and he would fight harder and harder until he was exhausted and couldn't fight anymore. But the problem was the battle intent. The most rustic way was to use time to nurture battle intent. There was another seemingly smart method, which was to follow one's heart and nurture battle intent. This method was a bit mysterious. Han Fei pondered for a moment and continued to read. To practice this technique, one needed to cultivate combat awareness, take the initiative to challenge and attack. Han Fei even saw the most ridiculous way, to be beaten. The more you were beaten, the faster your fighting intent would accumulate. Huh. Han Fei took a breath. He understood every word, but he couldn't use the technique. When it was time, Han Fei measured it with the 9-palace luck ruler. It was flat. Han Fei left Forge the Universe with confidence. No matter how reassured he was, Han Fei was still cautious. He said, "Old Yuan, do you feel any danger?" The old turtle, "No, the Blood King seems to have left." After the old turtle said that, Han Fei's perception immediately scanned the world. Han Fei was stunned. Is this the Grand Myriad Mountains? Huh? The old turtle looked puzzled. However, Han Fei quickly appeared on a mountain. Han Fei stood on the top of the mountain and thought to himself, sure enough, this is the Grand Myriad Mountains. The space in the 1,000-mountain ancient realm is only a part of it. And this part of the world is the area where the Beast King Valley used to be. Han Fei was too familiar with this place. Back then, he pretended to be a beast, thinking about how to escape from the pursuit of Ape 6 and the others, and escape from the Beast King Valley. In terms of the Grand Myriad Mountains, this was the place Han Fei was most familiar with. Han Fei immediately scanned around with his perception. There were more than 6,000 mountains here, but there were no creatures or plants. Han Fei walked among the mountains, chilled. The seabed was full of various corpses and fossils, and the mountains were inlaid with a large number of withered demonic plants. After searching for a long time, Han Fei didn't find any goods, and his eyes turned cold. Since the 1,000-mountain ancient realm had survived to this day, this place should be able to do it too. In the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, various demon plants were still contributing vitality to the water. Immortals. Han Fei gnashed his teeth and said, "Great. What a great Blood King. I'm gonna kill you." Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, what can I do to subdue this place?" The old turtle said leisurely, "For the time being, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to subdue such a big place. Logically speaking, there are ways to turn an area into a small world. Either that a powerhouses put this world into his own origin sea, or that there is a huge storage space like the sun-moon star shell. But it's impossible to store such a big place even if it's a star shell. Therefore, it's either a sky-swallowing shell or a powerhouse's origins. See, I can only give these two methods." Han Fei said with a black face, "I mean, how do I subdue it?" The old turtle chuckled. "If this world is in a sky-swallowing seashell, you just need to find the shell. But if the Blood King has a sky-swallowing seashell, he can sense you at any time. Therefore, this can't be in the sky swallowing seashell. Therefore, this is very likely the origin sea of a certain powerhouse Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Hanfei was stunned at the old turtle's conjecture. He asked stupidly, "You mean, a king-level powerhouse that put this world into his own origin sea?" The old turtle said, "Maybe it was not a king, there are more than 6,000 mountains here. Even my origin sea can't contain them. Does Waterwood World have an Emperor Realm expert? If it did, the Waterwood World must have a lot of resources. The Blood King didn't have to waste so much effort to transcend the tribulation. He could have easily swept through the White Shell Royal City and the Sea Cloud Divine Tree." Hanfei took a deep breath. So, this space shouldn't be the origin sea of a certain expert? The old turtle said, "Not theoretically, but accidents happen occasionally. After all, this world is full of wonders. Just like your little calabash, it has infinite magical effects. Who can explain it?" Hanfei said, "In any case, I have to find a way to get out." Just as the Blood King said, "If I'm trapped here, how can I ruin his plan?" Hanfei grabbed the vast ocean navigator and swam among the mountains. In the end, Hanfei came to a mountain that he was familiar with. Huh? Here? Hanfei stood on this protruding mountain for a long time. It was here that the giant king sealed himself in a huge rock and taught him the swallowing technique to attract the sun essence fire. Later, he used it to cultivate the indestructible body. It was so hot that he felt like he was bathing in magma. This place was not far from the war giants, not far from the mountain where Taiyanging was, and not far from the Beast King Valley. Hanfei looked at the vast ocean navigator in his hand, only to see that its needle was shaking. With a thought, Hanfei reached out and drew his knife, tearing the void. The next moment, Hanfei stepped into the void. A white light source seemed to be waiting there. Because the 9 palace luck rulers' divination result was flat, Hanfei thought this was just a loophole in space and entered it without hesitation. As a result, Hanfei appeared in another dark world. When Hanfei took a closer look, he saw that this place was only less than 1,000 square meters, surrounded by red things, as if he was trapped in a sealed wood space. Before Hanfei could study this place, a voice said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Who? Hanfei was shocked and felt that his blood was freezing. Wasn't it a loophole in space? Why was he discovered the moment he came out? The old turtle said in surprise, "My perception has been blocked. The person is very strong. He's probably a king-level expert." Peck. Hanfei immediately thought of the person in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, which was the reincarnation of the Blood King that Hanfei and the old turtle guessed. Therefore, in an instant, as if facing a great enemy, Hanfei pushed the power of his great Tao to the extreme without hesitation. Once he couldn't beat it, he was prepared to stay and forge the universe. However, in the darkness, a weird person with a human body, a sheep head, and a fox tail slowly walked out. Hanfei was dumbfounded when he saw him. Divine Sun? Hanfei couldn't be mistaken. This person had 2 horns on his head, and his hair, eyebrows, and beard were very long, but he looked extremely young. On his shoulders, bone spurs protruded from his flesh, like 2 small wings in front of him. A pair of gray wings was folded behind his back, and his long tail was casually dragged on the ground. This was exactly the same as the Divine Sun he had seen. Oh, no. Something was different. Back then, the Divine Sun had flesh and blood, but this Divine Sun's body was a plant. This person he saw was transformed from a demon plant. Han Fei immediately narrowed his eyes and said, "You're not the divine son. Who are you?" The divine son said indifferently, "My path is severed. Therefore, I have no hope of becoming a king." But when the beast king transcended the tribulation, and the giant king in Taiyang died on the spot, I burned my divine heritage and stopped the king. In the end, my divine heritage was exhausted. I abandoned my divine heritage and reopened my path, walking on the demon plant path. After cultivating for 60,000 years, I absorbed the essence of the world and finally became a king. The divine son casually explained the whole story with a few words. If Han Fei had only heard this description for the first time, he might have suspected him. However, this was the second time he heard it. The first time was when the water immortal told him. Back then, the water immortal told him that the divine son stopped the king alone and went missing. Han Fei remembered these words clearly. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Who am I? Wang Han. At this moment, Han Fei was in the black mist form. It was impossible for ordinary people to discover him, such as the Blood King. Even if the divine son became a king, how could he see through Han Fei? Han Fei asked, "How did you know it was me?" The divine son said, "Because the place you came from has the aura you left behind." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "It's been so long. Can it still exist?" The divine son said, "Yes, once it has existed, it can never be erased. As long as it has existed, you can find it in time." Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Is your path related to time?" "Yes and no. I've walked several great Daos, and the great Tao of time is only one of them. However, this path is extremely difficult to follow. What I can do is to find a trace of historical residues from the gaps in history." "Then do you know what happened after you transformed into a demon plant?" The divine son shook his head. "When I woke up, it was already thousands of years later. As a tree, I used 20,000 years to cultivate consciousness, 30,000 years to restore my memories, 50,000 years to return to the peak of my strength, and 60,000 years to become a king." "A tree?" Hiss. Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and he said in shock, "Don't tell me you are blood. See divine wood? My little heart can't take this blow." However, the divine son slightly nodded. "Congratulations, you guessed right." Han Fei. Han Fei was shocked. "What? Then, if you are the blood sea divine wood, what about the Blood King? What about the infinite millennium snappers in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City and the dense forest of Big Red Trunk?" The questions popped up in Han Fei's head one after another. What kind of joke was this? The divine son turned into the Blood Sea Divine Wood? How could he believe such a ridiculous thing? The divine son said, "Don't be hasty. There's still a lot of time. I can slowly answer your questions." The divine son waved his hand, and a table and wine cup appeared in front of him. In the cup, there was the earth vein spring that Han Fei had just snatched, which seemed to be deliberately shown to Han Fei. The divine son said, "First of all, ask the question you want to ask the most." Han Fei was about to open his mouth, but then he stopped and asked, "Why can your origin sea accommodate such a huge area?" The divine son smiled and said, "Because I have a divine nature. Even if I abandon my divine heritage, it doesn't mean I don't have anything." The old turtle said in shock, "In that case, I have nothing to say. If he is really the son of a god, it doesn't seem difficult for him to have an origin sea to accommodate more than 6,000 mountains." The divine son still smiled. you're right and wrong. Being the son of a god doesn't mean I'll definitely have such a big origin C. My origin C is big. Because I'm swallowing more and more energy and spiritual energy, and my cultivation path deviated from its original direction. Just like the sea cloud. Divine tree, his origin energy is definitely not small either. Han Fei's eyes widened, and the old turtle exclaimed, "He can hear me?" His soul is comparable to that of an emperor. The divine son shook his head again. It's not that my soul is comparable to an emperor's, but you are too weak. Your soul is not complete. Even if your realm is high, it's still incomplete. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, let's not talk about that. May I continue?" The divine son drank a cup of earth vein spring and waited for Han Fei's question calmly. Han Fei immediately asked, "Does the Blood King have a reincarnation body?" "Yes." Han Fei asked, "Is that reincarnation going to transcend the tribulation?" "Yes." Han Fei asked, "Are you helping him?" "Yes." "Why?" The divine son looked at Han Fei seriously. "Because I was possessed by him." "Huh?" Han Fei was stunned. "What do you mean you were possessed by him? You're a king, but you're possessed by a half-king? Are you kidding me?" The divine son knew that Han Fei was puzzled, so he said slowly, "The reincarnation of the Blood King is named Xue Fan. It appeared here 30,000 years ago. I had already become a king, but the white-armored emperor and Mu Wuhua hadn't yet. When Xue Fan was sent in, he was already dying. I saw that his demonic heritage was extraordinary, so I took him in. His original body was the big red trunk you saw. He was the strongest genius of this race. In only 1,000 years, he had cultivated to the half-king realm. Until Xue Fan grew up to be a half-king, his temperament was not bad and he had always been gentle. When he was about to pass the king-level tribulation, however, the white armor emperor and Mu Wuhua had passed the king-level tribulation one after another. When it was his turn, the heavenly tribulation didn't come. The spiritual energy and energy here were no longer enough to support him to become a king. Gradually, his heart began to twist. He intended to win himself a chance to become a king through other means. Therefore, he chose to bear fruit. The fruit was called the red ball. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. As the divine son, who was now the blood sea divine wood, talked about what happened to him these years, Han Fei completely believed that the blood sea divine wood was the divine son. In his heart, Han Fei even tried using the vast ocean navigator. The vast ocean navigator was indeed pointing at this wooden sculpture like divine son. According to the divine son's description, the Blood King wasn't a bad person in the past. However, he was too proud. His pride made it impossible for him to accept the fact that he couldn't become a king. Therefore, he became brutal and began to scheme. He believed that the energy in the world was completely enough for him to become a king. Besides absorbing enough natural energy, the white armor emperor and queen life must have also absorbed a lot of chaotic qi. Apart from the chaotic qi, the two of them had the same characteristics. They were both leaders of a race. Therefore, he, Xue Fan, wanted to become the leader of a race too. Therefore, he created a race alone, which was the Millennium Snappers. Even though these Millennium Snappers were transformed from other creatures, after the transformation, they became his clansmen. Only when they believed in him would they be given more and become stronger. Shui Fan knew that he couldn't afford to fail in this tribulation. Therefore, he chose to recultivate for the second time. Yes, this guy had completely abandoned his half-king power and recultivated from scratch. However, this recultivation wasn't a casual one. He knew that there was a limit to what he could do in Waterwood World, even if he had found all the resources for himself. However, he was still worried. At this point, he found that there was always a strong master around him that had become a king ahead of the White Armor Emperor and the Life King, which was Blood Sea Divine Wood. Therefore, Shui Fan began to scheme against the Blood Sea Divine Wood. Han Fei could understand it. In the Grand Myriad Mountains, most people were simple-minded. In addition to creating the red pills, Shui Fan only wanted to become stronger. As for the Divine Son, he had always been proud and noble. Most of the time, he regarded himself as a god. How could a god think of interfering or killing humans? After all, Shui Fan hadn't become a king yet. Everyone below the king realm was an ant. This was not nonsense. If the Divine Son wanted to kill Shui Fan back then, it was impossible for Shui Fan to survive. But it was precisely because of the Divine Son's attitude that Shui Fan had a chance. He spread the branches and leaves with his own body and planted new seeds, claiming that he wanted to guard the Blood Sea Divine Wood and build a country here. Since then, Shui Fan had been secretly studying the way of parasitism. It took him more than 20,000 years to quietly change the temperature around the Blood Sea Divine Wood bit by bit. And what really made the Blood King's parasitic technique succeed was when the White Armor Emperor and Mu Wuhua joined forces to attack the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. At that time, it wasn't Shui Fan but the Divine Son who was fighting the two of them. And when the Divine Son was fighting, Shui Fan took this chance to activate the parasitic technique that he had been preparing for 20,000 years. According to the Divine Son, the attack on the Blood Sea Divine Wood City by the White Armor Emperor and Mu Wuhua might be caused by Shui Fan too. For that day, Shui Fan had waited 20,000 years. When the Divine Son finished telling him everything, Han Fei was shocked. This guy was definitely a tough guy. Shui Fan was really an inspirational evil demon. Not many people could compete with him in evilness. This guy was completely heartless. The Divine Son had helped him a lot, but in the end, he was possessed by him. Han Fei took a deep breath. So now, does he have your power? The Divine Son shook his head. Yes and no. When he parasitized me, he wasn't a king after all. I retained part of my origin. If he doesn't become a king, he won't be able to find me. I did leave a few trump cards, but he has already broken 2 of them. Han Fei's eyes widened. He could even find your trump cards? The Divine Son said leisurely, the moment he activated the parasitic technique, I was fighting the White Armor Emperor and Mu Wuhua. Between the 2, I established a connection with Mu Wuhua. Later, I used the power of the ground veins to communicate with Mu Wuhua. However, Shui Fan was also a demon plant. He quickly discovered that something was wrong with the ground veins. Therefore, he planted a lot of big red trunks. So far, hundreds of thousands of kilometers around me are under his control. Han Fei asked, what about your last resort? A trace of anger appeared in the eyes of the Divine Son. That was my origin. See? Because I tried to send demonic plants to Mu Wuhua, Shui Fan tracked them down and infiltrated the origin sea, causing almost all the demonic plants and ordinary demonic beasts here to die. That time, I consumed a portion of my origin energy and seriously injured him. But because I couldn't use much power, that portion of my origin energy was also swallowed by him. Han Fei listened to all of this as if he were listening to a heavenly book. The battle between a half-king and a king for tens of thousands of years was really intriguing. The Divine Son looked at Han Fei. When I found that I couldn't stop him anymore, I stopped exposing myself and waited for you. Oh? You knew I would appear? The Divine Son said, when Mu Wuhua discussed countermeasures with me, she once mentioned a place called Yinyang World, where the islands are floating. You should know that not long after you left the Age of Doom, the secret of the floating stones was discovered. This made us realize the arrival of a new era. And you should have been born in that new era. Therefore, I'm waiting for you. Although the Divine Son said it lightly, Han Fei felt that the Divine Son should be panicking. Because he came too late, he didn't come until Xue Fan was about to transcend the tribulation. Besides, he came here by accident. It could be imagined that with Xue Fan's personality, once he became a king, if he had enough strength, the first he would take down would be the Blood Sea Divine Wood, which was the Divine Son. Only then could he consolidate his position. It was easy to imagine how strong Xue Fan would be if he could swallow the power of a king. The old turtle couldn't help but sigh. This person is really evil. He has perseverance, boldness, strategy, and courage. If he succeeds, his achievements won't be low. If he becomes a king, the Waterwood World and Yang World will be his sooner or later. Han Fei remembered that the Blood Sea Divine Wood City never participated in the battles between the White Shell Royal City and the Waterwood World. Only then did he understand that it wasn't that Xue Fan didn't want to fight, but that he wanted the greater world. As the saying went, the calm before the storm. Only those who survived to the end were the kings. This saying was really apt when used on Xue Fan. Han Fei took a deep breath. Then what should I do now? The Divine Son said, you should have a small independent world of your own. Right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to completely disappear from my origin. See? I can't even find where you are. Also, if you weren't in my origin sea, I might not have been able to find you. Han Fei asked, will Xue Fan find me? The Divine Son shook his head. Although he can parasitize me, he's not me. After all, he can forcibly make some choices for me, but he can't sense my feelings. In short, he hasn't become a king yet, and the path of parasitism hasn't reached a higher level. Once he becomes a king, he might completely devour my soul and turn me into his avatar. Son of *TCH. Han Fei mumbled, thinking, Xue Fan's scheme was almost perfect. Han Fei asked, then where are we now? In my absolute domain. This is the only place that Xue Fan hasn't discovered yet. Han Fei was relieved. That's good. What are you going to do? The Divine Son smiled. What I can do now is very limited. However, I can forcibly take back control of my body in a short time. However, this won't last long. And once I do this, my domain will be discovered. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, Master Divine Son, where are his resources? Tell me where they are, and I'll steal all his belongings. The Divine Son glanced at Han Fei and said leisurely, since the moment you ruined his plan in the cage down below a few months ago, all his resources have been carried with him. He didn't put any of them outside. Han Fei. So cautious? Han Fei was lost for words. However, he could understand it. A man who had planned for tens of thousands of years for the tribulation wouldn't let his plan go to waste for such a trivial matter. Han Fei asked, when is he going to transcend the tribulation? Or how is he going to do it? In this so-called absolute domain, Han Fei chatted with the Divine Son for a long time. In fact, what the Divine Sons could do was indeed limited, but he knew a lot of information. From the beginning to the end, the Divine Son never mentioned the water immortal, nor did Han Fei. Although it was very likely that the Divine Son also knew that the water immortal was related to Mu Wuhua. What Han Fei was worried about was that if things didn't work out, he couldn't let Xue Fan know these secrets through the Divine Son. So, why would he mention the water immortal? Half a day later, when Han Fei quietly left the so-called absolute domain, he had already quietly appeared in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. However, what he saw was a prosperous scene. Han Fei discovered that it turned out to be a country where human beings lived. No, to be precise, it was a country where the human beings transformed. For millennium snappers lived. More importantly, they were all women, not a single man. Their clothes. Han Fei couldn't bear to look at them. *CK. See no evil. All pink skeletons, all skeletons. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The Divine Son was still alive. Although he had tumbed into a tree, this still made Han Fei very happy. However, Han Fei wasn't quite sure about Xue Fan's tribulation. Han Fei's first thought was that he'd better win the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life's support. As for how to contact the White Armor Emperor, it was none of his business. Anyway, he had to inform Queen Life. Although they would definitely know when Xue Fan transcended the tribulation. However, knowing it in advance and knowing it passively were two different things. Secondly, the Divine Son told him that the big umbrella in Xue Fan's hand had more than 300 souls of venerable level powerhouses. That umbrella was used to resist heavenly tribulations. According to the Divine Son's estimation, that thing could withstand 3 heavenly tribulations. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. It was obvious that Xue Fan didn't just transcend 6 tribulations, but 9. However, it was incredible that a weapon could block 3 tribulations. In fact, Han Fei was really impressed by Xue Fan's ruthlessness. In the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, over the past tens of thousands of years, more than 300 venerables had been secretly swallowed by Xue Fan. Those venerables were all raised by that guy. In the end, they all became his leak. Furthermore, Xue Fan had found various reasons to transfer these people away. When he devoured them, it could be said that most of the people in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City believed in him and didn't doubt him at all. It could be seen how insidious and cunning the Blood World was. In fact, this was the first time Han Fei had seen an evil king. He was much stronger than the kind of king who only knew how to fight, such as the White Armor Emperor. Han Fei appeared at the core of the Blood Sea Divine Wood, which was in the middle of the seawater and the seabed. There were tall, big red trunks growing around, and many of them were entwined with the Blood Sea Divine Wood. People living here were mostly explorers. According to the Divine Son, Xue Fan had deliberately set such strict living standards. Venerables had their own residences, and explorers had their own. Yi Long, a peak-level junior explorer, was about to become an intermediate explorer. Because of her extraordinary talent and outstanding combat ability, she became a heavenly talent among junior explorers. Yilong loved fighting and had been out for fighting a few times in the past few years. Her methods were getting more and more extraordinary. After her talent as a heavenly talent was discovered, she participated in 7 big hunts in a row, winning all the battles. At this moment, Yilong was on the way home. Many people greeted her. Someone grinned. "Master Yilong, have you returned from cultivation?" Yilong replied casually, "Yes." Someone said, "Sister Long, when are you going to take me to the battlefield? I heard that only there we can grow quickly." Yilong's expression remained unchanged. Soon, someone extended a slender hand and slid it across Yilong's waist. With watery eyes, she said, "Longer, come to my home tonight. I have some cultivation experience to discuss with you." Yilong frowned slightly, a little unhappy, and snorted softly to express her annoyance. She circumvented these people and quickly found a tree trunk. Then she opened the seal and got in. Huff. Yilong's brows relaxed. Although she had lived here for a long time, she still couldn't accept the lewd lesbian life in the Blood Sea Divinewood City. She couldn't remember how many times she had been dragged to someone else's cave. Just as Yilong was about to focus on cultivation, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "Fish Dragon King, it seems that you are doing well in the Blood Sea Divinewood City." Buzz. The Fish Dragon King's body trembled, but in the end, he still stretched out and asked in a low voice, "How did you get in?" Han Fei wasn't afraid that Xue Fan would find out. Although he already knew that all the Millennium Snappers were possessed by Xue Fan, so what? Parasitizing them didn't mean that he could completely know all the senses and thoughts of the Millennium Snappers. The more people there were, the messier the words and thoughts would be. In order not to affect the normal life and cultivation of the Millennium Snappers, the parasitic power wouldn't be activated. Besides, the barrier of the old turtle's soul and the 9-palace luck ruler ensured his safety. Han Fei said leisurely, "It doesn't matter how I got in. What matters is that you have something to do now." The Fish Dragon King's face kept changing, and he thought to himself, "I still can't get rid of Han Fei." In the past few years, she changed her appearance and became a heavenly talent. Once again admired by countless people. However, as soon as Han Fei appeared, she felt that everything was unrealistic. The Fish Dragon King asked, "What is it?" Han Fei said, "Help me send something out of the Blood Sea Divinewood City. After this matter is done, your mission will be completed. I won't come to you again. You'll be free." The Fish Dragon King was shocked. "Really?" Han Fei chuckled. "Why? Are you reluctant?" The Fish Dragon King took a deep breath and said, "You spent so much effort to send me here just to make me send something out of the Blood Sea Divinewood City?" A sun moon shell floated in front of the Fish Dragon King, and Han Fei said leisurely, "It's my business how hard I tried to get you in. You can choose to do it or not, and you can even give the thing I gave you to Xue Fan when you go out. It's your choice." The Fish Dragon King was puzzled. Who is Xue Fan? After a brief stun, Han Fei chuckled. "You don't even know the king of the Blood Sea Divinewood City? You're too weak." The Fish Dragon King's heart also sank. He had never seen the king of the Blood Sea Divinewood City. How did Han Fei know? Also, how did Han Fei sneak in without being seen? Of course, the fish dragon king knew that it was impossible for him to be Han Fei's opponent. Han Fei had long stopped treating explorers as his opponents. Now, he even dared to scheme against a king? What else could he not do? Although the fish dragon king still hated Han Fei, he didn't dare to disobey him. She said, "Are you sure you'll let me go after this?" A pearl appeared. When the fish dragon king saw the blood pearl, his heart stirred. It was his essence blood. Han Fei threw it to him casually. Han Fei said, "You're too weak for me. You're no longer qualified to be my chess piece. I'll return your freedom to you." Gulp. The fish dragon king swallowed and his eyes became firmer. To whom? A moment later, the fish dragon king left home, went to a small tree, knocked on it casually, and then a cute little fish head stuck out. "Sister Long? Do you want to go to the front line battlefield?" The fish dragon king's usefulness was limited. Han Fei put a puppet corpse in the sun moon shell. However, Han Fei implanted a wisp of his soul in this corpse. As long as the fish dragon king sent it out silently, he would have a way to leave. What Han Fei was really looking for was not the fish dragon king. The fish dragon king could only be a courier. On the other side, at the edge of a tree city a little distance away from the Bloodsea Divine Wood, there was a circle of tall big red trunks, where tens of millions of Millennium Snappers were cultivating. In this city, various items and resources were on sale. Usually, this was a market that would only appear in civilized society. 4. Different races, especially a strange race like the Millennium Snappers, it was quite a surprise that such a place appeared. Here, there was a big shop named Idle Cloud Pawn Shop. Boom. A person was thrown out of the pawn shop, which was a Millennium Snapper at the peak of the law enforcer level. Then, a woman came out of the pawn shop and said coldly, "The pawn shop has its rules. Anything pawned can't be redeemed beyond the time limit." The Millennium Snapper trembled in fury. "You damn alien transformed from human. Don't let me find a chance. Otherwise, I won't let you go." Humph. After that person left, a woman behind the woman at the door of the pawn shop said, "Ruoyun, there are still too few people on our side. Even if you're already an intermediate explorer, you can't spend all your time on our territory." Yang Ruoyun said casually, "I understand. When I become a venerable, no one will cause trouble for us again." A moment later, Yang Ruoyun returned to the pawn shop, ready to cultivate behind the pawn shop so that she could take care of the territory. Suddenly, a voice entered her mind. "Fave a deal. It may be the biggest deal since you opened this pawn shop or even since you turned into a demon. Are you interested?" "Who?" Yang Ruoyun suddenly opened her eyes and looked around. There were barriers everywhere. Who could transmit a message to her? Han Fei said leisurely, "Why? Have you forgotten me? It's you?" As early as the battle on the island, she knew that Han Fei's strength had completely overwhelmed her. However, Han Fei had given her many benefits, but she was confused and didn't know what Han Fei's purpose was. At this moment, Han Fei's appearance was even a relief to her. Yang Ruoyun's reaction was calmer than the fish dragon king. She had made deals with Han Fei more than once. In the past, it was she who tricked him, but now, she had been led by the nose. By Han Fei. Yang Ruoyun asked, casually, "Where are you?" Han Fei said, "It doesn't matter where I am. Let me ask you, are you going to make this deal or not? If you do, you'll have to swear an oath to your great Tao." Yang Ruoyan's pupils were constricted. What deal? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei didn't have much time to prepare. He had used up all his chess pieces. He could only build the rest himself. Originally, Han Fei estimated that Xue Fan wouldn't act so quickly. After all, Xue Fan had just killed so many demon plant venerables. He shouldn't be transcending the tribulation immediately. At least, he should refine what he had got, right? However, on the third day, while Han Fei was wandering in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, suddenly, venerables were everywhere. On the way, he saw many Millennium Snappers rushing back outside the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Then, a venerable's voice echoed in the world. A grand venerable in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City is going to transcend the king's tribulation. From today on, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Stop what you're doing and go into seclusion. As soon as the heavenly tribulation comes, spiritual energy will gather. This is a rare opportunity. In the Blood Sea City, all the Millennium Snappers, below the venerable level, were shocked. What? The king's tribulation? Which grand venerable is going to become a king? What? Our Blood Sea Divine Wood City is going to welcome a third king? Hiss. Come on, let's go back and cultivate. We can't miss such a great opportunity. Maybe today will be our day of breakthrough. Even if someone became a venerable, it was extremely rare, let alone became a king. Most of the Millennium Snappers were like fish in cages, living in the territory of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. They could see all their lives. These people were easy to fool, but Han Fei was not stupid. He said in shock. Are you kidding me? This person didn't even need to prepare to transcend the tribulation? Is he already making a breakthrough? The old turtle said, there's something even more unexpected. Do you know where he's transcending the tribulation? Han Fei was puzzled. Where? The old turtle said, above the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. He doesn't even avoid the Blood Sea Divine Wood. This means that he is confident that he has completely parasitized the Blood Sea Divine Wood. He treats this Blood Sea Divine Wood as his avatar. Heh, what an arrogant and conceited guy. Han Fei said, let's go and take a look. Outside the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, the Fish Dragon King found that he couldn't go back. The Blood Sea Divine Wood City was sealed as if something big had happened. The Fish Dragon King didn't dare to say anything. In this case, he would just stay outside. As long as he was away from this place, Han Fei could do whatever he wanted there. After this, he would go back and still be a heavenly talent. Compared to the Fish Dragon King, Yang Ruoyan was the one who was scared. She knew that Han Fei would cause trouble, but she didn't expect him to do such a big thing. Han Fei suddenly appeared and a venerable was about to transcend the king's tribulation? Was Han Fei's current ability enough to interfere with the king's tribulation? While Yang Ruoyan's subordinates were still exclaiming, Yang Ruoyan said, come on, finish what you're doing and go back to cultivate. In the Waterwood world, everyone knew that tribulations couldn't be conducted on the Sea Cloud Divine Tree. However, Xue Fan was directly transcending tribulations in the sky. The old turtle certainly wouldn't lie to him. Why? Han Fei said, Old Yuan, since the Divine Sun can meet me, it means that he's still alive. If Xue Fan transcends the tribulation here, won't he be courting death? But after a moment of silence, the old turtle said, not necessarily. Han Fei frowned. Why? The old turtle said, as far as ordinary people know, half-kings and fake kings are all venerables. It's impossible for a venerable to challenge a king. However, it's not absolute. For example, those with particularly strong bloodlines can also kill a king. This proves that the so-called king is only in the sea establishment realm. It doesn't mean that he's invincible against all people under the sea establishment realm. As for Xue Fan, he has been running the evil technique for tens of thousands of years. Although he hasn't completely replaced the blood sea divine wood, his great Tao is special. His body is likely to be fused with the blood sea divine wood, and the heavenly tribulation might make a wrong judgment. Hiss. Han Fei gasped. Heavenly tribulation makes a wrong judgment? Do you mean that he can make the divine sun help him resist the heavenly tribulation? Isn't this a joke? The divine sun has already become a king. Isn't it easy for a king to resist the heavenly tribulation of a venerable? In a moment, the two had reached the top of the blood sea divine wood. During this period, Han Fei carefully avoided all contact with his surroundings. Xue Fan walked the great Tao of parasitism and wasn't weak at all. Most of what Han Fei saw now was possessed by him. Everything here seemed to be controlled by Xue Fan. When Han Fei came out of the sea and saw the sky, he saw raging waves within thousands of kilometers. Above the sky, thunder rumbled and the clouds rolled like dragons. It looked like doomsday. Xue Fan stood in midair, looking down at the sky. Around him, a big black umbrella was spinning. Han Fei's heart sank. Is this guy really going to transcend the tribulation now? Han Fei was uneasy. It was too fast. He didn't even have the time to make any moves before Xue Fan transcended the tribulation. Or rather, Xue Fan had been preparing for tens of thousands of years. Rumble. About an hour later, the heavenly tribulation seemed to be ready. The lightning in the sky was getting more and more intense. Xue Fan smiled and glanced down, before he raised his head and roared, "Come my tribulation." Seriously? Han Fei was lost for words. This son of a *tch was indeed about to transcend the king's tribulation. This was completely beyond Han Fei's expectations. Kakaka. Thunder seemed to be gathering in the sky. Boom. Phew. Xue Fan extended his hand to the sky, and billions of roots formed a cage, locking him inside. Crack. The thick lightning directly enveloped Xue Fan. At this moment, Han Fei realized that Xue Fan had really begun. He wondered if the fish dragon king had sent the message in time. The first lightning bolt was the least powerful. Han Fei could only see that the electric arcs drilled into Xue Fan's body through the broken cage. Xue Fan was wearing a blood-red battle suit. At some point, a round ball wrapped in wood appeared under Xue Fan's feet. His roots were stuck in the ball. Xue Fan stretched out his hand to block the first bolt of lightning. His armor was not broken, he didn't bleed, and his long hair fluttered. The old turtle couldn't help but say, "This person is too strong. I'm afraid this heavenly tribulation might not be able to kill him." Han Fei rolled his eyes. Just say that you think this guy can transcend the tribulation. I know that he is extraordinary, but now we have to think about how to destroy him. A bolt of lightning struck down. The second lightning struck, and Xue Fan was still safe. Han Fei saw that cracks appeared between Xue Fan's fingers. This meant that There was a limit to Xue Fan. However, Xue Fan didn't care. He didn't even use the big black umbrella. Faced with the third lightning bolt, Xue Fan raised his hand, and 4 vines extended from the void and whipped the sky. After doing this, Xue Fan opened his arms and embraced the lightning. In the void, a loud roar sounded, and Xue Fan laughed proudly. The heavenly tribulation tempered my body to strengthen my body. 30,000 years ago. The last tribulation didn't come. Let's see whether you're coming or not. Today? If you don't come, I'll forcibly become a king. What can you do? Boom. The lightning struck down, but Xue Fan didn't retreat at all. Electric arcs flashed on his body, and cracks appeared on his battle suit. There was no telling if it was because he was too strong, but 3 consecutive lightning strikes failed to knock him back. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God! How strong is this guy?" The old turtle said, "Each heavenly tribulation is stronger than the last." In the age of gods, there were many peerless geniuses who could withstand lightning with their bodies. Let alone 3, there were even some who could withstand 6. Han Fei asked, "Are you talking about me?" The old turtle said, "You didn't make it. Your body was shattered by the 3rd attack." Han Fei was speechless. He wanted to say that back then, he was only an intermediate venerable and hadn't reached the peak yet. However, Han Fei recalled that feeling. If he went up now, he would only be able to withstand 3 lightning strikes at most. But then, Xue Fan's strength refreshed Han Fei's worldview. The 4th lightning bolt shattered Xue Fan's battle suit. The 5th lightning struck Xue Fan, who was hit to the top of the Blood Sea. Divine Wood. Xue Fan was supported by the Blood Sea Divine Wood. A large amount of earth vein spring poured into his body, and his body quickly recovered. Sure enough, this guy blocked another 2 lightning strikes with his body. And at this point, the roots under Xue Fan's feet and the big ball were still intact. More importantly, according to the Divine Sun, Xue Fan's big black umbrella that could withstand 3 lightning strikes hadn't been used yet. When Xue Fan passed 5 lightning strikes in a row, Han Fei couldn't sit still anymore. His white mist body activated the 9 palace luck ruler in Forge the Universe, but the marker stopped at impasse. An impasse again? Han Fei took a deep breath and threw 3 wisps of chaos QJ into it, intending to change his luck. However, after the 3 wisps of chaotic chi entered the ruler, they didn't even cause a ripple. At this time, the 6th lightning struck, and Xue Fan's upper arm was blown to smithereens, and his body was cut in half. Han Fei knew that he couldn't wait anymore. Earth veins? This guy didn't need to rely on the earth veins to sustain him at all. This meant that if Xue Fan could withstand another lightning bolt, with this big black umbrella, he could definitely transcend the king's tribulation. How could Han Fei let that happen? Immediately, all 10 wisps of chaotic chi were stuffed into the 9 palace luck ruler. At this moment, the 9 palace luck ruler finally turned impasse into unpredictable. Han Fei's heart sank. Once it was unpredictable, it could no longer be changed. It seemed that impasse could only be changed into unpredictable. The old turtle watched the whole time as if he were thinking about something. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be going all out, the old turtle said, "Han Fei, why don't you wait a little longer? I think it's a little strange." Wait for what? If I wait any longer, he will become a king. The next lightning bolt was about to appear. The void vibrated, and a green Vine swept across the sky. On the other side, a giant shell appeared. The giant shell opened its mouth, and the void collapsed as it charged into the tribulation. The two kings came out at the same time, and the power of the heavens was unparalleled. It was as if the sea was collapsing, and furious waves rolled up. Thousands of meters. Vines and roots intertwined in the sky. The two kings attacked at the same time. The White Armor Emperor tried to interfere with Xuefan's tribulation. As Queen Life attacked the Blood Sea Divine with branches that extended out of the void, she swept across thousands of kilometers and plunged into the ground. Veins of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Hanfei was greatly relieved to see that. It seemed that the Fish Dragon King had done a good job. In the puppet that the Fish Dragon King sent out, Hanfei only told Queen Life the simplest operation. Join forces with the White Armor Emperor. Break the ground veins first before stopping the king's tribulation. However, although the first thing Queen Life did was to destroy the ground veins, they came still a little slow. After all, Xuefan had already started his tribulation when they came. At this time it was a war between the three kings. Hanfei didn't intend to fight. Hanfei thought that the result of the 9 palace luck rulers' divination appeared because he would take action. However, if he didn't do anything, he would just be a bystander. Hanfei regretted his 13 wisps of chaos chi now. The old turtle said, "Don't celebrate too early. Your goal wasn't completely achieved. They came too slowly. Even without your notice, the two of them should have arrived by now. It's impossible for them, kings, not to sense someone transcending a king level tribulation. They just didn't expect that Xuefan would transcend the tribulation right above the Blood Sea Divine wood." Hanfei looked gloomy. His original plan was very clear. Xuefan had been running the ground veins of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City for many years. Therefore, whether it was the message from the Fish Dragon King, the influence of Yang Ruoyan and other human transmigrators, or his wandering in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City for the past 2 days, it was all to destroy Xuefan's advantages of the ground veins. As soon as the ground veins were broken, the divine sons fought back, and the two kings arrived. Hanfei couldn't figure out why Xuefan could transcend the king's tribulation without the help of a king. At this moment, in the sky, Xuefan seemed to be crazy. He burst into fury and laughed crazily. "You two think you can deal with me? When I become a king, it will be the time for you to die. Patriarch Blood Sea, attack." While destroying the ground veins crazily, Mu Wuhua said, "Attack." Buzz. At that moment, Xuefan asked the Blood Sea Divine Wood to take action. And the White Armor Emperor thought that Mu Wuhua was asking him to attack. Thinking, "I am attacking." Bang! 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 But in the next moment, at least 100 ground veins erupted within 100,000 kilometers. Roots suddenly surged out and swept across the wood of the big red trunk. Xuefan was transcending his tribulation, but he didn't expect that the Blood Sea Divine Wood would move at this moment. However, although the Blood Sea Divine Wood was trying to destroy the tribulation, it didn't attack Xuefan. Therefore, the White Armored Emperor thought that it was Queen Life who did something to the Blood Sea Divine Wood. At this moment, the White Armored Emperor hesitated. Is Queen Life already so powerful? Has she already extended her hand to the Blood Sea Divine Wood City? Boom! As the 7th lightning struck down, Xuefan's body and fingers both cracked. And he roared, "Parasitic technique!" At that moment, a blood-colored book appeared in Xuefan's hand. With a flip of the book, 100,000 souls appeared in the sky. At this moment, Xuefan finally used other means. Furthermore, Xuefan was too ruthless and actually released 100,000 souls at the same time. Those souls that could long exist had to be at least law enforcers. One lightning bolt and 100,000 souls were instantly annihilated. Xuefan grabbed the branch of the Blood Sea Divine Wood and roared, "Is it useful to betray me at this moment?" Xuefan grinned ferociously. "I bet you won't dare to enter my tribulation." After that, Xuefan's body exploded, but it quickly revolved and gathered in an instant. Han Fei's heart sank. F***ck, why can't the two kings enter his tribulation and kill him? The old turtle said, "They can't go in. The tribulation of a king is definitely not an ordinary tribulation. It's a test of the great Tao to the person transcending the tribulation. If you force your way in, you'll be violating the rules of the great Tao. How can the heavens tolerate you?" Han Fei took a deep breath, looked at Xuefan, whose body was rapidly regenerating, and suddenly remembered that Ning Jing had once told him that the White Armor Emperor transcended the tribulation first, followed by Queen Life. If it could be destroyed, the White Armor Emperor would have destroyed Queen Life's tribulation long ago and wouldn't have let her become a king. However, just because they couldn't enter the tribulation didn't mean they couldn't attack outside. Queen Life used a wisp of green vine as a spear and shot it into the heavenly tribulation. As a poison barrier descended, Xuefan's body was corroded. This was the first time Han Fei saw Mu Wuhua use poison. So, Queen Life was actually a poison cultivator? The White Armor Emperor almost never stopped attacking all kinds of energy. Spears and shocking shells were sent into the tribulation. But the power of the heavens was hard to break. Although one could threaten the person who was transcending the tribulation would attack the external power first. Therefore, the White Armor Emperor's attack basically didn't affect Xuefan. Parasitic technique. In the void, corroded roots extended out one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were as many as 10 million. Xuefan said disdainfully, "Poison. I forgot to tell you that my great Tao is not only parasitic, but also devouring." At that moment, the handsome Xuefan turned into an ugly man covered in pus. But he didn't die. The 8th lightning bolt fell, and Xuefan threw out the blood-colored book. In his hand, all the living souls in it shot out. There were as many as a million. At that moment, no matter if it was Han Fei, Queen Life, or the White Armor Emperor, they were all horrified. How King brutal was this person? He sacrificed millions of lives just to help him survive this tribulation? But Xuefan didn't care. He looked at Queen Life and the White Armor Emperor indifferently, and his eyes were full of disdain. At this time, lightning fell from the sky, and millions of souls vanished. In the end, lightning fell on Xuefan and was swallowed by him. Although his body was mostly shattered, he took the lightning. Han Fei thought to himself, "Not good. That big black umbrella must be reserved for the last tribulation." Han Fei remembered that the old turtle once told him that the Umbrella Emperor of his generation could block anything with an umbrella. This thing could probably not only block lightning tribulation, but also block heavenly demons. Han Fei took a deep breath. Why did he think that a guy who had been preparing for tens of thousands of years must resist the heavenly tribulation with the power of the ground veins? Han Fei even thought that Xuefan should have known of his existence long ago. So, was he absorbing the ground veins to mislead him into thinking that he needed the earth vein spring to consolidate the advantages? If Xue Fan could even predict this, he could only admit defeat. But at this moment, the eighth lightning tribulation had been transcended, and Han Fei couldn't wait anymore. The White Armor Emperor threw into the tribulation a green jade shell that contained an extremely high amount of energy. Queen Life threw a fruit. Wherever the fruit passed, the void trembled. Buzz. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't just sit idle. He knew better than anyone that once Xue Fan successfully transcended the tribulation, not only would the Divine Son die, but Queen Life and the White-Armored Emperor would also be no match for him. The Waterwood world would definitely be ruled by Xue Fan. At that moment, his black mist body rose into the sky. Compared to others, this was just Han Fei's black mist body. He didn't care if his black mist body would be destroyed by lightning. Anyway, he was immortal. And he still had his white mist body. At the moment Han Fei took action, he forgot the impasse that the 9 Palace Luck ruler had calculated. Perhaps, because the impasse had become unpredictable, he regained the confidence to launch a sneak attack. At that moment, the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life both looked at Han Fei. Xue Fan put on a smile and seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He said, "Sure. Enough, that place didn't trap you. You still came." Han Fei roared, "Don't even think about becoming a king." At that moment, Han Fei carried 100 wisps of chaotic qi in his body, not for anything else, but to ensure that the Divine Son could still be alive. If the chaotic qi was gone, he could still get it. But if the Divine Son was gone, he would really be gone. He wanted to see the scene when the Divine Son and the Water Immortal met. Again. Crack. Rumble. Bang. Ka ka ka. At that moment, the 9th lightning bolt fell from the sky, the void collapsed, the spiritual fruits exploded, and the chaotic qi exploded. In an instant, the sky was dark, and a terrifying scene appeared. In an instant, waves swept more than 50,000 kilometers away. Even the Blood Sea sacred wood had been blown into bald at this moment. Boom! A great Tao crack appeared, and a rain of blood fell. This was a symbol of the death of a venerable. However, the rain was definitely not ordinary. Therefore, the moment the blood rain appeared, everyone was sure that this guy had finally died. The surging waves didn't stop for a long time, and the thick lightning was still rolling in the sky. At this moment, except for Queen Life and the White Armored Emperor, no other creatures could survive the explosion. Oh! There was another exception. That was Han Fei, who suddenly appeared from the void and revealed his true body. At that moment, there was no time for his twin bodies to fuse, so the black mist body perished with Xue Fan. Han Fei waved at Queen Life. "You're too late." However, in the next moment, black clouds pressed down from the sky, and lightning appeared again. Han Fei felt that he was faced with a life-and-death crisis, so he subconsciously exerted the power of his great Tao to its greatest extent. He stomped and a coiled turtle array appeared. Bang! With a whip, Han Fei was sent flying 300 kilometers. At that moment, the heavenly tribulation descended again, enveloping Han Fei. In the lightning tribulation, a contemptuous voice echoed, "So, you think you've won?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. At this moment, everyone thought that the signs of death had appeared. It was impossible for Xue Fan to survive such a powerful attack. this battle had come to an end. But when everybody thought that the dust had settled, a figure appeared and dragged Han Fei into a brand new lightning bolt. Han Fei was shocked. Where did the lightning come from? Who attacked me? The next moment, the old turtle said, not good. The one who just transcended the tribulation is the Blood King, the one who left the Forest of Terror. The Blood Sea Divine would had already been exposed the moment he attacked. He was also shocked. Xue Fan, did you actually swallow your true body? Ha ha ha. In the lightning tribulation, the ball below Xue Fan's feet just now suddenly cracked. A person identical to Xue Fan appeared in the lightning tribulation. Xue Fan laughed frantically. Wouldn't I be freer to become a king alone? I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to swallow my true body. I set up the tribulation today so that I could dig out your remaining source energy, as well as this brat. Let me see who can stop me. Now. Han Fei had never met such an insidious person. The relationship between the Blood King and Xue Fan was like the relationship between Tang Yan and Tang Gu. In fact, they were two independent entities, but their origins were the same. In fact, the two could become kings together. In this way, they could even help each other. It was not that it was immoral for Xue Fan to swallow the Blood King. However, at least now they didn't have to fight each other. They could have become kings together. As long as Xue Fan was willing to use the big black umbrella or other trump cards, he might really be able to survive the heavenly tribulation. However, Xue Fan didn't. In order to dig out Han Fei and the Divine Sun, he even abandoned his true body. Han Fei even suspected that his true body had been possessed by this ****. When Han Fei landed in the lightning pillar, the white armor emperor was shocked. The person who suddenly appeared was actually Han Fei? He had just seen this kid transcend a minor tribulation a few years ago. How many years had it been? This kid could even participate in the Battle of Kings? Fortunately, Han Fei had been dragged into the heavenly tribulation by Xue Fan. Otherwise, if Han Fei escaped, the White Armor Emperor would have immediately given up on hunting Xue Fan. And the Blood Sea Divine would seem to have betrayed Xue Fan. As for why he betrayed Xue Fan, it was still unknown. However, the White-Armored Emperor didn't doubt the Blood Sea Divine would, because he had known about it tens of thousands of years before he became a king. At that time, there was no Blood Sea Divine Wood City at all. At that time, the Blood Sea Divine Wood was regarded as a strange place in the Waterwood world. Many people explored it. Both the White-Armored Emperor and Queen Life had seen the Blood Sea Divine Wood. In fact, the Blood Sea Divine Wood gave many people resources and didn't pose any threat to the Sea Clan, the human race, or the Insect Clan. At this moment, Queen Life's face changed drastically. When she got the news from Han Fei, she was shocked and speechless. Did Han Fei really sneak into the Blood Sea Divine Wood City? Furthermore, he had mastered many secrets? At this moment, the heavenly tribulation arrived again, and the White Armor Emperor and the Life King retreated. Although Han Fei was sucked into the heavenly tribulation, they couldn't do anything about it. Not everyone could touch the king-level tribulation. If they dared to enter it, they would be considered as going against the great Tao. At that moment, among everyone, only the Blood Sea Divine Wood extended a branch that pierced through the heavenly tribulation domain and struck the void, intending to free Han Fei. Xue Fan snorted coldly, and hundreds of blood sea divine wood branches, controlled by him, resisted that branch together. Shui Fan's voice was sinister. I knew you wouldn't be completely possessed by me. However, I've already controlled most of your strength. You can't even protect yourself. How dare you try to take someone from me? Rumble. The first lightning bolt was shattered. A lot of electric arcs were flashing on Han Fei. Han Fei was lost for words. Who could have known that he would be forced to suffer another person's tribulation before his own tribulation came? Twice. Last time, there were only 6 lightning tribulations, but his flesh and blood collapsed, and his bones almost shattered. This time, although his strength had greatly improved and he had almost recovered to his peak state, he had just recovered. Besides, his soul power had only been restored for a few months, but he had been struck by heavenly tribulation again. At this moment, Shui Fan, who was in the lightning tribulation, was also refreshed when he saw Han Fei's physique. He thought to himself, this person's physique is so strong. He's only an advanced venerable, but he survived a king tribulation unscathed? At that moment, the lightning tribulation enveloped the 3 people. One of them was Shui Fan, one was Han Fei, and the other was the blood sea divine wood that was mistaken by the heavenly tribulation as Shui Fan. There was no problem with the blood sea divine wood. His problem was how to cooperate with Han Fei to take down Shui Fan. But Han Fei seemed to be in danger. Han Fei panicked the moment he entered the tribulation. The tribulation of Shui Fan was completely different from that of Jin Chonghai. I've guessed right, Han Fei felt that he probably couldn't survive it. Therefore, he needed to find shelter now. Buzz. Han Fei wanted to use the star teleportation technique to escape. However, under the heavenly tribulation, the star teleportation technique was completely ineffective. At this time, even if Shui Fan died immediately, as long as he was still alive, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't disappear. The heavenly Tao would acquiesce. That Han Fei snatched someone else's heavenly tribulation. Not only would it not weaken, but it might also become stronger. Rumble. The second lightning bolt struck down. Han Fei was too busy to fight Shui Fan. As for Shui Fan, he was quite cautious about his own heavenly tribulation and didn't attack Han Fei. After all, everyone was in the heavenly tribulation, and Shui Fan thought that Han Fei would inevitably die. Pfft. Look. Click. Click. Sure enough, Shui Fan took the second lightning more easily. As for Han Fei, because his body hadn't recovered to its most perfect state, the lightning struck him into the sea. Han Fei's body, like a porcelain doll, was full of cracks again. It seemed that he could be destroyed at any time. Obviously, Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. At this moment, all kinds of arrays were rapidly condensing around Han Fei. Although arrays might not be useful at this moment, Han Fei hoped they could block as many enemies as possible. According to Han Fei's estimation, even if his body didn't collapse after the third lightning strike, it should be enough. It was impossible for him to survive the fourth lightning. At that time, even if he blocked the 6 lightning strikes with the yin-yang will in the sky, it would be good enough. Queen Life was also very nervous. This is a king-level tribulation. No matter how strong Han Fei is now, how can he resist a king-level tribulation? Sure enough, the third lightning bolt fell. Shui Fan blocked it. Although most of his body was broken, he still had the strength to control part of the blood sea divine wood branches to resist the white armored emperor and Queen Life. At this moment, the only thing worth rejoicing about was that the ground veins had almost been destroyed, and Xue Fan couldn't make use of them anymore. As soon as the lightning fell, Han Fei was no longer so lucky. Although his repaired flesh and blood managed to withstand the third lightning, his flesh and blood were scattered. The golden bones on his body were shining, and many parts of his body were exposed. Seeing that Han Fei had survived 3 tribulations with his body, even Xue Fan's expression changed. How could an advanced venerable, who hadn't reached the peak, withstand his great Tao lightning tribulation? How strong was this guy's body? If Han Fei's strength reached the half-king realm, it would probably be very easy for him to pass 6 tribulations with his body, right? Han Fei didn't use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique immediately. Han Fei knew that his Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique might be able to suppress Xue Fan's great Tao, or even his big black umbrella. Since you dragged me into the king-level tribulation, I dare to kill you. Therefore, Han Fei wouldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. With a thought, Han Fei roared, "Blood Sea Divine Wood, how about we cooperate? Protect me. If you protect me, I guarantee that Xue Fan won't become a king." Han Fei didn't say this to the Divine Sun, but to the white-armored emperor. The white-armored emperor seemed to be fighting fiercely, but he didn't really exert much force. Queen Life was trying to destroy the earth veins of this place, but what did the white-armored emperor do? Buzz. Hearing Han Fei's words, a crystal-clear little blood-colored branch shot to Han Fei. Xue Fan roared, "Humph! Patriarch Bloodsea, I don't want to kill you because you helped me. Now, die asterisk. Roar. Lightning tribulation saber." In Han Fei's body, the chaotic chi shattered, and his strength rose to its peak. In the lightning tribulation, Blade Inferno was rampant. Boom. As the 4th lightning bolt struck down, the Blood Sea Divine Tree branch in Han Fei's hand shattered with a crack, and a bloody barrier appeared in front of him. Kakaka. Although there were cracks on the bloody barrier, the cracking speed was not fast. It should be able to withstand the 4th lightning bolt. On the other side, Xue Fan roared at Queen Life, "What a joke. You think you destroyed my ground veins? You don't know that the ground vein array in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City is not the ground veins themselves, but the big red trunk." At this moment, once Xue Fan used the ground veins, the truth would be immediately discovered. He'd better say it himself. Buzz. Splash. All the roots of the big red trunk, within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, suddenly began to absorb energy, causing the big red trunks on the periphery of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, and even 300,000 kilometers away to supply energy to the center. It seemed that Xue Fan had built all the big red trunk roots into a web of energy. Once the central needed, the central array would quickly extract the energy of all the big red trunks. At this moment, a pillar of light rose to the sky from the bottom of the sea and enveloped Xue Fan. The red light and the lightning tribulation were alternating, and energy ripples spread out one after another towards the Blood Sea Divine Wood. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. This battle had actually exceeded Xue Fan's expectations. Xue Fan didn't expect that these people would really destroy the Blood King's tribulation. Within 50,000 kilometers, countless Millennium Snappers had died. Even though most of the Millennium Snappers were still far away from the top of the Blood Sea Divine Wood, under the impact of the huge force, the law Enforcers within 10,000 kilometers were basically all killed. Hundreds of thousands of them died. The Millennium Snappers suffered the most. Many of them thought that they could make a breakthrough taking advantage of this king-level tribulation. However, the suddenly erupted power shattered countless people. However, in such a situation, the lives of these Millennium Snappers might no longer matter. Xue Fan frowned slightly. He knew that the White Armor Emperor and Mu Wuhua would come, but he didn't expect Mu Wuhua to attack the ground veins. Although Mu Wuhua didn't really destroy much of the ground veins, her attacks caused more than 30% of the roots of the big red trunks to be damaged. At this moment, Xue Fan saw that Mu Wuhua still had no intention of stopping. So he had to use the power of the ground veins in advance. When this power gathered, Mu Wuhua said in shock, "Are you crazy? 100,000 red trunk forests just to block a heavenly tribulation for you? Aren't you afraid that you will be haunted by negative karma?" The White Armor Emperor was also shocked. Is this person crazy? Spiritual plants could withstand a lot of energy. These big red trunks were nurtured by the blood world and laid along the ground veins just for this day. But the countless big red trunks were relatively ordinary demon plants after all. Few of them had the luck of Xue Fan, and few of them had the intelligence of Xue Fan. Their power was limited. The big red trunk that Han Fei cut off was actually unconscious. If it were the big red trunks of that level, who knew how many trees had to be sacrificed to resist a single king-level tribulation? After all, not every big red trunk was like the one that Han Fei cut off. Even the core of the tree was full of spiritual stones. That was just an exception. In the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, countless Millennium Snappers lived on the big red trunks. They swallowed and cultivated every day, and their daily intake was not a joke. Xue Fan blocked the fourth heavenly tribulation with the power of the big red trunk. There were more than 100,000 big red trunks here. If Xue Fan blocked the fifth lightning bolt, he would probably be able to transcend the tribulation. However, the number of big red trunks and Millennium Snappers sacrificed was immeasurable. Therefore, in order to block the heavenly tribulation, Xue Fan sacrificed countless creatures, which might not be tolerated by the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly exerted 3 times his strength and punched at the lightning. Then he turned the heavenly tribulation into a saber and slashed at Xue Fan. What? Xue Fan was stunned. What kind of combat skill is this? Can it even capture the power of lightning? The venerable level divine quality technique had reached its limit. At this moment, the void was torn apart, and a 1,000-meter-long saber mark appeared. The tip of the saber stirred up a storm and shattered a large number of red roots, slashing at Xue Fan. Clang! The red pillar of light enshrouded Xue Fan, and Han Fei's attack was blocked. But it accelerated the consumption of the ground veins. Han Fei roared, "White Armored Emperor, this person is only a half-king. A half-king can fight 2 of you without being defeated. Do you dare to let him survive the king-level tribulation? Bring out some real strength and break his ground veins. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble." Although the White Armor Emperor didn't want to let go of Han Fei was right. In the past, he had fought Xue Fan with Mu Wuhua. But back then, Xue Fan seemed to use the Blood Sea Divine Wood as the foundation to fight them. At that time, both he and Queen Life regarded Xue Fan as the Blood Sea Divine Wood. After all, the blood sea divine had become a king earlier than them. They both knew this. This time it was too hasty. The White Armor Emperor was forced to fight. Therefore, he didn't know much about Xue Fan. Han Fei's shout shocked him. He had a deeper understanding of how terrifying Xue Fan was. The white-armored emperor thought to himself, Xue Fan is so extraordinary. His true body just now endured 8 lightning strikes and almost survived the 9th. This Xue Fan probably wouldn't just die in the 4th lightning strike. Otherwise, why would he dare to transcend the tribulation? Therefore, the White Armor Emperor gritted his teeth and said, White Armor, seal the way and hide the sun. Open. All of a sudden, the lightning seemed to be covered in black mist. Holding a spear, the White Armor Emperor stepped into the heavenly tribulation, struck Xue Fan, and grabbed at the heavenly lightning. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What's he doing? Almost at the same time, in Han Fei's heart, the old turtle suddenly shouted. Come on, the heavenly tribulation domain has been opened. Let's get out. Buzz. Han Fei tried to move away with star teleportation technique, but Queen Life threw a vine at him. In the blink of an eye, the white-armored emperor appeared beside Han Fei like a shadow. He thrust out his spear and cut off Queen Life's roots. Han Fei was shaken by the huge force and couldn't get out. However, at the critical moment, Han Fei shouted, all laws forbidden in this space. Crack. This void-sealing ability clearly couldn't stop a king, so it was instantly shattered. But it was also at the moment that little Fatty appeared on the broken vine of Queen Life. Queen Life didn't know what Han Fei meant, but in an instant, little Fatty was dragged away. And Han Fei himself couldn't leave because of the White Armor Emperor. Immediately afterward, the power of the White Armor Emperor was shattered. In less than a second, the White Armor Emperor blocked the connection of the heavenly tribulation, blew up the terrifying energy absorbed by Xue Fan, grabbed a handful of lightning and stuffed it into his body to temper and absorb energy. This old B***starred was very smart. He knew that Xue Fan was extremely dangerous, so he agreed to help. However, he didn't want Han Fei to go out. Therefore, he took advantage of this moment to do so many things. Under a king's attack, most of Xue Fan's body was shattered. A tremendous amount of energy helped Xue Fan rebuild his body. Of course, some of it was shattered by the White Armor Emperor's spear just now. At this moment, Queen Life also knew that Xue Fan used the big red trunks as the source of the power of the ground veins. Queen Life continued to attack the roots of the big red trunks. Because she was distracted, she slowed down and failed to pull Han Fei out. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky. After the 4th lightning tribulation, the blood sea divine would branch in Han Fei's hand hadn't been broken yet, but it probably couldn't last long. Xue Fan didn't say anything. Although the White Armor Emperor's attack wasn't weak, how could the ground veins that he set up for so long be destroyed so easily? However, Han Fei surprised Xue Fan. This person was really tenacious. He almost ran away. However, judging from the White Armor Emperor's reaction, he seemed to really want to kill Han Fei. He actually deliberately stopped Queen Life from saving him. Xue Fan sneered. White Armor Emperor, I know you can't rest easy until I'm dead. But do you feel comfortable if this person is still alive? It won't be too late for you to attack me after he dies in my tribulation. Han Fei's face changed. This is ** still didn't forget to instigate the White Armor Emperor, to kill him. Han Fei said, White Armored Emperor, although there will be a battle between us anyway, Xue Fan is a very powerful evil king. He could fight you two alone. When he was still a half-king. Can you believe what he said? Queen Life said, that's right. This person is not the Blood Sea Divine Wood, but can control a king as a half-king. White Armored Emperor, you can think about it. Xue Fan laughed. Mu Wuhua, don't think I don't know. It was you who colluded with Patriarch Blood Sea. Why are you pretending not to know him? The White Armored Emperor was expressionless at this moment. The Blood Sea Divine Wood City had been keeping a low profile. However, the White Shell Royal City and the Cloud Sea Divine Tree were on opposite sides. They often attacked each other, so one of them must die. How strong would be Xue Fan in the end? The White Emperor armor didn't know it, but Han Fei had to die now. He had seen how fast Han Fei grew up. There were also reincarnated powerhouses in the White Shell City. Even Zhang Xiaotian was only a half-venerable now. This was already the speed of Zhang Xiaotian's growth when he kept experiencing the Forbidden Level trial. But the speed of Zhang Xiaotian's growth was way slower than Han Fei's current speed. The White Armor Emperor even felt that nobody in this world could grow to such a level in such a short time. The White Armor Emperor immediately shouted, Mu Wuhua, I've cut off nearly half of this person's ground veins power. Just like he said, I won't attack him unless Han Fei dies. Xue Fan suddenly frowned. Are you Han Fei? Although Xue Fan had never seen Han Fei, he had definitely heard of him. He had experienced the 4-9 King tribulation in the Waterwood world and defeated all the experts on the island. But at that time, what was Han Fei's level? What was his level now? Immediately, Xue Fan knew why the White Armored Emperor cared so much about Han Fei. Unfortunately, Xue Fan didn't care about those battles at all, so he didn't go there. Otherwise, he would have recognized Han Fei. Rumble. The fifth lightning struck. Mu Wuhua controlled the roots to cut hundreds of thousands of kilometers. However, the ground vein network created by Xue Fan had been planned for countless years. How could it be destroyed so easily? This time, the small crystal branch in Han Fei's hand burst out with a bloody barrier again. And when Han Fei saw that Xue Fan was about to absorb power from the ground veins again, a red pillar of light had already soared into the sky. Immediately, Han Fei waved his hand, and a 1,000-feet-high array map fell into the sea. As soon as the array map appeared, with the perception of a king, Mu Wuhua could immediately sense that a large array had been established within 50,000 kilometers with the Blood Sea Divine Wood as the center. The shape of this array was exactly the yin-yang symbol. When Mu Wuhua saw this array, she narrowed her eyes. It seemed that Han Fei had also mastered the yin-yang Great Tao. This was just a yin-yang array, not a heaven and earth array. With Han Fei's current ability, unless he was given enough time, it was impossible for him to set up this 50,000-mile heaven and earth array. He had used Yang Ruoyan's connections to set up this yin-yang array, which was exactly the condition for the deal between Han Fei and Yang Ruoyan. In the past 2 days, Han Fei wandered around in his black mist body to see if there was anything wrong with the array. Then, he could adjust it at any time. Fortunately, although Xue Fan's breakthrough was too sudden, his array had been set up early. Although it couldn't block Xue Fan for long, it could block for at least a while. It was not easy for someone who didn't know arrays to break such a big array. Buzz. The huge amount of energy that the big red trunks were trying to transmit to Shui Fan was absorbed by the two array eyes of the yin yang array. The moment Han Fei sealed the ground veins, Shui Fan roared ferociously, "All venerables, break this array, quickly." In fact, the venerables in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City weren't familiar with Shui Fan, because Shui Fan never got close to anyone. At this moment, the three kings were fighting in the sky, and those who weren't dead within tens of thousands of kilometers were fleeing frantically. What could they do in such a situation? These venerables didn't even dare to look at the place of the tribulation. They had always thought that a venerable was going to transcend the king level tribulation, and that Shui Fan was protecting that person and fighting the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life. At this moment, only a dozen people dared to get close to the Blood Sea Divine Wood at this critical moment. In the field, within seconds, crises kept happening. Buzz. As soon as Shui Fan said so, the black umbrella appeared. Clang. Clang. The black umbrella soared into the sky, and Shui Fan roared, 99 soul-breaking bells, activate my 100-soul heaven, shrouding barrier. Whoosh. A black curtain spanned thousands of meters, blocking the sky like a ghost. In the black fog, hundreds of souls roared, and the souls of venerables were extremely agitated. Boom. The lightning enveloped the hundreds of souls, which were roaring and screaming. Crack. Han Fei's blood barrier couldn't last long. It was already full of cracks. As long as a wisp of lightning escaped in, the blood barrier would be broken. Han Fei asked, Master Divine Son, are there any more small branches? On the other side, Han Fei flipped his hand and wrapped himself in the earth. Vain spring. He opened his arms. Catching me into your heavenly tribulation is the only mistake you made. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Buzz. A hole appeared in the sky covered by the black curtain. Then the sky was enshrouded by a holy brilliance. The holy light and the lightning intertwined, and Han Fei tried to purify evil with the heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique that cost 10,000 years of vitality. The old turtle said, you're making twice the effort now. If you can completely master the art of purification, the evil will retreat. Han Fei knew the art of purification. In fact, he knew the purification technique, but he hadn't reached a high level, and he rarely used it. Purification required a pure heart that emitted the most sincere holy light. He didn't have this at all. Therefore, it was almost as difficult for Han Fei to practice the art of purification as practicing the indestructible body. Having no choice, Han Fei could only risk his life and consume his vitality. Fortunately, he had snatched a lot of earth vein spring water, or his spiritual fruits might not have been enough. Bang! 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 In the 100-soul heaven, shrouding barrier, one venerable level soul shadow after another was annihilated by the holy light. The power of the 100-soul heaven, shrouding barrier seemed to be weakening as the soul shadows decreased. In just 3 seconds, more than 30 souls in the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier had been purified by Han Fei. Crack! One of the 99 soul-breaking bells shattered. Shui Fan's expression changed drastically. What kind of great Tao is this? Can it be used in heavenly tribulation? It can forcefully purify the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier? As for the heavenly tribulation, it had the ability to expel all evil to start with. Therefore, when it encountered the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier, it was only natural that it attacked it with all its strength. As a result, the consumption of soul shadows in the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier was several times faster than Xuefan thought. Xuefan had thought that the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier could block at least 3 lightning strikes, or even the last one. However, the 5th lightning hadn't finished yet, and the first layer of the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier had been shattered. Crack! Unfortunately, Hanfei's blood barrier shattered faster than the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier. The barrier was broken, and Hanfei's flesh and blood melted in only 2 or 3 seconds. F*CK, I just recovered my body. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Fortunately, more than half of the 5th heavenly tribulation had passed. Han Fei activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique and regathered his flesh and blood. Outside, the White Armor Emperor clenched his fists behind his back. The 2 people in the heavenly tribulation couldn't be described as heavenly talents anymore. They were peerless geniuses in this era. However, these 2 people got together. As for Xuefan, God knew where this guy had hunted more than 300 venerables. He had actually refined this strange, big black umbrella. He didn't treat venerables as venerables at all. It seemed that all the creatures in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City could be used by Xuefan. As for Han Fei, although he was not an evil cultivator, his potential was simply appalling. In just a few years, not only had Han Fei grown from an explorer to an advanced venerable, but he had also mastered the indestructible golden body. So, how could he let him live? Besides, Han Fei's Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique used to be the human King's Great Tao. With this technique, this person was almost immortal. No wonder Han Fei dared to fight Xuefan in the King's Heavenly Tribulation. After the 5th Heavenly Tribulation, Han Fei's flesh and blood recombined. However, Han Fei didn't attach the flesh and blood to his body. Instead, he gathered the flesh and blood into a ball. Anyway, they would be minced if attached to his body. At this moment, Han Fei could still comfort himself by saying that he was letting the heavenly tribulation temper his body. Han Fei immediately rushed down to the Blood Sea Divine Wood. The 6th heavenly tribulation was coming soon. If he didn't find shelter now, even his golden body would be shattered. Han Fei felt that he could withstand the 6th heavenly tribulation with his current physique and golden body. However, there were still the 7th, 8th, and 9th. But this was not his own heavenly tribulation. It was not time for him to resist the heavenly tribulation. Why should he absorb other people's heavenly tribulation to temper his body? As soon as Han Fei landed, Xuefan roared angrily, "Patriarch Blood Sea, don't blame me for being ruthless. Devour." Bang! 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 Because Xuefan controlled most of the body of the Blood Sea Sacred Wood, he restricted it from helping Han Fei by swallowing its power. Xuefan was not stupid. He knew that even if the Blood Sea Divine Wood contained power, it couldn't be much, otherwise, he would have been killed. At this moment, he could control 99% of the power of the Blood Sea Divine Wood. If the Blood Sea Divine Wood still dared to help Han Fei, he could find an opportunity to completely parasitize him. Because, he had discovered the last source energy of the Blood Sea Divine Wood. Seeing that the Divine Sun didn't respond, Han Fei was confused, and the old turtle said, "It can't help you now. Once it helps you, its last source will be corroded, which is equivalent to Blood Fan completely controlling the power of the Blood Sea Divine Wood. The balance between them is instantly broken. And Xuefan will definitely become a king." Bang! Without a word, Han Fei activated the heavenly void divine movement, agility of wind and arrays, to increase his speed to the extreme. He was about to rush into Xuefan's 100-soul heaven, shrouding barrier. But how could Xuefan let him do that? The heavenly tribulation was coming, the void was full of vines, and the fire was soaring. Xuefan tried to parasitize Han Fei, but Han Fei kept throwing out the heaven enlightenment divine technique. Rumble. Han Fei cursed, son of *tch, I'm gonna kill you. Buzz. The supreme yin-yang will suddenly unfolded. Ignoring the space and the barrier, the void vines were cut one after another. And the yin-yang symbol slashed into the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier. In the outside world, the white armor emperor said in shock, Han Fei actually cultivates two shocking great Daos? What a human. Mu Wuhua couldn't touch the heavenly tribulation at all. Han Fei was in the tribulation. If she unleashed her strongest attack, it might hurt Han Fei. She could only quickly destroy the ground vein network of the big red trunks and hunt some venerables in secret. Alas! Mu Wuhua sighed and fell into a dilemma. But next door, when the white armor emperor saw the two of them fighting, his eyes lit up. And he suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the energy of 10,000 kilometers. In his hand, a crystal-clear white jade shell was condensing. Mu Wuhua shouted, "White armor emperor, don't force me to attack you now." The white armor emperor sneered. Then come. Both of them have to die today too. Maintain the balance of this world. Otherwise, who can defend this balance? Bang! Mu Wuhua immediately struck the void, and the long vine swept towards the white armor emperor like a sword. Both of them were distracted. While fighting, one attacked the heavenly tribulation, and the other tried to destroy the ground veins. In the heavenly tribulation. Roar! Xuefan roared in anger. He had never seen such a ferocious great Dao. Han Fei was just an advanced venerable, but he couldn't kill him. Rumble. As soon as the sixth bolt of lightning fell, the first barrier of the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier shattered. The sixth lightning fell. The second curtain of the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier was broken, and the third curtain began to melt. Rumble. As the seventh lightning bolt fell, the third layer of the 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier shattered, and the 99 soul-breaking bells were all broken. The 100-soul heaven shrouding barrier that could have resisted at least 3 heavenly tribulations only blocked 2.5. The two of them were covered by the lightning. Without protection, Han Fei's supreme yin-yang will stop spinning and was beaten back to its original form. Han Fei had once resisted 3 heavenly tribulations with it. Xuefan's body shattered. This was no longer the beginning of the heavenly tribulations. It could be. Seeing that he couldn't pass the 7th heavenly tribulation by force, so he simply abandoned fighting the Blood Sea Divine Wood and sent tremendous power into his body. At that moment, Han Fei used the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique to restore his strength, and Xuefan used the power of the Blood Sea Divine Wood to recover. The two of them looked at the sky almost at the same time. The 8th lightning bolt was very important. Xuefan suddenly grinned. As soon as his body was recombined, he raised his head and roared to the sky. "This is my territory. All the billions of creatures here are my flesh and blood. If I don't become a king, the world doesn't have to exist." Xuefan knew that the earth vein array would be broken soon. It was doomed to be broken since he used the energy of the Blood Sea Divine Wood to repair his body. Sure enough, the Blood Sea Divine Wood seized the opportunity and shook all its tentacles. In an instant, he cut off all the veins among the big red trunks. Unfortunately, the power of the Blood Sea Divine Wood was limited. The next moment, the divine tree trembled and its hundreds of millions of leaves suddenly began to wither. At this moment, 3 wisps of chaotic chi were shattered in Han Fei's body. In fact, since the moment he entered the tribulation, Han Fei had been using chaotic chi. However, compared to the power of the heavenly tribulation, the chaotic chi was consumed too quickly. Rumble. When the 8th lightning was about to strike, Xue Fan roared, 10,000. Fish return to my source. Queen Life immediately shouted, be *starred, you're killing indiscriminately. Heh heh. I gave their lives. I am their only master. Sacrificing themselves. For me is their honor. At that moment, the old turtle said in Han Fei's heart, 1,000,000 red fish were instantly drained of their vitality and died. At this moment, Han Fei lost his cool. He didn't care about the lives of 1,000,000 millennium snappers, but Xue Fan couldn't become a king. It seemed to take him a long time, and it seemed in an instant. Han Fei shouted, fuse. Ah! A crow cawed, and a pair of black wings suddenly grew out of Han Fei's back. At that moment, a bloody and brutal vibe appeared on Han Fei. Whoosh! He flapped his black wings and fused with the Emperor Sparrow. A strange light appeared in Han Fei's eyes, making Xue Fan's heart tremble as if a terrifying crisis was coming. Han Fei shouted, I have disaster. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. All this time, the old turtle had described the Emperor Sparrow as magical. As a result, Han Fei knew how dangerous it could be to own an Emperor Sparrow. If someone discovered the secret of the Emperor Sparrow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Han Fei rarely used the Emperor Sparrow. Although he occasionally released him to get some fresh air, it was just an ordinary hunt and wouldn't cause any problem. Today, Han Fei didn't know if anyone would recognize the Emperor Sparrow. However, at this critical moment, he had paid such a huge price. If Xue Fan still became a king, then wouldn't all his efforts be wasted? In terms of strength, although he was an advanced venerable, even half-kings couldn't crush him now. Under his interference, Xue Fan's various means failed. At this moment, Xue Fan ignored the so-called negative karma and forcibly exchanged the lives of all beings in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City for his successful transcending the tribulation. His craziness was horrifying. No matter what, it was a race that he had painstakingly cultivated. Xue Fan was indeed their faith. But now, these millennium snappers had all turned into leaks. Not only were their vitality gathering, but their luck might also be sucked away by Xue Fan. Under such circumstances, Han Fei couldn't find any other way to stop this guy. After all, Xue Fan had prepared too many trump cards. In the entire Blood Sea Divine Wood City, there were hundreds of thousands of kilometers of big red trunk forests and hundreds of millions of millennium snappers. If the lives of these millennium snappers were exchanged for the life of Xue Fan, there was no reason for him to not become a king. The Emperor Sparrow was the only power that Han Fei could use now, and the only great technique that the Emperor Sparrow could use at this moment was the Eye of Disaster. The White Armor Emperor and Mu Wuhua, who were outside, didn't know, but Xue Fan sensed danger. However, after this cry, Han Fei immediately terminated the fusion with the Emperor Sparrow, which puzzled Xue Fan. Even the White Armored Emperor and Mu Wuhua were dumbfounded. What was going on? Only the divine sun's origin world trembled slightly. At that moment, a storm was set off in the heart of the divine sun. Is it the Emperor Sparrow? The divine sun had an extremely noble identity. Although he might be the most destitute son of a god in history, the legacies and knowledge he had were not something others could have. For example, the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow usually represented disaster. At that moment, the divine sun even wondered if Han Fei was really Wang Han. However, the cry of the Empyrean sparrow and the look in its eyes didn't cause any reaction. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, "Old Yuan, why is there no reaction?" The old turtle was lost for words. "That's not my spiritual beast. Why do you ask me?" However, from my experience, even if there will be a disaster, it won't come so soon. Han Fei. There was no result, but infinite vitality was gathering. Neither the White Armor Emperor nor Mu Wuhua could remain calm at this moment. Everything had happened too suddenly. Especially for the White Emperor armor. Either of the two people in the heavenly tribulation was extremely dangerous. The moment the infinite vitality appeared, the hearts of the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life sank. They seemed to have foreseen this scene after Shui Fan successfully transcended the tribulation. The two of them subconsciously looked at each other, as if they had decided that if Shui Fan became a king, they would try their best to eliminate him before he consolidated his strength. As for Han Fei, although Queen Life wanted to save him, the eighth lightning was about to come down. Queen Life was not like the white-armored emperor, who had a shell, so she couldn't rush into the heavenly tribulation. At this time, even Queen Life didn't think that Han Fei could survive such lightning. At this critical moment, Han Fei didn't give up. At this moment, Han Fei had no time to conceal Forge the Universe. He had tried entering Forge the Universe multiple times. At this moment, he was in a state of being struck by heavenly tribulation. His body was numb and he was not suitable for fighting. However, he still couldn't enter Forge the Universe. As long as he could get in, Han Fei would go in now. Anyway, there was a limit to the number of people present. The cage seal was still there, and there was no regular passage in the Waterwood world to other domains. He had plenty of opportunities to kill Shui Fan and the white-armored emperor. The divine sun and Queen Life probably wouldn't betray him. Even if they did, when he killed the white-armored emperor, they probably wouldn't be his opponents. Rumble. The eighth lightning rumbled, but Han Fei still failed. Knowing that he had no time, Han Fei roared, "Explode!" At that moment, Han Fei raised his head to the sky, enshrouded by his invincible will, and punched the sky. The chaotic chi in his body kept shattering. In an instant, the terrifying power of 1,000 or even 10,000 punches, each of which could almost shatter an intermediate venerable, was still not enough under the eighth lightning bolt. Han Fei's flesh and blood melted again, and cracks appeared on his indestructible gold. However, he didn't stop punching. Seeing that the fist mark couldn't break the heavenly tribulation, Han Fei punched Shui Fan and roared, "Go berserk!" The user of ancient desolate war body would go berserk in battle. Han Fei exerted a greater power. Ignoring the melting of his flesh and bones, he struck Shui Fan. Bang! 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 In terms of strength, although Shui Fan wasn't weak, Han Fei was stronger. Han Fei's strength had already exceeded 10,000 waves. Under his great Dao, the strength of 30,000 waves was almost invincible in the Venerable realm. Even if Xue Fan was talented, he was not as good as Han Fei in terms of strength. Of course, Han Fei dared to do this, because he had heard that Xue Fan almost never attacked in person. A person who rarely attacked would definitely not be good at strength. Sure enough, Xue Fan's body exploded after being hit by thousands of punches. Originally, he was barely resisting the lightning. At this moment, Han Fei, with his indestructible golden body, ignored the tempering of the lightning and fought to the death. At this moment, Xue Fan really regretted dragging Han Fei into his own lightning tribulation. He had thought that Han Fei would be shattered in this first bolt of lightning, but who could have expected that an advanced venerable could withstand it to the 8th heavenly tribulation? Because Xue Fan's vitality was too exuberant, although his body was constantly collapsing, it was also constantly recovering. Being bombarded by Han Fei, Xue Fan roared, and the exploded bodies no longer recombined, but turned into huge trees that stretched from the bottom of the sea to the sky. Han Fei blasted into the tree, punching in all directions, blasting Xue Fan's body apart. After the 8th lightning bolt fell, Han Fei used the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique to heal himself. Lowering his head, Han Fei found that his arm bones, fist bones, and ribs were all full of cracks. After all, his level was too low. If Han Fei wanted to survive such a heavenly tribulation, he was still far from being strong enough. Xue Fan grinned ferociously. I admit that you are very strong. If you reach the half-king realm, I'm afraid no one below the king realm can defeat you. However, you won't be able to withstand the heavenly demon baptism of the 9th heavenly tribulation, while I have infinite vitality to survive it. Bah! Han Fei suddenly retreated and his vibe changed weirdly. His human vibe had disappeared, and in a blink of an eye, it became the vibe of the Blood Sea. Divine Wood. Han Fei didn't care how useful the deceiver technique could be. He was just copying the Blood Sea Divine Wood now, but the difference could still be recognized. Because the level of the Divine Sun far exceeded Han Fei couldn't completely simulate him. After that, Han Fei suddenly carried a huge skull that was more than 600 meters long. It was the dragon head that was buried in the array in the Forest of Terror by Zhao Xianglong. Han Fei had planned to use the complete dragon corpse to block the lightning. However, on second thought, it didn't seem right. That dragon corpse only had the strength of a venerable. However, the dragon head was a real king's bones. How could a king's bones not be able to withstand the lightning? A king's bones? The White Armor Emperor and Queen Life were not stupid. They recognized the terrifying vibe at a glance. Xue Fan's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Han Fei to be still hiding something at this point. He had no way out. At this moment, he certainly wouldn't waste his energy on killing Han Fei. At this moment, he could only destroy more Millennium Snappers to maintain his infinite vitality and resist the heavenly tribulation. Xue Fan laughed ferociously. Let's see if I can become a king. No matter how many means you have, you're only an advanced venerable. What can you do if I become a king? Han Fei ignored him and sneered. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Han Fei's 10,000-year earth vein spring water had been used up, and half of the 10,000 kilograms of spring water in Forge the Universe had been used up. At this moment, he was still using the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique crazily. However, this time, he didn't just envelop himself, but also the Divine Sun. Han Fei didn't know if the dragon bone could help him block the last heavenly tribulation. However, if the divine son could take back part of his body control, it might help him in the end. The divine son should know what to choose. Xue Fan couldn't live. If he lived, Han Fei would die. At this moment, the White Armor Emperor and the Life King alone couldn't kill Xue Fan. Once Xue Fan became a king, he would completely destroy the source energy of the Divine Sun. Once the Divine Sun died, his blood sea divine body would become Xue Fan's avatar. At that time, who could kill Xue Fan? Rumble. The clouds were getting heavier and heavier. The last tribulation turned purple like a magnificent sunset. While Xue Fan was absorbing the infinite vitality of the Millennium Snappers, he raised his head and smiled. He was fearless in the face of the heavenly tribulation. But he didn't notice that Han Fei's vibe suddenly dropped and his peak combat power disappeared. On Han Fei's indestructible golden body, it was shining. Han Fei could enhance combat power, so could he enhance his defense. Han Fei, old Yuan, from now on, once that guy succeeds in transcending the tribulation, remember to take me away. Han Fei didn't want to die here for nothing. As the saying went, there was always hope. Even if Xue Fan became a king, he might not be comparable to him in the same realm. Similarly, if he became a king, he wouldn't be weaker than Xue Fan. Even if Xue Fan could survive today, as long as he was fast enough, he could catch up with him. Boom! Purple lightning pierced through the clouds. Han Fei, Xue Fan, and the blood sea divine wood were all enveloped by this purple lightning. Perhaps because Xue Fan and the divine sun were too big, there were millions of lightning strikes. In the endless lightning, Han Fei drilled under the dragon bones. Under his feet, various coiled turtle arrays and soul-controlling arrays appeared and collapsed crazily. Even so, Han Fei still trembled like a Parkinson patient. 3. At this moment, the picture in Han Fei's eyes suddenly changed. The scene he had once seen appeared again. Han Fei realized that this was probably the last heavenly demon tribulation. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. After the last heavenly tribulation, the old turtle had told Han Fei that in a real tribulation, one would have to withstand a great tribulation that tests his temperament. This tribulation was different from ordinary lightning tribulations. This tribulation contained both the power of ordinary heavenly tribulations and hidden heavenly demons. As for what a heavenly demon was like, it was said that everyone saw it differently. Of course, it was still very different from the ones produced by the heavenly Tao Dharma Eye. It could be called a heart demon or a test of the heavens. Last time, when Han Fei was caught in Jin Changhai's heavenly tribulation, he was woken up by the old turtle. This time, when the picture in front of Han Fei changed, it seemed that everything was quiet. It seemed that he wasn't fighting Xue Fan, it seemed that he was originally in this place. Mountains and rivers were shattered, magma was everywhere, plants were burned, and smoke filled the sky. In Han Fei's vision, the rivers were turbulent and full of cracks. Most of the mountains and rivers had collapsed, and the vast land was like a battlefield, full of smoke. Han Fei stood alone in the sky, panting slightly in his battle suit. Han Fei looked around, wondering why he was here. "Old Yuan, are you there?" Han Fei cried in his heart, but the old turtle didn't respond. Han Fei closed his eyes and looked at the demon purification pot, but it didn't respond. Damn it! What the hell is this place? Is this my heavenly demon tribulation? That's not right. The old turtle said that it shouldn't be my own heavenly demon tribulation unless the tribulation is my own. With a thought from Han Fei, the embroidery needle appeared in his hand. He weighed it and found no problem. Han Fei didn't wait in place, but shouted, Old Yuan, divine son, are you there? Buzz. Han Fei flew across the sky at a leisurely speed, only to find that everything he saw was the same. Han Fei could even perceive tens of thousands of kilometers away. That's not right. Are there natural disasters or war disasters down below? Han Fei was lost for a moment. This didn't seem to be caused by a battle, but seemed to be doomsday. There were no traces of fighting here, nor any creatures. Except for the collapsed ground, there was nothing. Fuse. Han Fei seemed to remember something and tried to fuse with Little Black and Little White. However, nothing appeared, and Little Black and Little White didn't fuse with him. It's fake. Han Fei took a deep breath and looked at the embroidery needle in his hand. All of this should be fake. Even if it had something to do with him, he shouldn't face it now. Han Fei immediately closed his eyes and triggered the world with his mind. The void collapsed and cracks filled the sky. He sensed the changes in his body. It wasn't until Han Fei felt a tingling sensation in his body that he roared. Heaven enlightenment. Buzz. At that moment, Han Fei came back to himself. When he opened his eyes, his indestructible body was almost shattered. The old turtle roared, What have you been doing? This is not your heavenly demon tribulation. Why did you use the heaven enlightenment divine technique so late? Han Fei looked up. Thanks to the king-level dragon bones, and he had used all his strength to improve his defense power, he was still alive. Han Fei had already made up his mind that if he really couldn't kill Xue Fan, he would retreat first. Although the divine son might be killed by Xue Fan, he had already tried his best. He would just kill Xue Fan when he returned in the future. At this moment, Han Fei was shocked by the crazy roars. When Han Fei turned around, he saw that Xue Fan had gone crazy. His endless roots were dancing in the air, and he was screaming in pain. As far as Han Fei could see, nearly half of his roots had been destroyed, and his tree body was riddled with holes. The most amazing thing was that Xue Fan's face was changing rapidly. On Xue Fan's tree body, large tracts of blood like red flames were burning, covering his entire tree body. In Forge the Universe, another 10,000 kilograms of earth vein spring water was exhausted. Without hesitation, Han Fei filled up the remaining 10,000 kilograms of earth vein spring water. I have nothing but toughness. With the help of the dragon bone, he could weather through the tribulation. Anyway, the old turtle said, this is karmic fire. This person is sinful, stirring up the heavens, disrupting the order of the great Tao, and slaughtering countless creatures just to reach the sea establishment realm. Now he is being burnt by karmic fire. Only by surviving this karmic fire can he become a king. Han Fei's face was twisted. He gritted his teeth and said, I think he can endure it. At this moment, Xue Fan seemed to have gone crazy. All kinds of rustling sounds appeared on his roots. Some cursed, some begged for mercy, some were angry, some were sad, some were accusing, and some were weeping. Han Fei didn't know if it was in the heavenly tribulation or not, but he could almost hear everything, and his head was about to explode. The old turtle said leisurely, I don't know if this is the disaster summoned by Emperor Sparrow. Logically speaking, as long as Xue Fan can control it, Well, these dead creatures won't bite back. After all, Xue Fan has controlled this place for too long. In the outside world, the White Armor Emperor said leisurely, the karmic fire is burning his body, and he is suffering a backlash. Even if he transcends the heavenly tribulation, it won't be perfect. Mu Wu Hua, I hope you and I can put aside animosity for now. If he can transcend the tribulation, kill him. At this moment, the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life stopped fighting. The White Armored Emperor tricked Han Fei, but Queen Life had no choice. Whether Han Fei died or not, Xue Fan had to die. Crack. Han Fei looked at the cracks on his finger bones. They cracked and then began to heal. The power of the heavenly tribulation was destroying his body while tempering it. The energy provided also repaired his bones. Needless to say, if Han Fei could survive this tribulation, his body would have to be separated from his bones again. This time, it would be even worse than last time. Last time, there were only 6 levels of heavenly tribulation. This time, there were 9 levels. He didn't know how tough his body must be to keep up with the hardness of his bones. At this moment, Han Fei discovered that Xue Fan was much more miserable than him. Seeing how miserable Xue Fan was, Han Fei immediately said, Old Yuan, your soul is so powerful. Can you kill this guy? The old turtle was lost for words. The heavenly tribulation hasn't been over yet. How can I kill him? Let me. Suddenly, Han Fei heard the Divine Sun's voice transmission. The Divine Sun sighed. I didn't expect that a moment of carelessness would cause lifelong regret. Wang Han, say hello to Water Immortal for me. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Divine Sun, what does he mean? Pass down his last words? Bang. The Divine Sun said leisurely, Xue Fan, your plan is almost flawless. With you parasitizing my body, you can resist the karmic fire in the end. However, my soul is in the King realm. In that case, I'll kill your soul so that your 30,000 years of effort will be wasted. As if realizing something, Xue Fan screamed, you are not worthy of dying with me. You have nothing except a little residual source energy. The Divine Sun said leisurely, because I am a god. Bang. 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 In an instant, the area within 10,000 kilometers seemed to have been nuked countless times, and the void storm was so dense that Han Fei couldn't tell north from south. In the outside world, the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life retreated. The shockwave of the explosion swept across 50,000 kilometers. The Divine Sun had said that he was a god after all. He had once burned his divinity and fought a king as a venerable. Today, the Divine Sun maintained his usual pride. You want to use me to become a king? I'll let you die with me. The entire area of the Blood Sea Divine Wood had formed a vortex of death. Here, the void storm was ceaseless, and the heavenly tribulation disappeared. But what replaced it was 7 consecutive bangs. 7 cracks appeared, and a rain of blood covered the entire waterwood world. Whether it was the Cloud Sea Divine Tree or the White Shell Royal City, they were all drenched by the blood rain. 50,000 kilometers away, the White Armor Emperor grinned. Well, that's good. From now on, there will be no Blood Sea Divine Wood City in this world. TSK, what a pity. That's equivalent to 3 kings. The White Armor Emperor laughed and flew away. Soon after he left, Queen Life heard the White Armored Emperor shout, the White Shell Royal City, listen to my command. Let's attack the Blood Sea. Divinewood City. At this moment, the White Armor Emperor was in high spirits. He was right to keep Han Fei in the disaster. Within 50,000 kilometers, there were venerables under Xue Fan, who wanted to help Xue Fan. As a result, several of them were killed by the aftermath, causing 7 cracks in the sky. And according to the intensity of these cracks, 2 of them were abnormally thick, and tragic cries came from the sky. It seemed that 2 kings died, and the great Tao was wailing. The White Armor Emperor thought that if even the 2 kings were dead, how could Han Fei be alive? Therefore, the White Armor Emperor knew that it was time to purge the blood. See Divinewood City. Who came first would get all the resources. Mu Wuhua would probably do the same. Mu Wuhua also sighed. Under her protection, the octopus that Han Fei gave to her disintegrated. She didn't know why Han Fei gave her this octopus. It was probably to tell her if he had died or not. However, Mu Wuhua didn't notice that the moment little fatty disintegrated, it turned into white light and disappeared in the dazzling light of the explosion.